Chapter 126. Demise of the Wood Charm. Admit defeat. Fang Yuan's words were still lingering in the crowd's ears. Instantly, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock building looked at Fang Yuan with surprise. Fang Yuan ignored them. He held his arms and stood on the spot with an indifferent expression. Admit defeat? He directly admitted defeat. Did I hear that wrongly? He is Fang Yuan? He doesn't even have the guts to come out, haha. We recognize Xiong Li's power. He is indeed strong. But even if you want to admit defeat, at least do that after the formalities. By directly admitting defeat, he is not only showing that he is a coward, he is even tarnishing the clan. The whispers were like ripples in a calm lake. The Gu masters' gazes turned from surprise to despise, scorn, and gloating. Many Guyu clan Gu masters felt unease. The gazes from the Xiong and Bai clans Gu masters were like invisible needles, piercing their self-esteem. Fang Yuan was a member of the Guyu clan. With him directly admitting defeat, this made them feel absolutely humiliated. How could you admit defeat? Fang Yuan, you are a man of Guyu village. Stand up and fight bravely with Xiong Li. Even if you lost, it wouldn't be anything serious. If you don't even have the guts to go out, then that would really be throwing away our dignity. Some Guyu clan Gu masters shouted and urged Fang Yuan to take the challenge. Fang Yuan was indifferent. To him, these words were like dogs barking. The so-called name, face and honor was only a pie painted on a paper, shackles used by the higher-ups to bind the organization members. These Gu masters were also dogs on a leash. Xiong Li gazed at Fang Yuan and suddenly laughed. I am truly disappointed. Is this how a Guyu village's bravery looks like? Guyu clan Gu masters looked unsightly when they heard this. Hoots of laughter came from Xiong village's side, and even Bai village's Gu masters looked at Guyu clan with mockery. The people around Fang Yuan started moving away. Everyone made some distance from him. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood alone. My way or the highway, one. His expression was calm as opposed to the surroundings. Others fancied a courageous reputation, but Fang Yuan scoffed at it. This made others loathe him. Because Fang Yuan loathed fame, he was rejecting the society's values. Denying this system of values was rejecting the people who live their lives following these values. Others naturally wouldn't deny their own values, otherwise they would feel that they were living in a wrong way. Thus, they had subconsciously started to reject and boycott Fang Yuan. A weak-hearted person would be defeated by such rejection, and they would change themselves to suit the public. However, Fang Yuan needed such rejection. He had too many secrets on him, and so he needed to be solitary. At the same time, these people weren't worth being friends with. In his memories, Qing Mao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but the accident 2 years later would totally destroy them and turn the entire Qing Mao Mountain into a desolate area. What Fang Yuan needed was to use this time to improve himself as much as possible, then leave the clan and avoid the fatal disaster. Guyu Qing Shu, the number 1 rank 2 Gu master in the Guyu clan, couldn't help but stand up seeing this situation. Xiong Li, how about sparring with me? Hee, what will we compete on? Xiong Li was smiling, but his expression was serious. Guyu Qing Shu didn't look at Xiong Li. He slightly raised his palm and silently moved his primeval essence. His eye watchfully looked at the green vine that was slowly growing out from his palm. He calmly said, let's compete on your strength. If you can break away from my green vine's binding, I will admit defeat. Is that okay? Hee, good suggestion, let's do it that way. Xiong Li grinned, his eyes revealing a bright light. He inwardly thought, I already have the strength of a bear, and combining it with the strength increase from Grand Bear Gu, I possess the strength of 2 bears. Although green vine is tough, I have absolute guarantee of breaking it away with the strength of 2 bears. Xiong Zhang won against Bai Bing, and if I defeat Qing Shu, it would give us great reputation. Qing Shu gently smiled. Without speaking, he extended his 2 hands. 2 green vines grew out from his palms. Like 2 nimble green pythons, the 2 vines climbed up Xiong Li and twisted around his body. Xiong Li's hands were at his waist. The green vines coiled around both his arms and instantly made a dozen circles around them, tightly binding his hands with his back. The Gu masters on the scene couldn't take their eyes off this contest. Please, Qing Shu said to Xiong Li. Xiong Li opened his eyes. He tightly clenched his fists and started putting strength. Every muscle on his body seemed to stand out like lumps on a huge rock. Strength of a bear. Boom. The green vine started to snap under his enormous strength. Ha ha, brother Qing Shu. It seems the winner of this contest belongs to me. Xiong Li was using his strength to break free, but he still had enough energy to make a conversation. Senior Qing Shu. Fang Zheng was nervous and his hands were sweating. The other Guyu clan's Gu masters were also the same. Guyu Qing Shu was the number 1 among them, and if he lost the contest, the Guyu clan would have thoroughly lost their face this time. Not necessarily. Guyu Qing Shu smiled, his eyes showing confidence. When he finished speaking, the green vines on his hands started changing. The originally green-like jade color suddenly changed to a dark green color. At the same time, the vines also became thicker and green-wide leaves started growing on it. Xiong Li's face changed. He sensed the green vine's coiling strength had increased by more than 10 times. What made him more apprehensive was that those green vines which he had broken away from started growing and reconnected with the broken areas. Grand Bear Gu. He sensed the situation going bad and immediately used the Grand Bear Gu in his aperture. Immediately, his hair started stiffening up like steel needles. The muscles on his whole body enlarged and he seemed to have become much taller and bulkier. Strength of 2 bears. The green vines gave creaking noises, but it was still able to resist this terrifying strength, firmly confining Xiong Li. Xiong Li's face became very red, and he brought out all his strength to break the green vines. But finally, he was only able to snap one green vine and couldn't continue anymore. I lost. He released the supporting strength of Grand Bear Gu and said while gasping, "You let me win." Qing Shu cupped his hands and retrieved the green vines. "Senior Qing Shu, you are the best." Guyu Clan's Gu masters were jubilant. Senior Qing Shu really deserves his name. Big brother can't compare to him at all. Fang Zheng stood beside Qing Shu and looked at the latter with reverence. Xiong Li's gaze was complicated as he looked at Guyu Qing Shu. He had progressed and obtained Brown Bear innate strength Gu, but Qing Shu had also progressed, although he didn't know what the latter used. But this was his true rival. As for that Fang Yuan, he was only a newbie and was nothing to worry about. It really is the wood charm Gu, Fang Yuan thought as he observed Qing Shu from afar. Xiong Li hadn't discovered anything when facing Guyu Qing Shu. 2 emerald green leaves had grown on Guyu Qing Shu's hair. This was the sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu could let one battle as a tree spirit. The tree spirit was an unusual creature. It could directly absorb the natural essence in the air and use it. Gu masters couldn't do this. They could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. When one used the wood charm Gu, they could become an embodiment of a wood charm tree spirit and would be able to directly absorb the natural essence in the air and replenish their primeval essence. It was the same as absorbing the primeval essence from primeval stones. When normal Gu masters battle, they are unable to divide their mind and absorb primeval essence from primeval stones while fighting. But as an embodiment of the tree spirit, the absorption of natural essence is an instinct and does not need one to divide their minds. This meant that the Gu masters who used wood charm Gu were experts in war of attrition. Although one couldn't say that they could use the natural essence endlessly, they could fight for as much as 3 times longer because of the continuous replenishment. And once one became an embodiment of the tree spirit, Gu worms like Green Vine Gu and Pine Needle Gu would also have their strength amplified. Fang Yuan instantly connected the dots. Wood charm Gu's fusion advancement can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes. It is a rank 3 Gu and needs to fuse with a 100 years lifespan Gu to advance to a rank 400 years wood charm Gu. The 100 years wood charm Gu needs to fuse with a 1,000 years lifespan Gu to advance into a rank 5,000 years wood charm Gu. Everyone knows this fusion route, but Gu masters rarely use this recipe. The reason is due to the preciousness of the lifespan Gu. When the Gu masters finds lifespan Gu, they will usually use it directly to increase their own lifespan. In this world, a human could live for at most 100 years if they didn't encounter any accidents or illnesses. 100 years was the lifespan limit of the humans. But a lifespan Gu can increase lifespan. 100 years lifespan Gu can increase the lifespan of a person by 100 years, and 1,000 years lifespan Gu could increase it by 1,000. Lifespan Gu were extremely rare, and everyone sought after them. Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life because he used 500-year lifespan Gu in his previous life, thus adding 500 years to his lifespan. His 100 years lifespan had turned to 600 years. But in the end, halfway through, he was attacked by the righteous factions and had no choice but to self-detonate and die. Lifespan Gu represented long life and could let people live for long, but it didn't mean undying. The wood charm Gu is powerful but has its weakness. Gu masters can't use it for a long period. If they use it for too long, the wood charm Gu's strength will affect their body and will transform their body to that of wood, finally changing the body into a wooden corpse. In my previous life, Guyu Qing Shu had died in this way. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Ordinarily, powerful Gu worms had huge side effects and needed to be used with other Gu worms. Otherwise, there would be harmful influences on the Gu master's body. Xiongzhang's roaming zombie Gu was best used with the bloodline Gu. If not, the blood in his body would decrease when used for too long, and he would change into a true zombie. The Xiongli group returned to their camp. They first won against Bai Ning Bing, then met defeat against Qing Shu. Even so, the group still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yin, I challenge you. Come, Xiongjiao man, I will fight you. After the Xiongli group, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Many Gu masters continuously came out and challenged the powerful opponents in their minds, demonstrating their bravery. The alliance slope turned chaotic, and all kinds of brilliant and varied Gu battles were occurring. The true Gu battle had started. 1. Not entirely sure how to fit this into the passage. It is an idiom, but it just means he does whatever he wants / to persist in whatever he is doing no matter what others say. Only until evening did the Gu tournament come to an end. On the alliance slope, the Gu masters from all 3 clans were no longer as divided as earlier. Gu masters plastered the slope, and only 3 densely packed groups could be vaguely seen remaining. Gu battle sparring was both a form of venting and also compromise. In this world where the greatest value is strength, only with strength comes respect, and that forms the basis for cooperation. After Xiongli challenged Fang Yuan, no one else came to look for him. Fang Yuan was only a newbie and did not have much interactions with the other 2 clans' Gu masters, not to mention any animosity. As for his own clansmen, they would not challenge someone from their own clan in this situation. Especially after Fang Yuan admitting defeat, it caused other Gu masters to lose interest in him. Towards this lazy, cowardly opponent, what value is there in winning? Not wanting to be trampled on, there are 2 ways. One is to become strong until no one dares to step on you. Another is to turn into dog shit, something no one would want to step on. Fang Yuan did not care about dog shit or the reputation of the strong. He always acted unscrupulous and only cared about the results. Without anyone challenging him, it made his life easier. The surrounding people's contempt and disdain, he treated it like air. If he could not endure even these gazes, what right did he have to pursue the demonic way? The alliance gathering ended successfully, and Guyu clan, Bai clan, and Xiong clan all reached an agreement. First, declaring the rules. The 3 clans will temporarily put aside their grudges and resist the wolf tied together. In times of danger, they will assist each other. At the same time, internal killing is prohibited, and an investigating battle group will be set up. Once they find any murders, the murderer will first be chased out of the clan, then the 3 clans will bring judgment together, making them pay with their lives. If the murderer escapes outside, their family's lives will be forfeited. Even if the Gu master dies, Gu worms retrieved from their corpses have to be given to the clan, and if it is used secretly, they will be charged with murder. After the Gu worm is submitted, they can exchange it for merit points. Secondly, setting up the battle merit board. With a small group as a unit, every moment will be showing the battle achievements of the groups from all 3 clans and their rankings. A lightning wolf's eyeball is exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points can be used to exchange for Gu worms, primeval stones, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally inspired the hot-bloodedness of the Gu masters. The result of the Gu battle sparring could not explain the true strength of both parties in actual combat. For example, in the case of Xiongjiang and Bai Ning, other than the water drill Gu, Bai Ning naturally had other attacking methods, but Xiongjiang's Shadowbond Gu only had an effective range of 10 meters. Furthermore, the results of any battle are swayed by many external factors. Gu battle sparring lacked a convincing element, which the battle merit board can provide as a fairer method of competition. The Gu masters from the 3 clans wasted no time in hunting lightning wolves, fighting for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This was not just for one's own glory, but also for the reputation of the clan. Especially the top 3 positions in the merit board, it showed intense competition. Almost every day, the top 3 would have some sort of change. Very quickly, a month passed. Winter left and spring came, causing all living beings to grow once more. After a battle, Fang Yuan stepped on the remaining snow, regulating his breathing as well as observing the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were over 10 lightning wolves, all dead. Wolf blood and minced corpse could be seen everywhere, and the air emanated a smell of thick blood. Hell! At this point, wolf cries could be heard from a distance not too far away. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a pack of wolves were heading this way rapidly. If it was any other Gu master, after an intense battle, without enough primeval essence in their aperture, they might have thoughts of retreating. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He squatted down and began to gather the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were fluid and highly efficient, but even so, after he was done extracting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a mid-sized wolf pack with around 100 crippled wolves, their greenish wolf eyes showing a ruthless expression as they stared at Fang Yuan firmly. Fang Yuan kept the wolf eyes well before standing up with a smile. Next, his body flickered like water ripples, and he vanished on the spot. The wolf pack that had come to assault him were instantly riled up, and some of the crippled wolves stood in their tracks, showing a hesitant feeling. After all, they were wild beasts. Seeing such a magical scene, it was hard to comprehend. But this is also because the Lightning Wolf King uses its wolf eyes to observe, and not its nose. Lightning wolves are fantastical creatures of this world. Their vision is sharp like an eagle, but their sense of smell is no better from humans. My Stealth Scales Gu counters these lightning wolves perfectly, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart. Stealth Scales Gu was successfully refined by him before the Gu battle tournament. It was like a fossilized carp, gray throughout, lying in Fang Yuan's primeval sea, letting the liquid essence flow around its very realistic fish scales. The fish scale Gu that Fang Yuan lacked was naturally obtained by trading the Black Boar Gu with Qing Shu. With this Stealth Scales Gu, Fang Yuan could retreat from under the lightning wolf's nose. In these few days, this situation had already occurred many times. Normally, wolves or hounds had very sensitive noses. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, but without clear vision, they would knock into a tree or the mountain rocks. But nature is fair, as when it bestowed the lightning wolves with its sharp vision, it also took away their sense of smell. However, the lightning crown wolf was different. Even with the Stealth Scales Gu, Fang Yuan could travel freely among the normal wolf tide, but in front of a myriad beast king like the lightning crown wolf, he had nowhere to hide. That is because the lightning crown wolf's eyes had the lightning eye Gu residing in it. This Gu allowed the ability to see through all sorts of cloaking. Other than the lightning eye Gu, there are actually also many other Gu worms that can detect the stealth Fang Yuan. For example, the snake communication Gu, it can detect heat. The beast language Gu can allow a Gu master and wild beasts to converse and obtain information. The clairaudience Gu can allow a Gu master's hearing to be extremely sensitive. Thus, even with the Stealth Scales Gu, it did not mean Fang Yuan was completely safe, but it was at most a good life-saving trump card. When he returned to the village, it was still afternoon. The day in spring was bright and beautiful, and there were many people passing in and out of the village door. What was different from previous years was that people on the road were mostly Gu masters, while there were very little mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. Hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and farms were almost abandoned. On the streets, Gu masters were high in morale, each returning with blood traces all over, or enthusiastically leaving. They were either talking about the battle merit board's ranking, or discussing their experiences in killing the lightning wolves. Some were talking about the well-performing Gu masters from the other villages. Fang Yuan was among the crowd that walked into the village, and he went to the village square in front of the family head pavilion. The square already had a stage. The merit points were exchanged here. A large amount of Gu masters gathered here, and rank 1 Gu masters were doing administrative work. Some rank 2 Gu masters squeezed around, using the bloodstained wolf eyes to exchange for merit points. There was also a portion of them that were using their merit points to exchange for primeval stones, Gu worms or food ingredients, etc. In the middle of the village square, a large banner was erected, and on it there was the written language of this world. It was constantly changing. This is the battle merit board, and on it there are over a dozen swimword Gu. Rank 1 swimword Gu, after being manipulated by rank 1 support Gu masters, can freely convert the contents of the writings on the banner. Why is the number 1 still the Bai clans by Bing Yi's group? Some stared at the battle merit board, frowning. Let me see, Bai Bing Yi is number 1. Our clan's Qing Shu group is number 2, and Xiongli group is number 3. My group is the 137th. A Gu master counted. This time, someone suddenly said, It changed. Qing Shu group is now number 1. They pushed by clans by Bing Yi to number 2. On the battle merit board, the symbol showing the second-ranking Qing Shu group suddenly moved, crawling its way upwards and pulling the Bai Bing Yi group down with its hands, ascending the position of number 1 itself, even using its leg to trample around. Such a human reaction. It was naturally due to the Gu master manipulating the swimword Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu masters in the village square laughed heartily, pointing a thumbs up towards Qing Shu's group, praising non-stop. The rank 1 Gu master controlling the swimword Gu had a red face as he showed an expression of excitement. Lord Qing Shu, you are indeed our number 1 rank 2 Gu master. Good job, Lord Qing Shu. Gu Yu Qing Shu walked among the crowd, smiling faintly. Gu Yu Fang Zheng, who was behind him, clenched both fists, following closely with an excited expression on his face. The praises from all over the square filled the young man's strong materialistic desire. This made Fang Zheng feel like he was walking on a bright path, unknowingly increasing his recognition towards the clan. Big brother, he saw Fang Yuan standing among the crowd, observing with his arms folded. Big brother, you are still alone, all by yourself. No wonder you have been at the bottom of the ranking ever since the start. Only by removing your prejudice and fusing into the masses can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fang Zheng sighed, feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and pathetic. People who were like Fang Yuan, always fighting alone without any companions, could not feel any kinship from the clan or friendship forged from fighting together with your teammates. Facing everything alone is not only dangerous, but mundane. A person living without friendship, love, or kinship, what is the meaning of being alive? Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, staring at the tall merit board. Without doubt, the last position on the ranking was written in large letters, Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu masters, upon seeing this, felt extremely shameful, but Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, not minding it one bit. After being promoted to group leader, he had never recruited any members. He was a loner group leader, the most special group in the entire Qing, Mao Mountain's 3 clans. With only him alone, of course his daily hunting results could not compare to other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current abilities, if he tried hard, he would definitely not be last place. But this was pointless to Fang Yuan. He did not need much merit points, living resources, or Gu worms food. He had stock for everything. He had planned to exchange for a fish scales Gu earlier, but now he no longer needed to. Right now he was hunting lightning wolves daily, just to put on a show to fulfill the quota, and secondly accumulate some merit points to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his moon glow Gu needed this food. Half a month soon passed, and the spring atmosphere intensified. Trees started to grow leaves, and wildflowers on the roadside bloomed. Under the warm spring winds, Gu masters sang in battle, and the battle situation was getting better and better. Fang Yuan walked on the pavement, seeing everyone's happy faces, their exchanges of praise like courageous acts and the likes. Of course, there were also some Gu masters who were in deep worry, showing an unhappy expression. These Gu masters were mostly the elderly, as with their rich life experiences, they knew that the real wolf tide was coming in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan realized in his heart, what caused this current situation is due to the 3-clan alliance. Thus people have reduced their caution of each other, and this enabled Gu masters to be more invested in resisting the wolf tide. Secondly, the lightning wolves exterminated were only the crippled wolves. Thirdly, with the coming of spring, many wolves are busy mating. When summer comes, the truly energetic and healthy wolves would attack from all directions, causing great damage and deaths to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. In this year's wolf tide, the intensity was like never before. It reached a danger level that was unforeseen. Even the clan higher-ups greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In his memory, most of the Gu masters died, and the trump cards of the 3 clans were nearly fully expended. Fang Yuan had never thought of warning the higher-ups. One is that even if he did, they might not listen to his suggestion, and even emphasize on where he got the information, which he is unable to explain. Secondly, there was no point in telling them. It is a fundamental difference in strength. Thirdly, and the most crucial reason, warning the clan did not fit his biggest interest. I would rather let the world down than be let down by the world. What kinship, friendship, love, these are but an ornament in life. How can they compare to a man's great ambition? On earth, Xiang Yu wanted to cook Liu Bang's father, and the Han Dynasty ancestor Liu Bang even laughed and said, "Go ahead, don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Dynasty Li Ming killing his brothers, Cao Cao's army having no rations, and cooking people to turn them into dried meat as food. Liu Bei borrowing Jing Zhou but never returning. The higher-ups praised the values and morals, but those are just tools to maintain their rule. If one is restrained by these, how can they achieve anything? Those who step into upper society, who does not have bloodstained hands, stepping on corpses along the way. A capitalist's initial startup fund, the process is always bloody. Any politician's hands are dirty, and the so-called philanthropists are merely using money to gain recognition in society. It is just that the successful are apt in hiding their past acts, and those who believe the stories of the successors are truly fools. These fools are everywhere, restrained by emotions and morals. They deserve to be stupidly manipulated by rules. What's sadder is that when they see others not being restrained, they would jump out and criticize, trying to impart these morals to the people, not allowing others to have more freedom than them. In this process, they would even enjoy this ridiculous moral superiority and bliss. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the Gu masters walking past him. These people, they had a body full of abilities, and some even had higher cultivation than him. But for what? They are just pawns, merely restrained dogs. What truly stalls a person's success is not talent, but mindset. Any organization, once a person is born, would impart their morals and rules, constantly brainwashing. Those that want to surpass humanity's achievements have to break this restraint on their mindset. Sadly, most people are trapped by this their entire lives, using this to move forward with motivation and even use their chain collar as a symbol of pride. Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Walking out of the village door, he retracted his thoughts. There was something important today. He was preparing to enter the rock crack's secret cave again. Chapter 128. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? A faint red glow pervaded the stone forest, the petrified growths sprouting out from the ceiling towards the ground like upside-down trees. It was a sight to see. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fang Yuan thought helplessly. After the three clans united, they had commenced a crusade to continuously eliminate the surrounding wolf packs. Because of the constant traffic for the war effort, Gu masters made up an almost ever-present flow moving nearby the stone-cracked cave. In such a situation, even if Fang Yuan possessed stealth scales Gu, there was a danger of exposing himself. Despite the risk, Fang Yuan was very careful in the way he did things. 500 years' worth of life experience had nurtured enough patience in him. He kept rein over his desires and made sure not to make movements around the stone cave during this period. When spring came, the crippled wolves had been successfully rooted out, and there were few Gu masters left roaming around. Only then was he willing, and Fang Yuan circled around the village before using the stealth scales Gu to come back. A month had passed by, allowing some stone monkey groups to repopulate, and they had moved to the stone pillars he had cleared before. Fortunately, the number were quite few. Fang Yuan spent some time killing the monkey groups and advancing towards the central area of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillar, an obvious artificial cave entrance appeared before his eyes. Some crude rock stairs extended downwards from the cave mouth into the darkness. Fang Yuan used the white jade Gu to cover his whole body with a layer of faint jade light, and carefully descended down the stairs. His left hand held a fire torch, whereas bright moonlight shone on his right palm. The Moonglow Gu was already activated. It was completely dark underground, and even the fire torch could only illuminate 5 steps ahead. An illumination type Gu would be a lot helpful in such situations. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was not so affluent. Step by step, he walked on for a long while before reaching the end of the stairs. A crude artificial stone door was in front of him. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan lifted his fire torch, which illuminated some characters carved on the stone door. Earth communication. Golden Centipede. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed, comprehending the meaning. If this is what I think it is, he crouched down and touched the ground. The soil was wet. There's something. He was happy. He began to dig the soil, and indeed, he found an earth treasury flower. He carefully uncovered the petals and took out a Gu worm from the heart of the flower. This was a special Gu. It resembled a human ear, but much smaller. It was yellowish-brown and looked shriveled and dull. He felt it in his palm. It was shriveled like marinated radish and carried some warmth. Dozens of roots like the ginseng roots grew out from its sides. This was a rank 2 grass Gu, Earth Communication Eargrass. Looking at the Earth Communication Eargrass, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. This Earth Communication Eargrass's usage was to scout. It had appeared in a great time and was perfect for Fang Yuan. Earth Communication Eargrass had a great advantage. It could scout up to 300 paces. This range was among the best of rank 2 investigative Gu worms. It was easy to feed too. Its food was the ginseng roots. There were many forested mountains in the southern border. There were far more ginsengs here than in Earth. Hunter families would occasionally pick some when they went to hunt in the mountains. Especially when ginseng is easy to store. As long as it is completely dried and sealed up properly, it could be kept for a long time under room temperature. Moon orchid petals wilted in a few days, but ginseng could be stored for a long time. Gu worms need to be nurtured, used, and refined. These 3 aspects are broad and has many mysteries within them. Earth Communication Eargrass is easy to nurture, but using it is rather troublesome, Fang Yuan pondered. He held the Earth Communication Eargrass and poured primeval essence, instantly refining it. Earth Communication Eargrass was very outstanding and could compare with many rank 3 investigative Gu worms. However, heaven was fair, and using the Earth Communication Eargrass didn't end with just refining. It still needed a certain price. Just like the zombie Gu and wood charm Gu, which needed to be used with other Gu worms, there was a consequence. If used for a long time, the Gu master's body would slowly corrode and turn into a true zombie or tree man. Many Gu worms can't be used by merely refining them. They still need some special prerequisites. This Earth Communication Fleshier Gu is also the same. By using it to ascertain the situation, I can truly move about freely in the wolf tide and even achieve some of my goals during this wolf tide. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this Earth Communication Fleshier Gu, as the gains would be greater than losses. Even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the sake of his future. No matter which world, how could one gain anything without paying a price? Fang Yuan coldly smiled and put the Earth Communication Eargrass in his aperture. He gazed at the stone door deeply, then turned around and left. If he didn't guess wrong, there would be a great danger in the other side of the stone door. Only by using the Earth Communication Eargrass could he be able to avoid it. Fang Yuan exited the secret cave and leisurely circled the village. After making several rounds, hunting several lone wolves and taking their eyeballs, he returned. He was still the last in the battle merit board. As he walked through the street, the Gu masters who recognized him laughed at him or threw a contemptuous look. Fang Yuan didn't care and still went his own way. After several days, he used small battle merits to exchange for ginseng roots, properly feeding the earth communication eargrass and recovering its vitality. Most of the clan's attention was on the wolf tide. No one paid attention to Fang Yuan. If it was before, uncle and aunt might have brought him some troubles, but they had made no more movements ever since Fang Yuan sold the family assets to them. Difficult to do openly, easy to do secretly. Soon, Fang Yuan smoothly completed some preparations in the dark. Tonight, the moon was bright and stars were few. The moon hung high above like a jade plate, and the gentle darkness of the night was like a yarn, covering Qing Mao Mountain. From time to time, wolf howls could be faintly heard from afar. Fang Yuan securely closed the door and windows. He stood inside his rented room, his whole body naked. There was a table in front of him, and a basin filled with warm water was laid on it. Beside the wash basin was a white towel and a sharp dagger on top. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a layer of thick cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks in the windows and shone upon the table. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the dagger. The dagger was sharp and had a cold shine to it. It could even be used as a mirror. Under the faint light, the young man's indifferent face was reflected on the dagger. Right now, Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of a martial arts skill book from Earth called the Sacred Sunflower Scroll. The first sentence in the first page of Sacred Sunflower Scroll was castrate yourself to train this skill. One needed to give up or pay something if they wanted to receive quick strength. So what if you needed to castrate yourself? If you don't have such ruthless decisiveness and aren't willing to let go, how could you accomplish your ambitions and become a lord ruling over everything? Wanting to receive without paying anything was only fairy tales to deceive children. Back to Fang Yuan's current state. To use this earth communication eargrass, the price he needed to pay couldn't amount to anything. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan coldly smiled. He used his fingers to lightly caress the cold blade and softly hummed. Moon like the frost-filled night, the dagger shines with a cold light. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? He quickly moved his hand. The hand rose, and the dagger fell. Blood burst out. A piece of flesh fell on the table. Fang Yuan had cut apart his whole right ear, and blood was spurting out of it. He first felt a little cool before an intense burst of pain suddenly attacked him. He gritted his teeth and sucked in breath through his teeth. He resisted the pain and called out earth communication ear grass from his aperture. He had nurtured this earth communication ear grass back to its full vitality. It was now completely different from how it looked back when he just got it. Back when he had taken it out of the earth treasury flower, it was shriveled and dull. Now, it was plump and warm, fat and big, and had grown up to an adult palm size. It was highly elastic and resembled the Buddha's drooping ear of earth. Fang Yuan pressed the earth communication flesh ear Gu on his wound at the right side of his head and immediately poured red steel primeval essence towards it. The earth communication flesh ear Gu's roots immediately came to life and rapidly began to grow, taking root in Fang Yuan's wound. Another burst of pain came. Fang Yuan felt like dozens of earthworms were drilling towards his brain from his wound. This feeling was painful and also nauseating. Generally speaking, Gu masters would use some Gu worms to numb their nerves in this stage. But Fang Yuan wasn't in that situation and could only rely on his iron willpower to forcefully endure it. In the end, his body was that of a youth's, and Fang Yuan, who endured this pain, couldn't help but feel his body starting to sway. More and more roots extended, entered his wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass glued together with the bloody wound, becoming Fang Yuan's new right ear. Finally, there was no more blood flowing out of the wound. There wasn't even a scar. However, Fang Yuan's face was pale. The pain had only slightly decreased. It was still tormenting him. Veins bulged out from his head, and his heart thumped rapidly. At this stage, Fang Yuan was already finished for the most part, but some time was still necessary for his body to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He picked up a mirror and looked at it under the faint moonlight. He saw his pale face and frowning brows in the mirror. His right ear was bigger than his left by over 2 times and looked like a deformity. Fang Yuan didn't mind it. After looking at the mirror for a moment and seeing no problems, he felt satisfied. He put the mirror down and picked up the towel. He dipped the towel in the warm water in the basin and wiped the bloodstains on his body. He had no clothes on, so it was very easy to clean the bloodstains. Some blood had flowed down his foot, but were absorbed by the cotton cloth spread on the floor. Fang Yuan cleaned the bloodstains, then picked up his right ear from the table. He coldly snorted, then used the Moonlight Gu, slicing his own right ear into meat paste and completely destroying it. Fang Yuan held the basin filled with the watery blood and put it under the bed before throwing a piece of coal in it. Only after doing all this did Fang Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had weakened for the most part, but was still tormenting him. Fang Yuan felt the pain in his head along with his heartbeat. He did not know how much time had passed, but he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 129, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. When Fang Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the second day. His headache was gone, and the intense pain had vanished completely. He touched his ear subconsciously, the sense of touch no different from before. It was as if the cutting of his ear never happened last night. He climbed down from his bed, finding a mirror to look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was shown. He was not handsome, but his dark abyss-like iris made him stand out from mortals, showing a special, unique coolness and charisma. The young man's ears were the same as any others. Last night, when he planted the earth communication eargrass, Fang Yuan's right ear was plump and big, his ear drooping till it nearly reached his chin. But now it was completely normal from appearance. There was nothing different. This is because his body and the earth communication eargrass had gotten used to each other. Fang Yuan's thought moved, and from his aperture a little red steel primeval essence flowed along his body, moving up towards his right ear. At once, his hearing improved multiple times, and numerous footsteps could be heard. Although he was on the second floor, he had a feeling of stepping on earth. Fang Yuan paid attention and listened as his primeval essence continued to be used, and his hearing improved as well. In the mirror, roots started to grow out of his ear. These roots were like the roots of 1,000-year ginseng, extending from his ear towards the outside, constantly growing longer and moving towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear had the notion of becoming fatter. Fang Yuan stopped using the earth communication eargrass, and a second later, the roots growing out of his ears retracted, and his right ear became normal again. Of course, his hearing also went back to its initial state. This way, I have a recon-type Gu. Fang Yuan wore his upper shirt, taking out a water basin from under his bed. Last night, the bloody water had turned into blackish dirty water due to the charcoal tossed in. The bloody towel submerged within was the same as well. There was still some white in the red color initially, but now it was all covered by the black soot. It was easy to make people assume that it was a cloth for wiping grease in the kitchen. This basin, when brought out, even if it was poured in front of someone, nobody would notice. Summer was coming, and many Clansmen were trying to clean the stove that they used in winter. Often they would end up with a basin of dirty water just like this. While the iron was still hot, Fang Yuan entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. This time, he did not enter empty-handed, but caught a deerling outside and tied its 4 limbs together. He used a steel contraption to bind its mouth, and then used the stealth scales Gu to hide his presence and brought it to the rock door. He did not open the door in a hurry, but activated the earth communication eargrass. The roots extended from his ear, and his hearing ability amplified. Dong dong dong. Firstly, he heard a light sound, the sound of slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer, the heartbeat became louder, and the sources of sound also increased. Fang Yuan did not need to think to realize that these heartbeats were coming from the jade eye stone monkeys in the rock forest. He shut his eye, and he could imagine in his head the owners of these sounds hiding in their caves, curling into a ball and sleeping. But this was not what he wanted to find out. He continued listening, his right ear already becoming slightly fat, the ginseng limbs growing out of his ear almost half a meter long, the roots having sentience. They extended to the rock door and stabbed in rather shallowly. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt that his hearing had a gigantic boost. With him as center, he could hear the numerous noises of a 300-step radius. This was the earth communication eargrass true usage. What he did in the village was merely a test. If the earth communication eargrass roots did not touch the ground, for a rank 2 recon Gu, it was at a very average level. But once the roots are in the ground, its range would drastically improve. This was understandable. On Earth, the theory was that sound travels at a speed related to its intermediary. Sound in the earth or in water, the speed of transmission was far greater than through air. In ancient China, some soldiers in war when sleeping would use a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once any cavalry attacks, the soldiers would hear the noise from the earth and be awakened in time. If they waited for sound to travel by air, they would not have time to react. The roots grew into the rock door, and Fang Yuan could instantly hear the commotion behind it. It was a very scrambled and confusing noise, but very frequent. Compared to this noise, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the sound of drums. If a newbie was using this earth communication eargrass for the first time, upon hearing this, they would be thinking of all the possible guesses. But to Fang Yuan, this noise was expected, and he only listened for a while before frowning. He pushed open the rock door. The rock door was heavy, but with his strength of 2 boars now, it was easy. The rock door opened, and a dark long tunnel appeared in front of him, stretching on at a straight line, towards the unknown. Fang Yuan untied the deer he had caught and tossed it into the tunnel. The deerling was very smart. Sensing the dangers of the dark path ahead, it did not dare to move forward. Its huge eyes stared at Fang Yuan, showing fear and a begging intention. Fang Yuan snorted and threw a moonblade. This moonblade was controlled to be small, slicing vertically and inflicting a light wound on the deerling's body. The blood gushed out from its wound, and under the pain, the deerling's fear towards Fang Yuan won, and it rushed into the dark tunnel. Darkness soon engulfed it. Fang Yuan activated the earth communication ear grass again. This time the roots grew into the walls. His hearing amplified, and first he heard the deerling's footsteps, its heartbeat, and some other noise. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fang Yuan knew in his heart that these noises were the movement sound of a centipede. In his ear, he could hear the deerling's cries. Evidently, it had gone into the cave and met the centipede. Fang Yuan could see the image in his mind, the flustered deerling attacked by a centipede swarm, completely engulfing it. The deerling turns around in fright, and as it kicks its young hooves it felt the sense of death approaching and gave cries for help. Uncountable number of centipedes climbed onto its body, and the deer laid on the ground, rolling and struggling. Only after a while later, its heartbeat stopped. The centipede army started to consume the deerling meat on its body. Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he heard a special sound. This sound was like a buzzing, like the turning on of a chainsaw. It was full of arrogance, dominance, and wildness. If a newbie heard this, they would be confused. But with Fang Yuan's experience, he could guess the identity of this sound at once. Rank 3 Wild Gu Worm, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. This was the Worm King in the Centipedes, the true killer in the Centipede Cave. Fang Yuan could completely imagine, a meter over in length, the breadth of 2 fists, coiling and slithering around the cave. On the 2 sides of its body, there is a row of sharp saw-like teeth. As it moved, the chainsaws also moved around rapidly, just like an electric chainsaw. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's arrival caused the Centipede army to quieten. It came ferociously, and wherever it went, the centipedes gave way, showing the half-body remains of the deerling. It climbed to the deerling's body, opening its mouth and consuming the deer blood and deer meat, and when it got to the bones, it coiled its body up and used the chainsaws to lightly grind against the bones, turning it into powder easily. Even the white jade goose defense cannot endure this Chainsaw Golden Centipede's attack. It seems that the Flower Wine Monk's intention is to make me use this earth communication eargrass and avoid the centipede. But I have the spring Autumn Cicada, so to subdue this Chainsaw Golden Centipede, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan had a thought in his head. He was overjoyed at this prey. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede was an outstanding goo worm. If it was his to use, it would be another strong method of attack. Only that, in order to subdue this Chainsaw Golden Centipede, even a rank 4 goo master would have to expend a lot of effort. Catching and killing are 2 things. The former is way harder than the latter. Wild goo worms were all crafty, and if the Chainsaw Golden Centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have a burrowing method, how can he give chase? But Fang Yuan had the spring Autumn Cicada. Thus, as long as he caught this Chainsaw Golden Centipede and released a hint of the spring Autumn Cicada's aura, he would make the goo worm cower and not dare to move. Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6. Its aura was extremely powerful against rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5, it had less effect, and towards other rank 6, there was no deterrence force in it. This phenomenon is very interesting, but actually human society is just the same. Towards someone outstanding, people would envy, worship, and admire. But to someone who is only slightly better performing, they would dare to offend, and was mostly competition and jealousy. I am only at rank 2 middle stage now, hence to subdue this rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It is possible, but still too early. Fang Yuan assessed. Rank 2 goo masters should use rank 2 goo worms, which is the most appropriate and most useful. Of course, rank 2 goo masters can also own rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not common. Firstly, the higher rank the goo worm, the more expensive it is to feed it. Secondly, they become harder to use and require more cost when activating. Like a baby trying to wield a large hammer, if it forcefully tried to, it might pull a muscle due to the hammer's weight and smash its own leg. The deerling has already alerted the entire colony. It would take 10 days to half a month for these centipedes to calm down. After my testing, the thought in my heart has been affirmed, but I have no chance to strike yet. Why don't I slow down and give it some time? This matter cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan left his thoughts here and closed the rock door again. He then left using the stealth scales goo. Chapter 130. Clansmen are still more reliable. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting shadows over the entire Qing Mountain, seemingly signifying the coming of a storm. On a remote mountainside, A dozen robust lightning wolves drew back the corners of their mouth and made low roars. They had surrounded Fang Yuan. These wolves had a healthy body and were not like the crippled wolves. Any other rank 2 Gu master would be desperate if they were caught in such besiegement, alone. However, the situation was quite opposite right now. Fang Yuan was standing on the spot, his expression calm. Instead, these lightning wolves that were surrounding him were slightly nervous and afraid. The battle had already continued for a while, and the ground was soaked with blood. Several lightning wolves had collapsed on the ground, and the silence showed Fang Yuan's battle accomplishments. Kill! Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. He took the initiative to attack even though he was the one surrounded. His foot pushed the ground as he pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left side. This lightning wolf immediately shrunk back a small step in fear, but then its vicious personality was stimulated. It made a powerful jump and attacked Fang Yuan. It opened its mouth in the air, revealing the many sharp wolf teeth that filled its mouth. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He didn't evade, but just swung his right arm. Whoosh! An eerie blue moonblade flew horizontally through the air and struck the lightning wolf's open mouth. There was only a ripping noise. This unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut apart into two, from its mouth to tail, by this moonblade. Boiling blood spurted out and poured like a rain of blood. Fang Yuan's whole body flashed with white jade light as he charged through the blood rain and rampaged within the wolf pack. The lightning wolves reacted. They attacked him from all sides. They opened their mouths and tore at him, but were blocked by the white jade gu's defense, causing their own teeth to be broken. Their claws were also of no use. Fang Yuan punched and kicked, and the lightning wolves were sent flying under his enormous strength of 2 boars. Some lightning wolves had their skulls directly smashed and died on the spot. Fang Yuan grasped the upper hand in this battle. But good things don't last forever, for his primeval essence was being used quickly. Fang Yuan's aptitude was only C grade, and his cultivation was at rank 2 middle stage currently. The primeval essence in his aperture was not even 50%. He looked at his declining primeval essence, but there were still several lightning wolves remaining. He had no choice but to use Stealth Scales Gu. His body gradually disappeared like the ripples in the water. In a blink of an eye, there was no more trace of him. The lightning wolves were at their wits' end, and they gave off furious howls and started searing the area, but didn't find anything. Fang Yuan had not gone far. He gazed at the lightning wolves' movements while absorbing primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, and also maintaining the concealment of the Stealth Scales Gu at the same time. Lightning wolves had extraordinary eyesight, but their sense of smell were not sharp. The Stealth Scales Gu just so happened to be their bane. When Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovered to 30%, the lightning wolf pack finally retreated unwillingly. Fang Yuan didn't have a movement Gu worm, so if the lightning wolves really retreated, he would definitely not be able to catch up to them with his speed. Thus, he removed the concealment of the Stealth Scales Gu and became visible. Hull! The lightning wolves saw Fang Yuan, and as if he had killed their fathers, they rushed at him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waited till the lightning wolves were in front of him. Then he suddenly struck with his right hand. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light, which was extremely hard. The punch ferociously struck a lightning wolf's lower back. Crack! A crisp sound was heard immediately, and this unlucky lightning wolf was sent flying by Fang Yuan, its lower back fractured. It fell on the ground and crazily struggled while letting out miserable howls, but it could no longer get up. Fang Yuan had recovered sufficient primeval essence, and with his formidable fighting strength, he killed 4 more lightning wolves in a few moments. The remaining several lightning wolves lost their fighting spirit and looked at Fang Yuan with fear. They whimpered and then tucked their tails and escaped. Fang Yuan didn't chase after them. He couldn't compare to these lightning wolves in speed. Chasing was pointless. The ground was filled with wolf corpses, and they were all Fang Yuan's spoils of war. But Fang Yuan was cautious. He didn't hurry to take out the lightning wolf's eyeballs. Earth communication eargrass. He got down on his hands, his right ear close to the earth. Roots grew out from the ear and pierced the soil. His hearing strength amplified instantly. He could scout anything within a 300-step radius. Many sounds entered his ear, but there were no sounds of wolf packs or the sounds of other Gu masters moving about. It is safe for the moment. Fang Yuan let out a breath of relief. He took out a dagger and began to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. He only handed over a small part of these eyeballs and hid the rest. If he handed all of them, it would no doubt attract suspicions and even result to secret investigations. Fang Yuan wanted to prevent such inconveniences as much as possible. Fang Yuan immediately left after digging out all the eyeballs of these lightning wolves. When he had killed 2 more wolf packs like this, the sky was already covered with thick, dark clouds. Strong wind blew, blowing through the pine forests, creating a green wave in the mountain along with the rustling of the leaves. Hello! Faint howls of large numbers of lightning wolves echoed within the wind. Fang Yuan's expression slightly paled. According to his previous life's memories, today was the day the wolf tide truly broke out. He used the earth communication eargrass again, but didn't hear the rapid advancement of the lightning wolves. He wasn't surprised, but instead became calm. This meant that there was at least over a 300-step gap away between him and the lightning wolves. This distance, along with his own speed and the knowledge of the topography, sufficed to let him reach the village safely. These lightning wolves are cunning, choosing to attack in such weather. The noise from the strong wind and the sounds from the pine forest will mask their movements to a great degree. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, then ran towards the village with his greatest speed. After running for hundreds of meters, he bumped into a 5-person Gu master group. "Hey, you are Gu Fang Yuan." A young Gu master in the group raised his eyebrows when he saw Fang Yuan and greeted him in an odd way. This Gu master was Gu Yupeng, Fang Yuan's classmate. During the academy period, he had suffered from Fang Yuan's bullying and extortion. Fang Yuan indifferently glanced at him before brushing past him without pausing, not giving him a chance to speak again. "Bastard!" Gu Yupeng was stunned. Then a stifled feeling rose up in his heart, and his speed slowed down. He didn't get the chance to ridicule Fang Yuan. "Little Peng, don't slow down. We need to hunt at least 50 lightning wolves today to preserve our rank in the battle merit board." The group leader spoke. Gu Yupeng immediately restrained his furious expression and quickly followed the group members. "My group is ranked 75 in the battle merit board. That Fang Yuan is ranked at beyond 200. This difference is like that of heaven and earth. I am also quite fortunate to have such a caring senior as the group leader. From the start of the wolf tide till now, I have exchanged part of the battle merits to get a Gu worm. My future is bright. How could Fang Yuan compare to me?" Gu Peng calmed down a lot when he thought of this, even feeling blessed at that. In this world, what can one accomplish by fighting alone? Many hands make light work. Unity is the greater power. It is still the clansmen that are reliable. Borrowing the clan's strength, we newbies can safely grow up. That Fang Yuan is an idiot. He really thinks he is a hero. He resolved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad only by luck, and he is putting on airs. Although he has become a group leader, he hasn't recruited any group members. Serves him right to be ranked last. Haha. Anyway, with his eccentric personality, how will he recruit any group members? Gu Yupeng's movement became more relaxed. Strangely, all along the way, they hadn't run into any wolf packs. Gu Yupeng raised his head to look at the sky. It was afternoon, but the sky was already dusky, as if it was evening. The wind blew, and the dark clouds densely covered the sky and moved rapidly, brewing thunder and rainstorm. However, Gu Yupeng was not afraid, a mocking smile appearing on his mouth as he thought. "Ha! So Fang Yuan was hurriedly rushing back, because he was worried of this rainstorm? What a coward! What is there to be afraid of a rainstorm?" Right at this time, the group leader's face suddenly paled. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. "Sir Group Leader, what happened?" Other 4 members naturally noticed this. In this Gu master group, the group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu master, his scouting Gu worm didn't have as great a radius as Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass. His face was deathly white right now, and he had no wish to give detailed explanation. "Run quick!" he shouted with terror, and amidst other group members' astonished gazes, he turned around and ran. Follow the group leader. Other group members were not foolish. They quickly reacted and broke into a run. "Hello!" Wolf howls came from behind them continuously. From these noises, they knew there was more than 1,000 lightning wolves. Everyone in the group was pale. They breathed heavily and used all their strength to run. "Wait for me." Gu Yupeng sprinted with all he had, but was still the last. He lost his composure and started screaming for help. He felt the breathing sounds of the lightning wolves behind his back. But what made him despair was the group leader, who normally showed great consideration to him, didn't even turn his head back. The teammates who used to pat their chests and speak of brotherhood and sentiments ignored his shouts. "Who?" Gu Yupeng suddenly heard a wolf howl right next to him. In the next moment, he felt an enormous force pressed on his back and knocking him down. He tumbled on the ground. The fall had made him dizzy. He subconsciously turned around to try to resist. Boom! A lightning snake flashed through the air. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure immediately became visible. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the hair in its body erect. It opened its mouth and revealed its silver-white sharp fangs. Gu Yupeng's pupils shrank to a needle size, a thought echoing within his mind. 100 Beast King. The wolf pack scale in the wolf nest was enormous. Not only were there 3 myriad Beast King level Thundercrown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the very next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a cracked sound, Gu Yupeng's whole head was gnawed off. Fresh blood and brain matter splashed. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head, and began to swallow the blood from Gu Yuping's neck and gnawed at his fatty meat. Countless lightning wolves came from behind it and rushed ahead. Rumbling sounds continued incessantly. Pitter-patter, heavy rain also started pouring. The true wolf tide had begun. Chapter 131. Loneliness is the deepest darkness. The rain poured heavily from above, and snake-like lightning danced in the sky randomly. This sustained for the entire night. Fang Yuan lay on his bed, hearing the shouting of Gu masters outside his house and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, visions of his past life flashing in his head again. In his previous life, when the wolf tide attacked, he was still a rank 1 Gu master, and being part of the support group, he hid within the village and managed to escape the disastrous fate. But this time, he was already a rank 2 middle stage, and he had the 4-flavor liquor worm, currently moving towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like other Gu masters, resisting the wolf tide in such a dark night. The rain is pouring outside, and they still have to fight the large amount of lightning wolves in this poor vision. This is truly torture. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. He did not sleep in the rented apartment, but instead, he was at the inn. If Fang Yuan was at the rented house, he would definitely be forced to participate. The clan higher-ups have definitely underestimated this wolf tide severity. The correct method would be to hide in the village and defend to the end. Unfortunately, they are blinded by past experiences. Fang Yuan flipped around in his bed while thinking about this. Outside the window, the rain splattered all over the place. It was definitely a storm. Sounds of thunder constantly entered his ears. On the streets, Gu masters hurriedly moved about, the sounds of their footsteps and furious bellows never having a pause. At once, the cries of the wolves reached the village. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu masters who were risking their lives fighting, or the mortals hiding in the village shivering, or even Fang Yuan. After sleeping until the midnight hour, they naturally awoke. He did not get up, but opened his eyes in the darkness while lying on his bed. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. People's life and death battles, he could imagine, along with the thunderstorm outside the village. Gu masters and wolf packs formed an extraordinarily lively stage. No matter which character, they were displaying the essence of life. Life was like a show. This was a good show. But Fang Yuan had no intentions of joining the act. On the contrary, he felt a sense of unexplainable loneliness. A loneliness with boundary. This was not because he was a transmigrator, reincarnator, or the fact that he carried an unspeakable secret, but because everyone was born lonely. Humans are like isolated islands, floating in the sea of fate. Human encounters are like the collision of these loneliness islands, and once they touch, there would be an effect. Sometimes, the islands would stick together in the name of interest, kinship, friendship, love, and hate. But eventually, they would separate, walking towards the path of destruction. This is the truth behind life. Unfortunately, people are always afraid of being alone. They crave the liveliness of human crowd, and they refuse to do nothing with their time. Because once they face loneliness, it meant facing pain and hardship. But once they can face this pain, people would obtain talent and courage. Thus, there is a saying, high achievers are definitely lonely. This is the feeling of being lonely. Every time I savor this, it strengthens my resolve to pursue the demonic way. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of the story of Renzu. Legend says, Renzu had obtained the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, and without a heart Renzu couldn't wear it. Because before this, Renzu had given his heart to the Hope Gu, and from then on he never feared difficulty. But if Renzu wanted to use the Attitude Gu, he needed to have a heart. Renzu was troubled, thus he asked Attitude Gu. He said, "Oh Gu, sometimes attitude says it's all. Now that I have encountered a problem, you know it, thus I'm here to seek advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is not hard. Renzu, you lack a heart, thus you just have to find a new one." Renzu was confused, asking again, "Then how can I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed, "Heart is nowhere and everywhere. Finding a heart, it is both easy and difficult. With your situation, you can obtain a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quick, tell me how?" Attitude Gu warned him. "This heart is called loneliness. Human, are you sure you want it? Once you obtain it, you will face endless pain, loneliness, and even fear." Renzu did not listen to his warning. He continued asking. Attitude Gu could not defy Renzu's orders. Thus he said, "You only have to stare at the sky on a starry night and say nothing. Once you reach daylight, you will obtain the heart of loneliness." That night, it was a star-filled sky. According to Attitude Gu's instructions, Renzu sat alone at the mountain peak, staring at the night sky. Before this, his life was very difficult, constantly struggling for survival. He had no time to admire this beautiful yet mysterious sky. But now, as he stared at the starry sky, his thoughts began floating. Constantly thinking about himself, such a meager and weak being like himself, living a life of constant fear and insecurity. Sigh. Although I have hope Gu, strength Gu, rules and regulation Gu, and attitude Gu, to survive in this land, it is still difficult as ever. Even if I die tomorrow, it is not shocking. If I die, will the world remember me? Will anyone rejoice over my existence and grieve over my death? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human. How can there be others? Even with Gu accompanying him, he still felt a strong sense of loneliness. Heart of loneliness. At this moment, when Renzu felt lonely, his body suddenly had a brand new heart. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on his face. But Renzu felt no happiness, and instead felt an endless pain, despair, confusion, and even fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, for all he felt was the advent of darkness and apocalypse. Thus, he painfully cried, stretching out his fingers and digging out his eyes. His left eye fell onto the ground and transformed into a young man. He had golden hair and a strong body. Once he appeared, he kneeled at Renzu's feet, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great Sunday." At the same time, his right eye turned into a young girl, and she held Renzu's hand, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate ancient moon." Renzu laughed loudly, tears flowing out of his empty sockets. He said good 3 times and continued, "I have children now. I can finally endure the pain of the heart of loneliness. From now on, there will be people celebrating my existence and grieving for my death. Even if I die now, you will remember me." Only that, finally, he sighed. "I lost both my eyes and can no longer see the light. From now on, you too shall observe this world for me." It rained the entire night. Only at dawn did the rain stop. Fang Yuan left the inn. Along the streets the passers-by carried heavy and sad expressions. This night, the clans suffered great losses. The truth was, for the 3 clans on Qing Mao Mountain, none of them escaped this fate. All had suffered heavy losses. Fang Yuan could tell from seeing the merit board. After a night, the battle merit board lost 25 small groups, all sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there was 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. The group Gu Yupeng was in was among this. The dozen over days after this, the situation worsened by the day. First, the 100-beast king bold lightning wolf had appeared, and then soon after, reports came in that there was the 1,000-beast king frenzy lightning wolf. Information like this caused the rank 2 Gu masters battling to be frightened. If they met the frenzy lightning wolf, they would need at least 3 groups to cooperate to deal with it. This is not including the normal wolf groups together with the frenzy lightning wolf. The 3 clans had to send out their rank 3 elders to deal with the situation. In this situation, the Gu masters' daily lives became very dangerous and long. Even with the stealth scales Gu, Fang Yuan had to be careful and meticulous. After all, he might encounter a beast king-class lightning wolf with a lightning eye Gu. The good news was that he had previously paid a price to be able to use the earth communication eargrass. This investigative Gu's range was very large, allowing him to avoid the large-sized wolf packs. Eventually, the weather got warmer as July was at its end. Even though the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 clans, the situation was under control. Somewhere near the mountainside, 3 Gu masters who had already experienced an intense battle were facing against a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The aura of death was impending. Damn it, insufficient primeval essence. If I had 60%, no just 30%, we would not have to be chased like this. Group leader Xiongzhan stared at the slowly approaching bold lightning wolf, like a cat chasing a mouse. He vomited a mouthful of bloody water. The mountain cliff is ahead. There is no path left. What do we do? A group member asked with a pale expression. What can we do? We can only put our hopes on the reinforcements. I heard Lord Bai Ning Bing from my clan has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is rushing into battle. The 2 original groups, from both the Xiong clan and Bai clan, faced the wolf tide together and cooperated, but now only 3 people were left. Rather than relying on the Bai Ning Bing who is nowhere to be found, I'd rather fight for a chance to survive. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. The reason why a beast king is so dangerous is because of the Gu on its body. I have a plunder Gu. It can forcefully steal a Gu worm from my enemy, but it needs to be sustained when activated, and I cannot move. During this period, you have to protect me. Okay. The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, helping him block the bold lightning wolf. Even though they knew that there was little hope, no one was willing to resign themselves to death. If the plunder is successful, we have a chance to live. Heaven bless us. Xiongzhan's face was determined as he raised his right arm. Life and death depends on this. The 3 humans and 1 wolf did not know that. High up on the cliff, a white-haired young man wearing a white shirt was staring at this scene. Life is so boring. He sat on the ground, one hand propping himself up, while the other was pouring liquid from his wine bottle. What he poured out was not wine, but sweet mountain spring water. He did not drink wine, but only liked water. As this young man drank, he stared at the show before him. Fight and die. Such a mundane life is too boring. Only with an intense battle like this can your lives have a hint of excitement and color. This way, your lives has some meaning. He laughed lightly in his heart, not showing any inclination to help. Even if he had the ability, even if his clan member was there. So what? To him, loneliness is the deepest darkness, and the light of kinship is just a facade. Bai Ning Bing would not do something as boring as saving someone. Tanger Thong, Verdant Great Sunger, Anglong, Desolate Ancient Moon. Important note. These names are really hard to translate. Actually, because they are names they should be in Pinyin, Tai Riyong Mang, and Gu Yuin Huang. However, the names are relevant to another plot-wise matter, so they had to be translated to English, which was really difficult. For Gu Yuin Huang, the Gu Yu here is exactly the same as the Gu Yu clan. Chapter 132, Three-Step Fragrant Grass on the Cliff. Bai Ning Bing watched with interest. As he sat at the cliff, a life and death battle was on full display. The bold lightning wolf took its move, slowly approaching. Two Gu masters blocked its path with a grim expression. Behind them, Xiongzhan was half kneeling on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in the shape of a claw, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Gu. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, all the primeval essence in his body gushing towards the Plunder Gu. An invisible grabbing force exploded from within. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed the air, and a sense of illusion made him feel that he had grabbed onto a Gu worm. But this Gu worm continued to struggle, contesting with him. This force was very large. His center of gravity had already been very low, but he still felt a very strong force dragging him forward. Plunder Gu's success rate is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise we're doomed. He gritted his teeth, veins popping up on his forehead as his expression turned ferocious, contesting with all his ability. Xiongzhan had no other way. Failure means death. Under the pressure of death, he infused the Plunder Gu with all the primeval essence he could muster. With the infusion of the primeval essence, the Plunder Gu residing in his right palm also increased its sucking force. The bold lightning wolf felt something amiss and started howling, attacking in a frenzy. The two Gu masters could hardly block it. Just when Xiongzhan felt that his plunder was going to succeed, his expression changed. Damn it, not enough primeval essence. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his state of health being at the worst. Once a plunder fails, he would face some backlash. This was a flaw of the Plunder Gu. Howl. Without the Plunder Gu's restriction, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth and started to howl. The Gu worm that lived within it used its ability and made its teeth shine with lightning. Eerie blue lightning discharged and finally shot out from its mouth. The lightning shot through the middle of both Gu masters, aiming for the half-kneeling Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to cry before he got hit by the lightning, turning into a piece of charred black cooked meat, instantly dead. Run! The remaining two Gu masters no longer had any fighting spirit as they ran in two directions. The bold lightning wolf chased up to one of them, pouncing on him and biting the throat. The final clan Gu master was blocked by the bold lightning wolf and could only retreat towards the cliff. Ah! I'm going to die. With his back against the cliff, he roared in despair, venting out the fear in his heart. But suddenly his voice came to a stop. He saw Bai Ning Bing on top of the cliff. Lord Bai Ning Bing. Lord Bai Ning Bing, is that really you? He was stunned, but then started shouting, overjoyed. Oops, you found me. Bai Ning Bing laughed and raised his right hand. His right index finger pointed downwards, and an icicle instantly formed, shooting downwards. The icicle hit the Gu master crying for help, penetrating his skull, all the way to his chin. Ah! His face was still fixed with intense joy after finding hope, but then fell to the ground with a plop. The bold lightning wolf was shocked by the event. It stared at Bai Ning Bing, its mouth opening. Within, lightning coiled around its teeth. Ignorant beast. Bai Ning Bing stared plainly, jumping down lightly from the 5-meter cliff. In the air, he clapped his palms together, and icy mist instantly formed. Next his palms split, and an ice blade appeared. This ice blade was around 1.7 m, like the katana on Earth, with a transparent icy body. The handle was grabbed by Bai Ning Bing. Bold lightning wolf shot out electric light from bottom to up, and Bai Ning Bing laughed, while 2 lines of white water vapor poured out of his nose. The water vapor swirled around, wrapping around his body into a layer of water barrier. The water ball continued to rotate on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning dissipated upon hitting this barrier. The water ball burst open, and the white-clothed young man appeared from within. Die! The young man's iris turned from black to pure blue, like 2 pieces of blue crystal, devoid of feelings and emotion. The light of the blade shone. Bai Ning Bing landed lightly, and from his half-transparent white ice blade, a a drop of blood fell. Meanwhile, the bold lightning wolf stayed still like a statue. A breath later, fresh blood poured from its neck as the large wolf head fell on the ground, rolling several times. As for the body, it collapsed on the ground. The lightning current goo that resided in its body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing flicked his wrist, and a light shot out from his blade. The lightning current goo, under his sword, exploded into a ball of eerie blue lightning current with a bang, perishing instantly. Bai Ning Bing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other goo worms, they are all ordinary. But this plunder goo is slightly interesting. From Xiongzhan's corpse, he extracted the plunder goo and held it near his chest. Even though the three clans have an agreement, after a goo master dies, if anyone after that obtains a goo worm that has lost its goo master, they need to hand it over. But Bai Ning Bing did not care about this rule. Even if they found out, so what? He was the symbol of the Bai clan's rise, and the clan would definitely protect him. This, he was very sure of. Only, this wolf tide is really boring. He used his hand to caress his ice blade, feeling the intense freezing sensation. Come to think about it, it is more fun competing with someone. He yawned, suddenly smiling. I wonder how Qing Shu, Xiong Li and the others are doing. How much have they grown? After cultivating behind closed doors for so long. Maybe they can give me a surprise, maybe. Days later, at the square where it was overflowing with people, Fang Yuan stared at a giant flag. On the flag, words were formed by the swim word Gu. The content was about the resources co-supplied by the three clans. These resources were very broadly categorized, from food used to feed goo worms, rice and condiments for humans, oil and other living necessities, to goo worms themselves, and primeval stones. But behind these resources, there was a number attached to them, corresponding to the amount of merit points needed to exchange for them. A wolf's eye was 10 merit points, and 5 merit points was for a bag of 500 g of rice. Using 25 merit points could let a goo master exchange for 1 primeval stone. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the wolf tide brought about an opportunity never seen before during peaceful times. The battle merit board and this resource board urged on many goo masters, making them willingly bath in warm blood, hunting lightning wolves day and night. Especially recently, as the wolf tide intensified, the three clans brought out the savings they had and spurred on the goo master's battle spirit, also raising their battle capability to help the village survive this ordeal. Thus, the resource board had many things that were not commonly seen. Like now, Fang Yuan's attention was on this goo. 3-step fragrant grass goo, he muttered, staring at the description on the large flag. 3-step fragrant grass goo was a goo worm Fang Yuan needed, as it could assist with movement, raising Fang Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these days, the resource board had many new goo worms. But only this 3-step fragrant grass goo was what Fang Yuan wanted. Except that this grass goo was not easy to get. It was not only the only one of its kind on the resource board, but the merit points required to exchange for it is also very high. If I use my true ability, I can definitely gather enough merit points to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass goo. But if I do that, it would invite the suspicion of the clan, and that is not desirable. Fang Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to produce a large amount of vitality leaves and sell these rank 1 goo to the clan, exchanging it for merit points. But this method is slow. By the time I get enough points, someone might have exchanged it already. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. This method had a flaw that would lead to failure. Then what should he do? He stared at the resource board and the merit board, falling into deep thought. Towards the merit points, he had a clearer and deeper understanding of it compared to all the surrounding people. Merit points are basically a kind of emergency currency. During peacetime, primeval stones are the common medium of exchange. They were hard currency and had high commercial value in themselves, thus would never devalue. But with the wolf tide, the need for primeval stones surged, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to take over. Thus, merit points were born. With an alternate currency like the merit point, it can prevent the economy from collapsing temporarily. Like on Earth, when there's a war, the government would print large amounts of paper money. Of course, that causes inflation and rising price levels. The merit points are the same. The more it drags on, the more it devalues. But during the time of the village's life and death situation, without merit points and using only primeval stones is not sustainable. Thus, they can only pick the lesser poison. Hence after the wolf tide, the economy always has signs of depression. Sigh, this rough form of an economy is nothing worth mentioning. If I am a rank 3, I can easily play around. But unfortunately, I do not have enough strength, so I'm unable to handle the risks. If I push on, it is equivalent to playing with fire. Fang Yuan sighed internally. The point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not sufficient. Without strength, only having wisdom, it is useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to deal with the strength goo. obtaining strength and giving up on wisdom. That is because strength is the foundation. Fang Yuan was still thinking deeply when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Do you guys know? Bai Ning Bing struck again. What? What? Which unlucky Gu master is it this time? It's Xiong Clan's Xiong Li, that dejected-looking one. Sai, what is this Bai Ning Bing doing? Last time, injuring Qi Shan, and now attacking Xiong Li. With the wolf tide coming, he is still fooling around. He's always does what he wants. He is already a rank 3 Gu master, and is still finding problem with rank 2 Gu masters. For fairness, he even used a Gu worm to suppress his own cultivation to rank 2. He is really bored and hard to understand. Bai Ning Bing, huh? Humph, a person halfway into the coffin. But that reminded me of something. Fang Yuan, upon hearing this, felt something in his heart stir. He knew how to get a large amount of merit points quickly. Chapter 133. Thanks for letting me kill you, sprinting rapidly. The trees before Fang Yuan looked like they were crashing into him, and he quickly avoided them nimbly, pushing off with his legs. His right ear had roots swaying around, and behind him was a bold lightning wolf angered by him on purpose, and several hundred healthy, ordinary lightning wolves. The lightning wolf's speed was faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its streamlined body jolted around in the complicated terrain, having an extremely fast speed. Seeing Fang Yuan, who was about to be caught up, suddenly, his body had ripples of light around him, and he vanished. The bold lightning wolf had to halt its steps and observe the surroundings with bewilderment. Fang Yuan sprinted to a faraway place, before reappearing again. Bold lightning wolf's eyesight was sharp, immediately finding him. It growled angrily and chased after Fang Yuan again. As for those ordinary lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fang Yuan laughed internally and continued sprinting. Rinse and repeat, he had finally reached his destination. This time, he activated his stealth completely. The wolf pack who came chasing sniffed around the area where Fang Yuan disappeared, and soon after, the bold lightning wolf found its new target. Not far away, on the mountain valley, there were 5 Gu masters fighting with a pack of wolves. How? The bold lightning wolf had limited IQ, immediately forgetting Fang Yuan. It turned its head and growled, and the lightning wolves behind it entered the valley's battlefield like tidal waves. How can this be? The Gu master in battle saw this scene and despaired. Didn't they say that each pack of wolves have their own mobility range? We took so much effort to kill a bold lightning wolf, and here comes a second one. We're screwed. Quickly send the distress signal to the clan. This new pack of wolves joined in, and the Gu master's pressure intensified, their tone showing a panicky and flustered emotion. The investigative Gu master shot out a Gu worm from his hand. This Gu worm was like a golden round ball, but had a pair of colorful feathered wings. It flew into midair and exploded, turning into a rainbow flame, observable from a 50 kilometers range. This was the Signal Gu, a rank 1 expendable Gu worm, often used to send signals. The signal has been sent. Everyone hang in there. Wait for reinforcements. The group leader shouted at an appropriate timing, slightly raising the morale and stabilizing their fighting spirits. It's useless. Fang Yuan appeared at a high point on the cliff, staring downwards, his heart smirking. This Gu master group situation was already well investigated by him. The nearest group in the vicinity was also deep in the wolf pack's encirclement. That pack of wolves was also lured over by Fang Yuan to restrict them. Killing lightning wolves, each eyeball is 10 merit points. But on the battlefield, reclaiming Gu worms and bringing them to the clan higher-ups is worth at least 1,000 points. This kind of thing, after doing it 2 or 3 times, I will be able to exchange the 3-step fragrant grass Gu, Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Under his scheme, the Gu master group's fate was sealed. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I shall lure the lightning wolf pack away and come back here to collect the Gu worms. Fang Yuan walked to a nearby tree and sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Gu masters put up a strong resistance. Fang Yuan did not risk it to lure 1,000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf, but instead chose the bold Lightning Wolf, so this gave them the opportunity to struggle for a longer time, especially when among them there was a defeated opponent of Fang Yuan's. Gu Yuman sure. He had the Monolith Gu and had strong defense, thus he alone could block many Lightning Wolves' attack. But this was also why Fang Yuan chose their group. The more precious the Gu worm, after returning them, the more merit points are awarded. After bringing back the Monolith Gu, Fang Yuan can get around 3,900 merit points, and that can let his position on the battle merit board rise by at least 20 positions. Of course, Qi Shan, Mo Yin, and Qing Shu's Gu worms were more precious than the Monolith Gu. But Qi Shan's group had Gu Yu Qi Shi, who possessed the snake communication Gu, able to rely on heat to detect living beings. Fang Yuan's stealth had no use against him. As for Mo Yin, she had an even stronger investigative Gu master than Qi Shi, with even more methods. She had single-handedly completed Wolf Den investigation missions given by the clan many times. Qing Shu Group does not have a strong investigative Gu master, but because of Gu Yu Fang Zheng's existence, the clan has definitely sent a clan elder to follow and protect him. Thus, if Fang Yuan lures them, it is courting death. For the Gu masters in the other two clans, Fang Yuan was not familiar with them. Setting up others was not easy to do. After choosing left and right, he finally decided on a few groups, and after following them for a long while, he managed to find an appropriate chance. Bai Ning Bing was sleeping when sounds of battles entered his ear. He opened his eyes slightly, the slit of his eye shining with cold light. Another boring scene. He was sleeping on the edge of the cliff, and just turning around allowed him to have a clear view of the valley. He was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly saw a figure. Oh! His eyes shone with shock as he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was leaning against the tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, staring coldly at the battlefield with no intention to help. Bai Ning Bing instantly grew interested. He had never met someone like this. From young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan and indulged in kinship. But from Fang Yuan, he felt a sense of familiarity, loneliness, and aloofness. Who is he? Bai Ning Bing's heart developed confusion and interest. The wild fruit was picked on the spot, but with his experience, Fang Yuan could tell it was harmless. The fruit was juicy, sour, and sweet. As he ate, his right ear twitched. He heard something, and it was nearby. Bai Ning Bing was sleeping on a higher terrain of the cliff earlier, but without making any movements. The earth communication eargrass could not sense him. However, now that he moved, he was instantly discovered. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with lightning as he turned his body to see a white-haired and white-clothed young man, stabbing his ice blade into the cliff and sliding down along it, landing not too far away. Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted, recognizing him instantly. Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai clan's rise. Killing a rank 3 clan elder at rank 2, and at this young age he already reached rank 3, a crucial person capable of changing the entire power distribution of Qing Mao Mountain. If it was other Gu masters facing Bai Ning Bing alone, their expression would be rapidly changing, either nervous or wary. But Fang Yuan's gaze only stayed on him for a second before looking back at the valley. His expression was calm, almost uncaring. This is because Fang Yuan knew all about Bai Ning Bing's trump cards and secrets. Very clearly. Oh! Bai Ning Bing walked over, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. His mouth opened, dragging his word. He curiously stared at Fang Yuan like he was looking at an object he had never seen before. He got closer and closer. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more his eyes shone, and the greater interest he had in his heart. On this person, why do I sense a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. Like long ago, we are already friends. This feeling. Bai Ning Bing's heart was turbulent. Friend. This word, he was always skeptical, despising, and even felt disdain towards it. He never thought he would have a friend. Those commoners around him, they only had the right to admire him. They had no right to become his friend. Bai Ning Bing always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This was a mystical feeling, but he was very sure of it. When he looked at Fang Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ning Bing got slightly too close, and Fang Yuan turned around, staring at him plainly with his deep dark iris. Without a reason, Bai Ning Bing understood the meaning of his gaze. It was a warning. He halted his steps, slightly stunned, very impolitely staring at Fang Yuan while saying, you really are interesting. If the Bai Clan Gu masters who were familiar with him heard this, they would go crazy. That is because, since his birth, Bai Ning Bing had never praised someone like this. Fang Yuan ignored him, biting his wild fruit and staring at the valley's intense fight. Bai Ning Bing circled around Fang Yuan, observing him closely, as if he was looking at the strangest food on earth. He looked from every angle, even squatting down on the ground and looking up at him from the floor. His silky white hair, which was impeccably clean like a crystal, instantly laid on the muddy ground, but he did not care. His white robe dragged across the ground, and he paid no heed either. This moment, he was like a pure child, seeing his playmate, curiously staring at Fang Yuan with a longing expression, many times wanting to speak, but couldn't. Bai Ning Bing felt that he had many things to say to Fang Yuan, but when he was about to speak, he felt no need anymore, because he felt that Fang Yuan understood. After being silent for a while, he asked, "The valley's battle is not interesting at all. What's there to look at?" Halfway through, his eyebrows raised, showing an expression of realization. "I see. You lured this wolf pack. You want to kill these Gu masters, but why did you not do it yourself?" "Oh, afraid of leaving evidence. You are too vigilant. From your aura, you already have rank 2 cultivation. If I were you, I'll just go ahead and do it myself." Suddenly, he chuckled like he had seen the most fun toy in this world as a kid. His eyebrows darted around. "You are really interesting. Even the things you do are interesting. Hee hee. I am starting to like you." Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, turning around and looking at Bai Ning Bing. He knew this person. That is because this person is also a natural demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the worldly customs, treating the people of this world with indifference, engulfed by loneliness, and despising relationships. This person was like Fang Yuan's shadow, except that Fang Yuan was deeper down the path, and Bai Ning Bing was more pure. In simple words, they were kindred spirits. In his previous life's memory, after the 3 clans barely survived the wolf tide, this man murdered the 3 clans and caused the lustrous green Qing Mao Mountain to turn into a hellish ice mountain. Bai Ning Bing, Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, saying slowly, "You're very lonely, huh?" Bai Ning Bing's eyes widened, squatting on the floor, nodding continuously, empathizing and sighing. "Yes, these days, life has been super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Xiong clan Gu master, and that was somewhat fun. Getting this Gu look." Fang Yuan looked at the plunder Gu in his hand, starting to laugh. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ning Bing's eyes turned from black to blue crystal color as he jumped up and straightened his body. "Ha!" He raised his head and laughed thrice, staring at Fang Yuan with an excited expression. "You do know. That's right. I want to kill you. Come kill me too. Life and death battles are the most fun. Meeting someone as interesting as you. I swear I've never done anything so interesting." He got more and more excited as he suddenly opened both arms, arching his head and sighing. "Ah, I can feel that my life had never been so colorful. Thank you. Thank you, although I don't know your name. Thank you for letting me kill you." Chapter 134. Hunting Down. "Do not worry. You are only a rank 2. I will not lower myself and take advantage of you. I shall restrict my cultivation to the same rank for your sake. So come, let's have a fair fight." Bai Ning Bing roared with savage laughter. Facing the crazy Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan easily maintained a languid expression. He met the heated glare in an equal manner, responding coolly. "Want to kill me? Then come." Nothing left to say, Fang Yuan took the first step, his body drifting away like a falling petal. Bai Ning Bing's laugh came to an abrupt stop at this, his voice easily tainted with anguish. "Don't you run from me." He instantly ran after, engaging Fang Yuan in a relentless chase. Fang Yuan ridiculed the disheveled master soundlessly, sprinting towards the mountain valley. Disturbed by the 2 barging into the valley's inner battlefield, the wolf pack reacted with fury, wasting no time in attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing. The Gu masters who had already been forced into the valley and lost 1 man noticed the spectacle, the remaining 4 revealing a relieved expression when they saw the wolves become distracted. "Hang in there, guys. Reinforcements are here." One even shouted loudly, blatantly trying to encourage the wolves against the newcomers. "Why is there only 2? Another asked, clueless while they saw the muffled figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing. But as they got closer, Gu Yumanshi's face turned weird with realization. It's him. It was impossible for him to not remember Fang Yuan, along with a sharp feeling of fear mixed with shame. It was this man that had defeated and publicly humiliated him. Those cold, merciless eyes dug out the deepest nightmare in his heart. He would never forget that terrifying event and the fiendish man who accompanied the memory. He had once sworn to himself that he would buck up and reclaim his pride. But now, faced with Fang Yuan who was here to save him, Gu Yumanshi felt very complicated internally. Wait, the second person is... They all were able to recognize Bai Ning Bing, and showed collective signs of shock at his appearance. Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing. Gu Yumanshi's eyes widened. He did not expect in the least to suddenly see Bai Ning Bing appear under such a situation. "Scumbag, stop right there." Behind him, Bai Ning Bing was continuing to shout vehemently. Fang Yuan paid no attention, however, and transversed among the wolf pack. His body was glowing with a white jade light, protecting him from the rabid lightning wolves' bites and scratches. But because each assault made contact, his aperture's primeval essence dropped quickly in turn. Not far away, Bai Ning Bing's nose had flared and was blowing out water vapor, forming into a round shield of condensed moisture, enveloping his body. As each of the numerous lightning wolves hit this seemingly water shield, though, all of their kinetic force built up by their charge was simply dispersed by the water flow, and they were quickly sent flying away after with the resounding ripples of water. Logically speaking, Bai Ning Bing's performance now wasn't that impressive though. He was already a rank 3, even though according to him, he had already seemed to have suppressed his cultivation personally, using only rank 2 strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Even with rank 2 strength, Bai Ning Bing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and he had more primeval essence, but with the interference of the wolf pack, his distance with Fang Yuan started to increase. The crucial deciding factor was the difference in physical strength between the two. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ning Bing's strength was of a slightly lower quality. Fang Yuan could also endure the wolf pack's attacks and continue moving forward. Bai Ning Bing's water shield, although it is able to mitigate some of attacks, could not open a path forward for him, unlike Fang Yuan. Howl, one especially bold. Lightning Wolf began to pay attention and was drawn to Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing. It howled, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves around it to give way, opening a path for it instantly. The lightning wolf wasted no time and spread its limbs, charging towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 Trap Gu masters all showed expressions of worry. As for Bai Ning Bing, still behind Fang Yuan, upon seeing this new development, laughed loudly. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's body disappeared right before Bai Ning Bing's eyes, vanishing from his vision like a fleeting ripple of water. His laughter cut off abruptly at the sight, the other Gu masters in the valley being left similarly speechless. The bold lightning wolf howled angrily after having lost track of Fang Yuan, but did not reduce its speed while charging towards Bai Ning Bing to take its fury out on him instead. This prompted a smile from Bai Ning Bing, his lips curving once more in amusement. This is really interesting. You really are interesting. Ha ha ha. Then I shall start my meal with this appetizer. As he finished speaking, his eyes transitioned, changing from black to a shade of blue the same color as that of the sky. Taking a stance, he propped one leg up like a flamingo, holding out the ice blade, and started to rotate. Quickly picking up speed, the ice blade carved out many waves of sword traces, maneuvering and slashing the air to form a scene similar to a tornado. The bright sword waves congealed into a blizzard storm and quickly engulfed the wolf pack. Numerous lightning wolves were torn to shreds by the act, becoming pieces of minced meat flung about by the storm. But not much blood ended up splattering against the surroundings, as it had almost all been completely flash-frozen by the icy blizzard storm already. The bold lightning wolf howled, showing its ferocity against the storm. The Gu worm in its body started to work as well, causing golden sparks of electricity to flicker throughout its rugged coat. The hair on its body stood on ends. Golden electricity flowed like chains, coiling around its body and limbs. Altogether it formed what looked to be a modest chainmail. Its 4 paws sprinted and it streaked like a golden shooting star, rushing into the ice blade storm. Bam! A thunderous explosion sounded through the valley as the ice blade storm came to a stop, a broken piece of the ice blade flying in the air and with a swoosh, stabbed into a mountain rock above. The white mist dispersed around the area. The bold lightning wolf laid on the revealed ground, its heart pierced through by an ice blade. Such a fatal attack ended its life almost instantly. Bai Ning Bing laughed as he retracted the ice blade in his hands, gloating in his victory. The ice blade itself was broken from the middle down, the blade that managed to survive full of cracks, seemingly in a sorry state in his grip. But Bai Ning Bing did not care as he stretched out his left hand and wiped the blade. The icy mist from before emanated from his left hand at the touch, spreading across the blade starting from the handle before covering it completely. Everywhere it reached, the ice blade was regenerated, the edge being sharpened once again. Soon a new tip was fully grown in place of the broken end. The death of the bold lightning wolf had dispersed the wolf pack, but Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. We will definitely remember Lord Bai Ning Bing's act of saving us. The few Gu masters that survived went up and gratefully paid their respects to Bai Ning Bing. Only Gu Yuman sure stayed on the spot, his expression being uncertain. Back then, he lost to Bai Ning Bing and was very indignant, but was let off by the latter. Now, though he had already successfully refined the monolith Gu, upon seeing Bai Ning Bing again, he did not have any confidence to challenge him anymore. Bai Ning Bing snorted. Suddenly his arm moved, and the ice blade drew a few shining traces in the air. The 3 Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting their savior just moments ago to attack. They carried a look of disbelief as they laid on the ground. Forever. Bai Ning Bing, what are you doing? Gu Yuman sure screamed, shocked and angry at the sudden manslaughter. Murdering, of course. Is something wrong in your head? Isn't this obvious? Bai Ning Bing shrugged and laughed coldly. Accursed bastard. Gu Yuman sure tightly clenched his fists out of rage while he gritted his teeth and scolded the other master. Our 3 clans have formed an alliance, yet you attack our Gu Yu clansmen. This is a violation of our alliance treaty. If you have any problems, come at me. I'm here. Never mind. It is time we settle our grudge from back then. Saying so, Gu Yuman sure shouted and took a few steps, charging towards Bai Ning Bing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulked up while a thick rock skin formed. His entire appearance had turned into a rock man, courting death. Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly, raising his blade. The sharp ice blade came down relentlessly, first hacking Gu Yuman's head, moving down past his brows before carving through his nose, lips and throat. The blade quickly came to a rest after it bisected the Gu master down past his chest in an instant. Rock fragments flew out as the ice blade hit the abdomen, and the blade snapped. But the icy mist had already frozen all the remaining life force left in Mansher's body. Plop! He fell to the ground with a splatter, as dead as can be. The rock skin on his body slowly vanished, revealing his true form. Looks familiar. Bai Ning Bing shook the wrist that was hurt by the vibration of the rock. He had pretty much forgotten the incident where he spared Mansher. He shook his head, turning around and facing the wide valley to shout. Come out. The Gu masters you want dead, I've done it for you. Come. Let's have a life and death match. Just as Bai Ning Bing's words had finished, Fang Yuan appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze became excited as he raised his ice blade, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed soundlessly at the act, turning around and leaving. Bai Ning Bing shouted in anger that he was still fleeing, once again chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. On the way, Fang Yuan lured Bai Ning Bing to the battlefield that was the closest, where the Xiongli group was fighting against another group of wolves led by a bold lightning wolf. This pack was obviously lured by Fang Yuan as well. Everyone put in more effort. The wolf pack is at its limit. The southeast direction sent a distress signal. It's been a while. They need our help. Xiongli urged on his group, but halfway through, he could no longer speak when he saw Fang Yuan, and the Bai Ning Bing persistently behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan surrendered, Xiongli no longer cared about him. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Fang Yuan to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing. Xiong Li's eyes spewed fire upon seeing the white-clothed, white-haired young man, his heart uncontrollably growing with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ning Bing had appeared in front of him and attacked without a word, the event still fresh in his mind, and had been purposely suppressing his cultivation to rank 2. Xiongli was caught off guard and lost the battle. His personal honor and the clan's glory was all trampled by Bai Ning Bing ruthlessly. This to him was a big disgrace. How could he not be furious? Wait, Bai Ning Bing seems to be chasing Fang Yuan. Xiong suddenly noticed. His body was short in stature, his round bald head glowing with light. Xiong is the same age as Fang Yuan, but having B-grade talent instead, he is the #1 talent among Xiong clan's new Gu masters of age. He was a rank 2 cultivator as well now, and after getting some experience, had grown up. Xiong suppressed the urge to attack. Fang Yuan was from the Guyu clan, not from his Xiong clan. Even though there was the 3-clan alliance, they are still not close. Since it is an outsider fighting, it is best if one does not get involved. The Xiongli group was about to watch on the sidelines, but how could Fang Yuan not expect that? One sentence from him changed their perspective in an instant. Fang Yuan quickly got close to the Xiongli group, shouting in a frightened voice. I saw the plunder Gu on him. Protect me. Bai Ning Bing is trying to eliminate all witnesses. Chapter 135. Northern Dark Ice Soul. 10 Extreme Talents. What? Xiong was stunned. Plunder Gu? There is only one person that has this Gu worm in Qing Mao Mountain, and that is my cousin Xiongzhan. Xiongzhang's face turned gloomy. Xiongli closed his eyes, fierce light flickering in them. Others might be afraid of Bai Ning Bing, and even he was afraid, but this fear didn't represent his weakness and cowardice. In his heart, long was there already thoughts of sacrificing himself for the clan. He had the resolution to fight to the death with Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing, is the plunder Gu in your possession? He stepped forward and faced Bai Ning Bing, letting Fang Yuan brush past him. Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly. So what if it is? Xiongzhang's face was as gloomy as water and asked, Tell me, how did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands? Xiong also asked, Bai Ning Bing, I respect you as my senior, but you secretly seized our Xiong clan's Gu worm and didn't hand it over. This is an open violation of the alliance treaty. After he spoke, he raised a signal Gu in his hand. With a bang, bright fireworks burst in the sky. The colorful light from the fireworks shone upon Bai Ning Bing's face. He laughed. I have never cared about the Dog's Head Alliance treaty. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and thought it was interesting, so I collected it. Xiongzhang was unable to hold back his anger when he heard this. He gave a furious shout and charged towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing, you looked while my cousin fought to death and didn't help. You bastard. The 5-person group was an integral whole. For personal or private reasons, the Xiongli group were irreconcilable with Bai Ning Bing. The fight was hard to avoid, the scene immediately turning chaotic. On one side was Bai Ning Bing facing the Xiongli group's attack. On the other side, they were surrounded by wolf pack and still had to face their attacks. Fang Yuan left the battlefield and calmly spectated from far away. The wolf pack moved together like a large millstone, and the 6 Gu masters fought with their lives. The slightest carelessness could land them into the wolves' mouths. Xiongzhang used roaming zombie Gu, his 2 irises turning gloomy green. Xiong 2 eyes were red, whereas Bai Ning Bing's pair of pupils were azure like crystals. The fight between these 3 was the most intense in the battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's ability, Xiongzhang turned into a zombie, His defense was amplified against water and ice, withstanding Bai Ning Bing's attacks. Xiong Li used Grand Bear Gu. With the strength of 2 bears, his bowl-sized fists were without rival, and even Bai Ning Bing's water barrier was destroyed under their attacks. It wasn't easy for the remaining 3 group members to meddle in this fight. They could only do their utmost to fight against the Lightning Wolves. That bold Lightning Wolf lured in by Fang Yuan could have been easily dealt with, but it had turned into a huge threat now. Bai Ning Bing, you will pay for what you have done. Xiong Jiang shouted and charged at Bai Ning Bing. Just with you? Bai Ning Bing coldly smiled. He nimbly jumped back, pulling apart some distance and flung out his left hand, throwing out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicles struck Xiong Jiang's body, but Xiong Jiang didn't feel any pain whatsoever. When he turned into a zombie, even if his hands and legs were broken, he wouldn't feel any pain. The cold aura in the icicles could freeze and slow down ordinary people's movements, but it only felt cool and refreshing to Xiong Jiang. Zombie physique belonged to Yin physiques. It had low resistance to fire, lightning, and sunlight, but was very powerful against this type of cold aura. Bai Ning Bing, you are still playing in this situation? Unleash your true strength, Xiong Li furiously shouted. Bai Ning Bing had been suppressing his cultivation base to rank 2 from the very beginning and was also mostly using rank 2 Gu. Xiong Li felt like he was being held in contempt. He felt humiliated, which caused his anger to burn even more. Ha! How can you minor characters have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ning Bing coldly laughed. His attacks were becoming more powerful, but he was still suppressing his strength and didn't use a rank 3 Gu worm. Fang Yuan, who was spectating from afar with his hands crossed, clearly understood the reason. It is not that he doesn't want to unleash his true strength, but he cannot use it. Bai Ning Bing. He has Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. In the oldest legends of this world, all humans are descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 unique sons. There are no 2 absolutely same people, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that is of the biggest concern is aptitude. Those that have the aptitude to cultivate could become Gu masters, going beyond ordinary. Those with no cultivation aptitude were just mortals, the lowest level in the society, who could be trampled upon and played with. Cultivation aptitudes were divided into 4 grades: A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. Everyone knew this, but actually, there were still more outstanding aptitudes above a grade. This was a secret. Clans would never carelessly spread this, and only after reaching a certain status in society could one know this secret. Xiong Li and the rest naturally didn't know. Even elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fang Yuan, who had reached rank 6 in his previous life, shedding his mortal body and becoming a Gu immortal, naturally was aware of this. There were 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they were collectively called 10 extreme physiques. Before Renzu died, he gave birth to 10 children. The eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, second daughter, Desolate Ancient Moon. Among the 10, there was one named Northern Dark Ice Soul. Renzu's legends, whether real or false, alluded to many secrets in Gu Master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 kids individually represented 10 types of ultimate aptitudes. Fang Yuan recalled, any one of the 10 extreme physiques is superior to a grade aptitude. The most excellent A-grade aptitude can only store 99% primeval essence in their aperture, but any one of the 10 extreme physiques holds full 100% primeval essence in their aperture. However, everything exists in balance. The 10 extreme physiques which holds 100% primeval essence is too perfect, and heavens won't easily allow their existence. For instance, in Renzu's story, his 10 kids didn't have a long life. In reality, it is difficult for the Gu masters who hold 10 extreme physiques to grow and mature, almost all dying an untimely death. Of course, if they can really grow to become a rank 6, they will be able to sweep through same-stage opponents and even perform miracles such as fighting a higher rank. Bai Ning Bing, who possesses Northern Dark Ice Soul, is the same. With 100% primeval essence, his aperture is too stressed out and has the risk of collapsing any moment. To decrease this risk, Bai Ning Bing must cultivate and use primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls and increase its strength to be able to support the 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and shocking. However, high cultivation means higher quality primeval essence, which subsequently increases the pressure on the aperture, instead increasing the risk. Bai Ning Bing is like a victim in a lone boat in the sea. He doesn't have fresh water and can only drink the sea water to relieve his thirst, but the seawater is salty and will absorb the original moisture content of the body instead, making him even more thirsty. The higher his cultivation is, the nearer he is to destruction. Yet he cannot choose not to cultivate, since being from Bai village and the one upon whom the clan's expectations lies. He will also face assassination from Xiong and Guyu village. This forces him to continue to grow stronger. Being the possessor of the Northern Dark Ice Soul, he clearly understands his situation. Knowing he doesn't have much time left and his death being certain, he has thus formed this temperament. Fang Yuan sighed when he thought of this. This was clearly an irony. Excessively excellent aptitude didn't lead a Gu master to have a meteoric rise, but would be the main culprit behind their deaths. Too much is as bad as too little. People need to drink water and eat food, but if they eat and drink excessively, they could die. From another angle, no matter which world, there is no true perfection. There is no perfect love, no perfect work. Excessively perfect will just lead to destruction. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ning Bing's cultivation inevitably reached rank 4 realm. His aperture couldn't support the burden from the primeval essence, and ultimately, it exploded. 10 extreme physiques wasn't tolerated by the heavens and earth, and the self-detonation of such a heaven-defying thing was like the most perfect song, its power outstanding, directly annihilating everyone in the 3 villages and turning the whole Qing Mao Mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately by that time, because of Fang Zheng who had been making things difficult for Fang Yuan who only had an average cultivation, Fang Yuan could only join a caravan to go away, thus luckily avoiding this disaster. To delay his death, Bai Ning Bing used Gu worms to dilute his rank 3 silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence of his own accord. He also rarely used rank 3 Gu worms at the same time. This was simply because rank 3 Gu worms consumed great amounts of red steel primeval essence every time, resulting in the strength waning if it continued. Instead, it was better to continue using rank 2 Gu worms, which would be of much more help to Bai Ning Bing in battles. This was the real reason Bai Ning Bing suppressed his cultivation. If not, having strength but choosing to bind one's own hands and feet, landing in a dangerous state, was something only a brainless retard would do. Bai Ning Bing was smart and intelligent. He had received great training and education, so how could he do such a foolish thing? Except, such a temperament at his young age was indeed unusual. But as someone who was about to die, why would he have misgivings in his behavior? Such disregard and fearlessness prevented him from being assimilated into the system and nurtured a heart of the demonic path in him. Otherwise, with his living environment, countless expectations, great trainings, holding honor, fighting enemies, bright future, he would have already been assimilated into the organization system and nurtured a leader's temperament. Bai Ning Bing was actually a pitiful child, and Fang Yuan had no wish to deal with him before. But since he wanted to kill Fang Yuan also didn't mind making use of him first before removing this misfortune early. The battle was still continuing. In this while, the situation had already changed. Bold Lightning Wolf was killed by Bai Ning Bing, and the wolf pack had ran away in defeat. Xiongli Group's healing Gu master fell under Bai Ning Bing's blade, but he had paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was viciously punched by Xiongli, and it seemed to have fractured as it was hanging limply throughout the battle. However, all of these couldn't hinder him from occupying the upper hand. Xiongli was a top elite amongst rank 2 Gu masters, his strength equal to Qing Shu and Qi Shan. Xiongjiang was a newly rising defense expert. Xiong was the genius newbie and now had rank 2 battle power. There was also another Gu master, but even after combining their strength, these 4 were still suppressed by Bai Ning Bing. One should know Bai Ning Bing had already fought a battle before which had consumed a lot of his red steel primeval essence. He also killed Bold Lightning Wolf and the healing Gu master, resulting in his right arm losing its ability to move. He could only abandon using his ice blade with his habitual right hand and switch to his left. By doing this, he had to temporarily abandon using his icicles, his offensive power almost reducing by half. He was still occupying the upper hand in such situation, and his dominance was even becoming more solid. It is after all the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Although he used Gu Worm to dilute his primeval essence and sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still maintained. His advantage will continue to increase the longer the battle lasts. Fang Yuan looked at the situation and inwardly sighed. My current battle strength is not enough to defeat him. Fang Yuan calmly admitted this point. Fang Yuan only had C-grade aptitude with 44% primeval essence. Even the combined strength of B-grade aptitudes Xiongli, Xiongling, and Xiongjiang were being suppressed by Bai Ning Bing. It was obvious that if Fang Yuan faced Bai Ning Bing by himself, his situation would only become more difficult than Xiongli and the rest. However, not being able to defeat you doesn't mean I can't kill you. Fang Yuan coldly smiled. This was the accumulated wisdom from 500 years of experience. Although they had similar reflections, compared to this centuries-old devil, Bai Ning Bing was only a little devil forced into it by his cruel fate. Chapter 136. Clash of Brawn and Brain. Cold air blew all over the place. accompanying ice blades in flight. Steel fists howled in the wind, and fangs growled their fury. Xiong Li and the others' fight against Bai Ning Bing had reached its climax. Not that much time had passed since the battle began, to be honest, but as the pressure from Bai Ning Bing intensified, Xiong Li and the others started to feel that time dragged on longer with the difficulty he posed. Xiong Zhang's face was dim as water, Xiong Lin's forehead dripping with cold sweat, while Xiong Li maintained a serious gaze. At this point, even Xiong Li had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ning Bing's formidable strength. Even though Bai Ning Bing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation and only fought with rank 2 Gu worms, he displayed strength that was able to suppress their entire group. But even then, the truth was that Bai Ning Bing had not even given it his all. This was not intentional to prove a point. Rather, it was a precautionary measure against Fang Yuan. To Xiong Li and the others, their motive was simple. It was to arrest or kill Bai Ning Bing. But to Bai Ning Bing, the situation was more complicated. He needed to fight back the Xiong Li group on one end, while simultaneously being on guard to prevent Fang Yuan's sneak attack on the other end. He had seen Fang Yuan using the stealth scales Gu with his own eyes. Thus in battle he needed to make sure to divert some of his attention to prevent Fang Yuan's attack. But till now, Fang Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave? Impossible. Although it is our first meeting, he is not the type to retreat. He will definitely act. He is just biding his time. Bai Ning Bing waved his ice blade and suppressed Xiong Li, while his thoughts raced in his mind. Not only did he have to use his brawn to fight the Xiong Li group, he also had to compete with Fang Yuan using his wit. Fang Yuan refusing to attack was increasingly putting pressure on himself. A sheathed sword is the most dangerous, because one would not be able to predict where the sword is going to stab. Although Fang Yuan had not struck, and was secretly watching the battle, he had been able to divert Bai Ning Bing's attention all this time. If not for this diversion, the Xiong Li group would have lost long ago, otherwise they would not be able to hold on for so long. This Bai Ning Bing is very meticulous. First he killed the bold lightning wolf decisively, reducing a pawn that I could use. Next he risked getting injured to killing the healing Gu master in Xiong Li group. All these actions are the most sensible decisions to make in his situation. Although he is engaging in serious combat with Xiong Li group, he is still holding back to prevent my attack. In fact, under the shadow of a nearby tree, Fang Yuan crossed his arm as he watched, his eyes shining with uncertainty. It was not that he did not want to strike, but he just could not find an opportunity to. He was not anxious though. The longer this dragged on, the more battle strength would be drained from Bai Ning Bing. The 10 extreme bodies had a supreme primeval essence recovery rate, much more than a grade, but it still was spent up over time. The longer Fang Yuan waited, the more primeval essence used up in Bai Ning Bing's aperture, and the more the scales of victory would shift towards Fang Yuan. If Bai Ning Bing's aperture had no primeval essence left, so what if he is the northern dark ice soul body? One moonblade, and he's beheaded. Fang Yuan knew this, and Bai Ning Bing was aware of this fact as well. Although he currently had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier. I cannot continue like this. Bai Ning Bing's blue eyes shone as he took a large step back, pulling some distance from the Xiong Li group. Next he gulped, his throat expanding like something had risen from his stomach into his mouth. His jaw was raised high as he opened his mouth in difficulty. An icy blue-colored small bird popped out of his mouth, its head raising above his white teeth. It looked around, and soon found a locked onto a specific gaze. Jumping out of Bai Ning Bing's mouth, the small, icy bird flapped its wings strongly, flying towards Xiong Li. The small blue bird was cute like a pigeon, but Xiong Li and the others' faces lost their color upon seeing it. Rank 3 Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu. Get away from it, quickly. The Xiong Li group frantically tried to dodge around, but this blue ice bird was not like the Moonblade. Once sent out, it was locked onto the target. Boom! It smashed into the support Gu master in Xiong Li group, before promptly exploding. Frosty air blew all over the place, and the piercing blue light from the explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The next second, the blue light dispersed, and a partially transparent block of ice was revealed, a cold watery blue in color. The Gu master was visibly sealed within the ice block, his face still retaining the fear and anxiety before death, but he had lost all signs of life. Even though Bai Ning Bing was already a rank 3 Gu master, once a rank 3 Gu worm was used, his suppressed rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be rapidly used up. At the same time, it cannot display the true power of a rank 3 Gu worm. Moreover, once used, during the following period, the enemy can make use of this opportunity to attack. But Xiong Li's group of 3 were frozen in shock instead, startled by this bluebird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ning Bing did not follow up the attack, and instead turned around and left, attempting to leave the battlefield. This was a wise decision, for if he continued, the situation would become more disadvantageous for him. Damn it, Bai Ning Bing, don't run if you have guts. Big brother Xiong Xian was killed by him. Kill him. Take revenge for brother Xiong Xian. Xiong Li group cursed loudly, but could not catch up. Originally, the four of them were barely enough to form an encirclement, but now that they had one less person, their blockade was easily broken by Bai Ning Bing. Seeing that Bai Ning Bing was about to leave the battlefield, at this time, a moonblade flew out from among the bushes, and a person leapt out and quickly following after. Bam! Bai Ning Bing's ice blade waved and dispelled the moonblade, but his abdomen was hit by someone, throwing him back by 3 large steps. During this period, Xiong Li and the others were sobered from their stupor, getting close and surrounded by Ning Bing again. Bai Ning Bing ignored the 3, staring at the newcomer instead, chuckling. So you finally appeared. It's Fang Yuan. Xiong Lin's eyes shone, seeing a glimmer of hope. Fang Yuan, good job. Xiong Jiang was overjoyed, shouting. Xiong Li stayed silent. Although he seemed rash, his thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else. Fang Yuan did not strike earlier, but suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle all along? The thought of this possibility brought him unease. Fang Yuan smiled mildly, showing a victorious appearance, but his heart sank. Bai Ning Bing's act of retreating was to force him to appear. Fang Yuan was clear of his intentions and saw through it. But so what if he did? He had to show up. Xiong Li's expression was also taken into account, and he had expected it. Rest assured, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've informed the clan, just hang in there for a little longer. Reinforcements are coming. Xiong Li was relieved at once. Xiong Lin, Xiong Zhang's battle spirits were ignited, and Bai Ning Bing suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, so he's called Fang Yuan, such an interesting guy? I only want to kill you even more now. I'm afraid you're not capable enough to achieve that. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, taking a step forward. Bai Ning Bing, the heavens want you dead, you're finished. Xiong Jiang gritted his teeth, running into Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing, you are too arrogant, you will pay the price today. Xiong Lin growled, moving towards Bai Ning Bing's back. Fang Yuan, stay back a little, back us up and prevent Bai Ning Bing from escaping. Xiong Li said. If Fang Yuan interfered, it would destroy the chemistry the 3 of them shared. Battle continued. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil while he continued to constantly attack, treating Xiong Li's words as if they were air. The Xiong Li group frowned. Outsider interference would cause the battle formation to be chaotic, and their cooperation would start to fail. But Fang Yuan's every attack was ruthless and decisive, having a strong grasp of opportunity, instead being of great help to them. At first, Xiong Li growled threateningly at him, but soon, he shut the fuck up. His frowning face slowly eased, and his brows started to raise instead, revealing his surprise towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not strike much, but each attack he made had great implications on the battle. Once his master-level methods were displayed, he instantly grasped the battle in his hands. Xiong Li's group of 5 originally were at a disadvantage when fighting Bai Ning Bing, and ended up getting 2 of their members killed. But once Fang Yuan joined in, along with the 3's combined combat prowess, they managed to suppress Bai Ning Bing into a corner. Bai Ning Bing, just go and die. Xiong Li growled loudly, jumping up and landing heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined to form a punch, slamming toward Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing wanted to dodge, but Fang Yuan appeared at that moment, and at the same time shot out a moonblade, blocking the direction where he wanted to leap. Bai Ning Bing had no choice but to endure Xiong Li's attack. Water Shield Gu. From his nostrils, 2 lines of water vapor coiled around his body, forming a spherical barrier of condensed moisture. With a loud impact and a compressed pop, Xiong Li's heavy punch landed on the barrier, breaking through it instantly. But this act also caused the punch to lose all its built-up velocity and allowed Bai Ning Bing to escape death. Even so, Xiong Li took a glance at Fang Yuan, showing signs of admiration. If not for his superb cooperation, this hit would have been avoided by Bai Ning Bing. It would not have forced Bai Ning Bing to take the hit head-on, expending his primeval essence. Water Shield Gu again. Fang Yuan did not mind Xiong Li's gaze, but focused on Bai Ning Bing, frowning. It was this Water Shield Gu that alleviated Bai Ning Bing's predicament. The defensive power of the Water Shield was superior to even the White Jade Gu. But it had a weakness. He needed to form a ball shape and rely on the moving water to draw the force away, dispersing the damage in order to display its full defensive capabilities. If Bai Ning Bing was up against a wall, he cannot form a ball shape and his defense power would be greatly reduced. There are many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but even then Bai Ning Bing had been very careful, making sure not to get into a tight spot. As long as I beat this Water Shield Gu, I can put Bai Ning Bing in a tight spot. But how? Fang Yuan was thinking, but suddenly Bai Ning Bing's mouth opened, and a new blue bird flew out. Xiong Li and the others were fearful of this attack, but Fang Yuan was not flustered in the least. He snorted coldly, shooting a moonblade. With a bam, the moonblade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ning Bing growled in a low voice. He was too close by, and after the ice bird exploded, he was hit by it too. The impact caused him to fly up and then fall onto the ground. At the same time, half of his left limb was frozen, losing its ability to fight. Divine opportunity. Seeing this, Xiong Li's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting, "Go die!" and his arms gathered to form another punch towards Bai Ning Bing. This hit was too heavy, and as Bai Ning Bing was on the ground, the Water Shield Gu's defensive capabilities were less than half of the usual. If this hit his head, there was no doubt that he, Bai Ning Bing, would instantly die. Chapter 137. Shadow of Death. Seeing that Xiong Li's fist was about to hit Bai Ning Bing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang both showed a joyful expression. Only Fang Yuan stood far away, his eyes shining with solemnness. With his understanding of Bai Ning Bing, how could he commit such a beginner's mistake? As expected, at this moment, Bai Ning Bing suddenly struck. His right hand and forearm's flesh all turned into a transparent blue frosty ice. From outside, his finger bones could be seen. His fingers gathered straight, forming a palm blade and striking like lightning, puncturing Xiong Li's heart. Ugh! Xiong Li's descending body came to a halt. He stared with wide-opened eyes, lowering his head and staring at his chest in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Xiongli. With the sudden twist of events, Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin could not believe it. You think my right arm was really broken by your punch? Naive. I already used the rank 3 ice muscle Gu and trained a body of ice muscles. This is the ultimate defense. The reason I pretended earlier was to give a certain someone a surprise. Bai Ning Bing slowly got up, showing disdain in his eyes, and at the end of his speech, he looked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, staring at him too. Plop. Bai Ning Bing. Xiong Li opened his mouth, saying his last words with difficulty. Bai Ning Bing's ice hand spread out some cold air and froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Scheming scumbag, I will fight it out with you. Xiong Lin saw Xiong Li's death firsthand, and under the extreme pain and anger, he ignored his own danger and charged towards Bai Ning Bing. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, restraining Xiong Lin. Group leader is dead. We are no longer his match. Quickly leave. I'll block him. Xiong Jiang controlled his sadness and said, Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin was dumbfounded, his eyes turning red. Xiong Jiang shrugged his hand backwards and took a step forwards, blocking Bai Ning Bing. Shadow Gu. The shadow below his feet suddenly came alive, distorting creepily, connecting itself to Bai Ning Bing's shadow. I have the Shadow Gu. Once I get hurt, Bai Ning Bing takes the same damage. He won't kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you are still young and have better talent than me or group leader. Go away quickly. Xiong Jiang's gaze was locked onto Bai Ning Bing as he shouted. Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes were teary. He knew the weakness of the Shadow Gu. In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had used the Gu worm too, but once Bai Ning Bing pulled sufficient distance, the shadow would split. Xiong Jiang saying this was just to console him. Especially now, Xiong Jiang did not have enough primeval essence. He had already used up too much, and even the roaming zombie Gu had stopped working. Xiong Lin's feet seems to have taken roots, as he refused to move a step. He turned around, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, why are the reinforcements not here yet? Fang Yuan did not speak, only staring firmly at Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing moved his right arm, and after a while, his right arm regained its fleshy state. He used a mocking tone. Reinforcements? They would have come long ago if it was the case, but this is all a lie. TSK. You are even more naive than the other one. You really think such a cheap method like Shadow Gu can restrain me? He stared at the shadow in disdain, not giving a fuck. Fang Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fist, eyes speaking fire as he asked furiously. Fang Yuan did not care about him, but stared at Bai Ning Bing, his mouth curling into a smile. That move earlier, it expended your primeval essence, right? By now, how much primeval essence do you still have in your aperture? Xiong Li used a defensive Gu worm, but it was weaker than Fang Yuan's white jade Gu. The result was that his defense was penetrated, but such an attack is clearly not owned by a rank 2 Gu master. According to the earlier situation, Fang Yuan guessed that Bai Ning Bing used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu's ability was strong, renowned among the rank 3 Gu, but overuse harmed the user. Joint problems were just a light symptom, but if serious, one's muscles could be frozen and damaged, thus it needed to be used with other Gu worms. Bai Ning Bing had said earlier that his muscles had become ice muscles and could take the cold of the frost. Thus, when used together with the Frost Demon Gu, they complemented each other. This was still Bai Ning Bing using rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, so it had to have high consumption, but he needed to use such a method to break the stalemate. Bai Ning Bing's expression changed. The move earlier had caused a great consumption of his primeval essence, and Fang Yuan saw through it. Thus, after killing Xiongli, he did not strike again, but used the talking time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding, and confessed, "Not bad, my primeval essence is running dry. I left my right limb and used to lure you to attack. But you didn't fall for it." The real battle is just starting, isn't it? Fang Yuan squinted. If Bai Ning Bing denied it, he would attack without doubt. But Bai Ning Bing confessed, showing a look of fearlessness. Either that Bai Ning Bing knew he was going to die, showing no fear towards death, or he probably had other strong trump cards and had great confidence in surviving. Ordinary Gu masters only had 3 to 5 Gu worms, even Qing Shu and Qi Shan were as such. But there are exceptions. For example, Fang Yuan, with the Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, for flavor liquor worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Eargrass, and 9-leaf Vitality Grass. He had 7 Gu worms in his possession. Bai Ning Bing was the Bai clan's hope and had the Northern Dark Ice Soul body, an absolute genius. From the start of his cultivating journey, he had received the full support of his clan, his wealth definitely greater than Fang Yuan. Up till now, he had displayed over 6 Gu worms. Fang Yuan was sure that he had others, and these Gu worms allowed him to be calm despite being in this position of having little primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome kind of opponent is like him, not only having talent, but not fearing death, and having large amount of Gu worms in hand. With these 3, it greatly affected a Gu master's battle in terms of victory or loss. Especially Gu worms, with a strong or special one, it can allow a Gu master to overturn the situation. Bai Ning Bing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm, so even with Fang Yuan's White Jade Gu defending, he could be penetrated. This is also why Fang Yuan had not engaged Bai Ning Bing personally. Fang Yuan had used Gu Yumanshi, Xiong Li and others to fish out Bai Ning Bing's secrets. After all, only knowing one's enemy can one be assured of victory. In comparing talent, Fang Yuan was only a C grade. Compared to Bai Ning Bing, it was a world of difference. Bai Ning Bing started cultivating earlier and had the clan's assistance, and he had more outstanding Gu worms in his possession than Fang Yuan. In terms of temperament, his fearlessness towards death made him almost invulnerable. The difference between the two was that Bai Ning Bing was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. This is the truth, he had to accept it and understand it. But battles are interesting because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not always fall. Fang Yuan wanting to win against the odds, it was not impossible, but he had to use all of the methods he had, and make use of all the strength he could gather. Gu Yumanshi was just the beginning, and Xiongli group is not the end. Thinking so, Fang Yuan struck. With a moonblade, a head flew away, and blood spewed. This moment, Bai Ning Bing's iris shrunk to pin size, his face changing color. Fang Yuan's moonblade did not attack him, but was aimed at Xiongjiang's head. Xiongjiang did not expect Fang Yuan's betrayal. Bai Ning Bing's pressure was too great, and all his attention was gathered on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence left, so to conserve them, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, thus getting one shot. Bam! Bai Ning Bing's face was pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, his ears, nose and eyes had blood traces. Ever since the battle started, this was the most severe injury he had sustained. Shadow Bond Gu. With the shared damage effect, when the Shadow Bond Gu master sustains an injury, the chain-linked Gu master takes 10% of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang is dead, his injuries were connected through the shadow and transmitted to Bai Ning Bing. This injury with a direct effect, even if Bai Ning Bing had the water shield Gu, it cannot block against it. Fang Yuan, what have you done? A second later, Xiong Lin came back from shock and shouted in a furious voice, heartbroken. Fang Yuan ignored him, his body glowing with white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing getting such an injury, his body was wavering, and his head was dizzy, his battle strength dropped drastically. Seeing Fang Yuan attacking, he retreated immediately. Bai Ning Bing, didn't you want a life and death battle? Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth, escaping silently. His footsteps were messy, but he forced himself to focus, ignoring Fang Yuan's taunting. Although he knew he was a dying man and did not fear death, he was not stupid, and with such a dangerous situation, his heart grew calmer. Xiong Lin stood on the spot, not choosing to help Fang Yuan chase Bai Ning Bing. His heart was filled with pain and anger. He hated Bai Ning Bing, and also detested Fang Yuan. Bai and Fang moved closely, traversing the valley. As time passed, Bai Ning Bing's injuries slowly recovered, and his nose and eyes stopped bleeding. Slowly his footsteps became more composed. He did not simply run away, but during this time, used his Gu worm to heal his body's injuries. Fang Yuan's pursued, and his heart was secretly shocked. Previously Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence was almost fully expended, but during this time, the amount he recovered was enough to heal his own injuries. Northern Dark Ice Soul Body, 10 Extreme Talents. What sort of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he knew, the more determined he was to kill Bai Ning Bing. Moonlight Gu. Fang Yuan sent a moon blade around the size of a face flying. It flew across the sky, emitting a buzzing sound. Bai Ning Bing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arm still got sliced away. An injury appeared and blood poured out, but the injury was quickly covered by a layer of frost, stopping the blood. Bai Ning Bing had obtained the ice muscles, and once this is achieved, it was like the black and white boar Gu's strength increase. It required no primeval essence to sustain. But Bai Ning Bing's heart continued to sink. Before his old injuries healed, new injuries would come. Evidently, Fang Yuan wanted to slowly grind him to death. Chapter 138. Someone is actually chasing and trying to kill Bai Ning Bing? There has never been anyone who forced me into such a state. Fang Yuan, you are interesting. Once I recover adequately, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Ning Bing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent from Fang Yuan had him feel suffocated. This, to him, was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, and it developed a twisted sense of excitement. Behind him, Fang Yuan was chasing and getting closer. Take this. He suddenly flicked his wrist and threw a black-colored goo worm. Fang Yuan's steps came to a halt as if an enemy had appeared, but once he got closer, he found out that this was the plunder goo from Xiongzhan. Splat! With a light sound, Fang Yuan caught this goo worm in his hands. The plunder goo was a black beetle, and at a normal size, its head had a pair of metal antennae, and its back had white spots. Once the spring Autumn Cicada revealed its aura, Fang Yuan easily refined this plunder goo and kept it in its aperture with some use of its primeval essence. He continued chasing. For Bai Ning Bing to even use such a method, it showed the severity of his injuries and the desperate situation he was in. But with this action, the distance between Fang Yuan and him had been pulled apart again. Unfortunately, I lack a movement goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ning Bing already. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fang Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo instantly? Bai Ning Bing was shocked in his heart. He obtained this plunder goo and had been refining it for the last few days. Although there were improvements, the process was tough, and he did not succeed. This is also because Xiongzhan's death had an indirect relationship with him. The will of this plunder goo originated from Xiongzhan. Thus, it had greater hatred towards Bai Ning Bing and raised the difficulty in refining it. But Fang Yuan instantly refined this plunder goo, and Bai Ning Bing, who only used his side vision to see this, could feel his heart turn shocked and dismayed. There are a few goo worms that can achieve this, but Bai Ning Bing had never owned one. To think that Fang Yuan would instead? Unknowingly, he had become more wary of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's image in his heart had intensified in a dangerous and mysterious way. However, as time passed, Fang Yuan's heart was the one that sank. The longer it dragged, the more primeval essence would be recovered by Bai Ning Bing, and the lesser injuries he has. Fang Yuan's advantage over him would become milder and milder. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. According to this development, it won't be long before Bai Ning Bing's injury and primeval essence recover sufficiently. Although Fang Yuan had been using the Moonlight Gu to intensify the injuries on him, the Northern Dark Ice Soul Body's talent is too outstanding. It can be said to be a gift from heaven. The primeval essence recovery rate was even faster than Fang Yuan using primeval stones. Unless the people in front encountered a wolf pack and are trapped, or there will be a Gu master group appearing and can temporarily block Bai Ning Bing. But if it is a Bai clan group, I'm in danger. Fang Yuan's thoughts flowed like a whirlpool as he started to have intentions to retreat. Their chase was a long road, but in the middle they did not encounter a single pack of wolves or a Gu master group. This meant to say that Bai Ning Bing, who is selecting the escape route, also has a recon Gu worm and can avoid danger. Qing Mao Mountain is so huge, he can escape in all directions. Fang Yuan has no way to force Bai Ning Bing to run in one direction. Against the wolf tide, the most important thing is to be united and not be isolated by the wolf tide. Once you are isolated, you are in danger. Qing Shu told Fang Zheng as they were rushing on the road. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend using terrain and defeat them head-on. But if it is the frenzy lightning wolf pack, the first thing to do is retreat, then use the signal Gu, and wait for the surrounding Gu masters to regroup. We need at least 3 groups to cooperate to have a good chance of defeating the frenzy lightning wolf. Of course, opponents in the wolf tide are not just lightning wolves, but also Gu masters. Saying so, Gu Qing Shu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Evidently, it was Bai Ning Bing. These days, Bai Ning Bing had been challenging people all over, suppressing his cultivation and only using the rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and found trouble with Xiong Li, Qi Shan, and the rest. From what he declared, Gu Yuqing Shu is his next target. If we encounter Bai Ning Bing, Gu Yuqing Shu continued, the best would be to avoid battling. This sentence entered Fang Zheng's ears and caused his heart to feel disturbed. In his heart, Gu Yuqing Shu, although mild on the outside, had a tough personality and stuck close to his principles. From Gu Yuqing Shu, he could feel a strong sense of kinship. Towards Gu Yuqing Shu, he respected and loved him, and naturally was not willing to see Bai Ning Bing being superior to Qing Shu. Everyone is discussing Bai Ning Bing. What kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The three other people in the group became solemn. Gu Yuqing Shu smiled kindly towards Fang Zheng. He is Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng, listen well. You are still young and have a great talent. You might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you fully grow up, avoid direct conflicts with him. Remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising it. Sometimes, people have to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked towards Qing Shu, and when they made eye contact, he could not help but nod and respond. I understand, brother Qing Shu. Please be rest assured. Good. Qing Shu was still speaking, when suddenly the Recon Gu Master interrupted. Not too far away ahead, there is a Gu Master rapidly moving. Everyone's expressions changed. The healing Gu Master Gu Yu Yaohong's expression was solemn. Must be a small group that got scattered by the wolf pack. Let's go save them. Fang Zheng said instead. Could it be Bai Ning Bing? Doesn't he travel alone usually? It could be him, or not. But if it really is a Gu Master that got lost, no matter which village, they are our alliance mate. We have to go save them, Gu Yuqing Shu said, turning direction and charging towards the Gu Master. The four around him followed closely. But quickly, the Recon Gu Master spoke. It is not a Gu Master. Behind the first Gu Master, there is another one. It's actually two Gu Masters, huh? It seems that the situation is just like Sister Yaohong had said. It should be a group that got separated by the wolf packs. Gu Yu Fang Zheng sighed a breath of relief. Gu Yuqing Shu's expression was unchanging, but the other three's expression became more relaxed. At this point, if one was observing from a higher point of view, they would see Qing Shu's group, Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing, getting closer along the mountain road. Oh, Bai Ning Bing's expression changed. He had a Recon Gu, and he felt that a group of 5 Gu Masters were approaching. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had a Recon-type Gu worm, it could not detect the identities of the people ahead. Every Gu worm had one ability. Thus it had pros and cons, taking Fang Yuan's Earth Communication Eargrass for example. It can hear noise and is most sensitive to footsteps, but it cannot discern information like male or female. And if a Gu Master uses the Silent Step Gu, they can conceal their footsteps and he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who it was, to play it safe, Bai Ning Bing chose to avoid them. But this time, the situation was different. Qing Shu's group was full of elites, and their Recon Gu Master was a professional as well. There's someone. Soon after, Fang Yuan detected the existence of Qing Shu group. He was sprinting, and his right ear had roots growing out, but did not go into the ground. Thus his detection range was not even half of its peak. Bai Ning Bing changed his running direction again, but Qing Shu group followed closely, changing their direction to match. This way, be it Bai Ning Bing or Fang Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were extremely clever. They knew at once. This unknown group is the biggest uncertainty. It would definitely affect the result of the battle. If it is a Bai clan group, I will immediately use the stealth scales Gu and retreat. But if it is the other two clans, hee. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with coldness. He knew that this decision carried certain risks. If it was a Bai clan group and the Gu Masters among them had a detection method, he would be chased into a dead end. But if he lost this prime opportunity, he would probably never have another shot at killing Bai Ning Bing. Furthermore, whichever clan the Gu Masters are from, Fang Yuan had a 66% chance, while Bai Ning Bing only had 1/3, so Fang Yuan had reason to gamble. As they sprinted, the two parties continued to get closer. We can almost see them, right behind that turning point. The Recon Gu Master pointed at a curve along the mountain path. They could not help but slow their footsteps, awaiting the meeting further ahead. A white figure turned around the corner and appeared in front of them. Bai Ning Bing. Fang Zheng shouted in dismay. He had obviously seen Bai Ning Bing's portrait before. The other four, even Qing Shu's expression sank. Bai Ning Bing is in such a sorry state. He must have encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. Humph, he deserves this, traveling alone in the wolf tide. What airs is he trying to put on? Everyone at once did not go up and meet with him. Bai Ning Bing's movements and expression showed signs of escaping. This caused Qing Shu group to feel happy internally. But at this moment, Fang Yuan shouted from over the corner, Bai Ning Bing, why are you running? I must kill you today. Saying this, he was trying to test water. Using the Earth Communication Eargrass, he knew that around the corner, there was an unknown group of 5. If it is a Bai clan group, this proclamation would invite their intense rebuttal. Around the corner, Qing Shu and the others heard this, and their eyeballs rolled wide. What's going on? There's actually someone chasing and trying to kill Bai Ning Bing. Did I get it wrong? Something like this is happening? Getting Bai Ning Bing into such a pathetic state. Who in the world is behind him? Gu Yu Yaohong could not help but look at each other, a look of shock all over their faces. Gu Yu Fangzheng was shocked and suspicious. This voice, why is it so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fang Yuan turned around the corner. What? Gu Yu Qingshu's serious expression turned into dumbfoundedness. The other four stared with their eyes wide open. After seeing Fang Yuan appear, their eyeballs almost dropped. This. Gu Yu Yaoji opened her mouth wide, big enough to swallow a duck egg. Big brother. Fangzheng was tongue-tied. It's him. Even Gu Yu Qingshu, with outstanding composure, was shocked beyond words. Chapter 139. Broken Arm, who was Bai Ning Bing? The #1 genius of Qing Mao Mountain. Someone who could single-handedly change the structure of the three clans, whose cultivation speed left everyone dumbfounded, dimming the luster of even a grade geniuses. No one doubted his future accomplishments. Even his enemies had no choice but to accept the fact his talent was unparalleled. However, now someone was actually making this genius flee in such a wretched state. No one among the Qing Shu group expected this. What was even more astonishing was that the person chasing after Bai Ning Bing was actually from their clan, Fang Yuan. Regarding their impressions of Fang Yuan, they were mainly based around the arena battles and chasing away river-swallowing toad. And since the moment Fang Yuan had admitted defeat to Xiongli, his true strength was widely underestimated. When did Fang Yuan become so powerful? The Qing Shu group found this difficult to accept. Fang Yuan turned around the corner. Gu Yu Qingshu. His mind jolted when he saw the Gu Yu Qingshu group. I won the gamble. Bai Ning Bing, today will be the day you die, Fang Yuan thought. He shouted, little brother, you were here? Great. Quickly stop Bai Ning Bing. He is a heinous murderer who killed the Xiongli group and even our clan's Gu Yu Manshur group. What? But our clans have signed a treaty. No, nothing is too excessive for Bai Ning Bing. So it was like that. No wonder Fang Yuan was able to chase Bai Ning Bing. The Qing Shu group was shocked and came to a realization. It seemed that after Bai Ning Bing had fought several intense battles, his fighting power had fallen to its lowest state, allowing Fang Yuan to luckily seize the upper hand. Am I really going to die here? No. I have just enough primeval essence to self-detonate the frost demon Gu. I still have hope, Bai Ning Bing thought in his mind. In front of him was the Qing Shu group, and behind him was Fang Yuan. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Actually, there was a rift in Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng's relationship. Fang Zheng naturally wouldn't heed Fang Yuan's words. However, Bai Ning Bing didn't know of this. As an outsider, he only saw the similarity in appearance between Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan, and firmly made a choice. He lifted his right arm, pouring all the hard-earned primeval essence that he had recovered into the frost demon Gu in his right palm. The muscles in his right arm transformed into a light blue ice. One could clearly see the white bones of his arm within the ice. Bang! With an explosive sound, Bai Ning Bing's whole right arm suddenly self-detonated. Steam and mist arose, and an intense chill started to crazily pervade the surroundings. Snap, crack. Pure, white frost spread onto the narrow mountain path in the blisteringly hot summer, covering the soil and the trees. The temperature abruptly dropped. He sacrificed his entire right arm. Fang Zheng was aghast by Bai Ning Bing's ruthless move. Quick, retreat. Gu Yu Qingshu grabbed Fang Zheng and hurriedly ran away. Great amounts of frost rushed towards them like the wolf tide. It would be very troublesome if they actually got frozen. Fang Yuan retreated to a distance of 100 steps along with the Qing Shu group as the onslaught of frost gradually dwindled. Originally, the mountain path had been full of lush trees, filled with the fragrance of wild plants. Now, it had become a world of ice. The trees were all frozen, and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Fang Yuan stepped onto the snow and approached the middle of the mountain path. Bai Ning Bing's whole body was frozen in ice like an insect in amber, his expression still showing the malevolent decisiveness and ruthlessness of his personality. He suicided, Fang Zheng muttered. The Qing Shu group had quickly followed after Fang Yuan. No, Qing Shu's expression was very heavy. Bai Ning Bing has already formed ice muscles. This layer of ice crystals won't freeze him to death and will instead act as his armor, giving him time to recover. Fang Yuan stared closely at Bai Ning Bing and threw a moonblade. Screech. The moonblade produced a crisp sound when it struck the ice crystals. On the 3 meters high and 2 meters wide ice crystal, there was only a shallow scar. But in just a moment, the cold aura within the ice crystal filled the injury and the scar disappeared. Fang Yuan, is what you said earlier true? Qing Shu turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Of course, only Xiong Lin remains of the Xiongli group, and he can testify for me. We can't stay here for too long. The details will have to wait. We must quickly leave this place. Fang Yuan nodded and answered. He had made up his mind to leave. He knew he was unable to destroy this ice crystal. Even if they were to combine their strengths to destroy it, it would waste a lot of time and primeval essence. If Bai Ning Bing broke out of the ice, their fighting strength would have dropped and his fighting strength would have recovered, making it a bad situation if a battle started. Leave? Why should we leave? Fang Zheng couldn't refrain from asking in a loud voice. Bai Ning Bing has already destroyed his right arm, and with the battles he went through, he is tired both mentally and physically. We can break open this ice crystal and activate the signal Gu for the clan's reinforcements to eliminate him. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Everyone's hearts were moved by these words. Since Fang Yuan could chase Bai Ning Bing and try to kill him, why can't we do the same? Several Gu masters looked at each other, and they couldn't help but have such thoughts. If we kill Bai Ning Bing, we will become great heroes of the Gu Yu clan. But if we kill him, won't the Bai village start a war in their anger? And now, there is the wolf tide. No, it is exactly because there is a wolf tide that even if we kill Bai Ning Bing, Bai village will just have to swallow their bitterness. Right, a dead genius isn't a genius. The group members discussed, their minds set on the fame and glory. Truly stupid. How can you imagine the power of the northern dark ice soul physique? Fang Yuan squinted his eyes while sneering inwardly. He was not going to accompany these people if they wanted to look for death. Gu Yu Qing Shu also hesitated. He, no doubt, had much deeper understanding of Bai Ning Bing than the rest of the group. He didn't know of the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, but he didn't have much yearning towards the fame from killing Bai Ning Bing, either. He was indifferent towards fame and profits. He had once been nurtured by Gu Yu Bo as the next clan head, but he willingly gave up this position to Fang Zheng. His true concerns lay within the interests of the clan, and his heart was intricately linked with the clan's well-being. Bai village's emergence is completely due to Bai Ning Bing. If we kill Bai Ning Bing, our Gu Yu clan will remain the #1 clan of Qing Mao Mountain. Although Bai Ning Bing is a rank 3 Gu master, I have the wood charm Gu and the ability to fight with him. Moreover, he just lost his right arm and he will certainly need some time to get used to the absence of a limb. This can be the greatest disadvantage in a life and death battle. Qing Shu thought. Gu Yu Qing Shu's gaze turned resolute. Fang Yuan was observing Qing Shu's expression the entire time. He realized what the latter had chosen to do when he saw Qing Shu's expression. If Gu Yu Qing Shu uses the wood charm Gu without any regards to the consequences, he will be much stronger than the average rank 3 Gu master and even have the power to surpass levels in fight. However, the one he is facing is Bai Ning Bing, who possesses the northern dark ice soul physique. The battle definitely won't be easy. Since Bai Ning Bing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally restore his rank 3 cultivation. Right now he has enough time inside the ice crystal to remove this restriction. Once he breaks out, he will very likely be as a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ning Bing was extremely talented, and Fang Yuan had needed external help to fight against him even when Bai Ning Bing's cultivation was suppressed to rank 2. Once Bai Ning Bing enters rank 3, his fighting strength would rise by several times. Fang Yuan was the main cause of the loss of his right arm. When the battle begins, Bai Ning Bing's ruthless temperament will definitely target Fang Yuan. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some concerns and didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of Gu Yu Qing Shu. Thus, Fang Yuan immediately expressed his intention to leave and left the battlefield, ignoring the urges of others to stay. He really left? Such a coward. Him leaving is good. If he were to meddle, it might instead destroy our tacit teamwork. Ha ha ha. It really frightened me when I saw him chasing after Bai Ning Bing. Now it seems Fang Yuan is indeed Fang Yuan, a coward who admitted defeat in the Gu battle competition. Quit it. Everyone has their own ambitions. At least, he gave us intel on Bai Ning Bing before he left. Moreover, he will inform the clan who will send reinforcements. As Qing Shu gazed at the departing figure of Fang Yuan, his brows slightly furrowed. Group leader, you are too kind. There is no need to justify for cowards like Fang Yuan. Right. Although Fang Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother, the way I see it, one is earth and the other is heaven. I have already stopped talking with Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng's face grew red. He felt ashamed at Fang Yuan's running away before battle. Fang Zheng, you leave too. Gu Yu Qing Shu suddenly spoke. What? Fang Zheng's eyes were wide open. As the clan's only a grade talent, we can't lose you. Bai Ning Bing may have lost an arm, but the following battle will definitely be very dangerous. For the clan, we can die, but you, Fang Zheng, must not die. The other 4 members were all moved. Well said. A bright laughter echoed, and an old Gu master appeared. Lord Elder. Fang Zheng promptly paid his respects. He recognized this man as a very senior clan elder. The elder drew near, looking at Gu Yu Qing Shu with praise. Gu Yubo raised a great adopted son. With such feelings of fighting to the death for the clan, why would we have to worry about our Gu Yu clan not expanding? Fang Zheng was still growing up, and after the Wang heir's assassination attempt, the clan had sent an elder to always follow Fang Zheng and protect him. Fang Zheng, you don't need to take part in the fight. But don't leave, you can just observe from a distance. Isn't it just a Bai Ning Bing? I've always heard about how outstanding he is and how he has the strength of an elder. Humph, now it seems he is only just a kid. How much battle experience can he have? Mutilating himself, he is really amateurish. The elder snorted in disdain. Gu Yuqing Shu still wanted to persist in his own viewpoint, but it wouldn't be good to refute the elder's decision. As a junior, he needed to respect the old and take care of the young. How could he so easily refute and question his elder? Chapter 140. Gu Yuqing Shu vs. Bai Ning Bing, Part 1. The time Bai Ning Bing took to break out of the ice was shorter than anyone had imagined. With a loud crack, the ice crystal began to fracture, the cracks intensifying until it completely broke from within. The clan elder, Gu Yuqing Shu, Gu Yu Yao Hong, and the others, totaling up to 5 altogether, had surrounded him. Gu Yu Fang Zheng was standing far away on the mountain slope, staring at the battle from a higher ground while staying vigilant. Once a Bai Clan Gu master group appears, he has to send out a warning immediately. Bai Ning Bing, you dare to kill the Gu masters in our clan, breaking the 3-clan alliance openly. Paying a life for a life is natural law. What else do you have to say? The clan elder said with a haughty snort. Bai Ning Bing did not pay him any mind, staying quiet and staring at his right arm instead. His left arm floundered in vain, grasping nothing as it was reaching for something that wasn't even there in the first place. He started to frown, his face dim like water as lightning started to nurture between his eyes, actually forcing me to lose off my right arm. This guy is called Fang Yuan, right? Listening to Xiong Li and Qing Shu's words, he had already learned Fang Yuan's name. Muttering, Bai Ning Bing's pair of crystal blue eyes was filled with extremely callous killing intent. His body emanated the oppressive aura of a rank 3 Gu master. As Fang Yuan had predicted earlier, with the capabilities to seal his own cultivation, Bai Ning Bing was also able to release the restrictions on it. It was just that in the battle earlier, he did not have sufficient time to unlock it. Now, the white-silver primeval essence of rank 3 filled his aperture fully. The dense primeval essence placed great pressure on his surrounding aperture walls. Bai Ning Bing knew that he was moving towards the path of destruction. A Gu master's aperture produced primeval essence, and the primeval essence, in turn, nurtures the aperture. The truth being, as long as the primeval essence exists within the aperture, it acts as a form of nurturing towards the aperture. It is just that this effect is not very evident, far less effective than the Gu master using the primeval essence to do so. This was similar to how a still sea water would still have a corrosive effect towards surrounding rocks, but this effect is less evident than the waves hitting on the rocks. But to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, after attaining rank 3, even if they do not expend primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence is stored in the aperture, the nurturing effect would be the same as if a Gu master was actively using the primeval essence to nurture their aperture. This is the secret behind the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique's ability to raise a Gu master's cultivation at rocket speed. Moreover, this nurturing effect would become stronger as the primeval essence is refined. At rank 4, as long as primeval essence exists within the aperture, they would nourish the aperture and the effect would be several times better than a regular Gu master using primeval essence to nurture their aperture. With ordinary Gu masters, the higher their cultivation, the slower the speed of cultivation. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the opposite. The higher the cultivation, the stronger their aptitude and the faster their cultivation, until they explode into oblivion. As an analogy, it is similar to a person in free fall. Dependent on the posture and qualities of that person, they would continue to accelerate as they descended, albeit dying a horrible death once they reach the ground. The 10 extreme physiques cultivation technique is falling from the highest point with the most suited conditions to fall faster than anyone else. As their cultivation gets faster and faster, it only gives them the temporary glory that they attained before they face the threat of death approaching. Like a meteor landing on Earth, moving toward its own destruction, the point where it shines the brightest comes only at the very moment where it burns up completely in the atmosphere. Earlier, the reason Bai Ning Bing had diluted his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence was because of this. Right now, his aperture was completely filled with white-silver primeval essence again, and he could feel that every second, his cultivation was steadily rising and improving, actually forcing me to use the white-silver primeval essence, and even making me go as far as to sacrifice the Frost Demon Gu. Where is Fang Yuan? Bai Ning Bing's killing intent intensified as he asked. His blue iris swept across the surroundings, but could not find a trace of Fang Yuan. The frost demon Gu that he sacrificed was a rank 3 Gu worm, one that he only managed to refine after 3 failures and consuming a large amount of resources. Now that it was gone, it is truly a waste. Although Bai Ning Bing is rank 3, it only happened recently, and even with the clan's support, he could not hog all the resources to himself. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 Gu worms. Now that the frost demon Gu is gone, he only had the bluebird ice coffin Gu left. The more he thought about it, the more he felt angered. Since the start of his youth, he had never suffered such a loss. If Fang Yuan was here, he'd have attacked in a frenzy with no one able to stop him. Bai Ning Bing's disregard caused the Guyu clan elder to feel greatly humiliated. Arrogant young lad, eat my moonblade slash. He shouted and jumped. Humph. Bai Ning Bing's left arm swept, and the frost air that gushed out formed into a long ice blade. The original ice blade he created was only over a meter long, but now it was 2 meters in length, with an even deadlier edge and greater frost energy. Qing. The clan elder raised both hands shining with moonlight to collide with the ice blade, emitting a metallic noise. The clan elder's face was full of shock, however, as he took a step back, and both his palms clapped together and slashed out. Golden Moon Slash. A curved moonblade, over a meter long with a golden body, emitted a dominating aura as it flew out. The golden moonlight reflected on Bai Ning Bing's pale face. He laughed as he raised the ice blade in his left hand, attacking head-on. Clank. Moonblade and ice blade colliding. The golden moon disappeared, and the ice blade broke into small fragments of ice. This is a battle between rank 3 Gu masters? Really strong, not only the ice blade, but also that golden moonblade. I cannot block either. Far away, Fang Zheng watched in fascination, with his lacking knowledge. How can this be? A rank 2 ice blade Gu, managing to block my rank 3 moonhand blade, as well as the golden moon. Clan elder stared with bulging eyes, disbelief in his tone. The northern dark ice soul physique had a strengthening effect towards ice Gu, a variation of water-type Gu. In addition, this boost grew stronger as the Gu master's cultivation rose. Bai Ning Bing, at rank 3 in cultivation, can make a rank 2 Gu worm display rank 3 power. When he is rank 4, if he used a rank 4 Gu worm, it would have an effect that can even surpass rank 5. Firstly, he suppressed his cultivation, thus only the effect of recovering primeval essence remained. Now that his limiter was off and he was back to rank 3, the northern dark ice soul physique's true ability was starting to show up. Old man, you don't know a lot of things. Bai Ning Bing's feet paused, holding his ice blade horizontally, as he started to rotate. Hello. The intense sound of the wind enveloped him as he became faster and faster. Howl. The wind seemed to have transformed into a beast howl, a 5-meter sword storm forming after a matter of minutes. The tornado-like winds were white in color, whipping out and causing the people nearby to have numbed senses. Quickly dodge. Even a clan elder, upon seeing this, did not dare to challenge it. He quickly avoided. But the other rank 2 Gu masters could not manage to dodge in time. The ice blade storm came at once, with a speed 3 times or even greater than before. As soon as the 2 male Gu masters were caught up in the storm, their cries came to a stop. In a matter of seconds, they were already minced to a paste by the ice blades and lost their lives on the spot. Save me. Guyu Yaohong screamed in fear, seeing that she was about to be swept into the tornado and perish. Green Vine Gu. Guyu Qing Shu shot out green vines, which quickly coiled around Guyu Yaohong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to drag her back, the ice blade storm had already reached her, devouring her in one shot. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blades instantly went to work, cutting this female Gu master into 5 or 6 pieces. The icy air had already frozen her blood before she could bleed. Soon after, these pieces were further cut into smaller pieces, forming palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yaohong. Seeing this scene, Qing Shu grieved with sorrowful eyes. Sister Yaohong. On the slope, Fang Zheng could not take such an intense scene, kneeling on the ground with a soulless gaze, tears overflowing from his eyes. Damn it, Steel Shirt Gu. The clan elder took a deep breath as his body glowed with black light, looking as he was covered in a steel armor. He used both arms to cover his face as his legs sprinted, charging towards the icy blue ice blade storm. Chink, chink, chink. He charged inside bravely. In a few breaths' time, the ice blades hacked on his body numerous times, emitting a crisp sound. A moment later, the storm ended. Bai Ning Bing and the clan elder faced each other. Old thing, you are asking for death. Bai Ning Bing's blue iris were pure, complementing his white hair and white clothes while standing still in the cold winds. His left hand's ice blade had already broken into 2, but this did not stop it from penetrating the elder's heart. Clan elder lowered his head, staring at his left chest, his mouth emitting a sound of helplessness and shock. Bai Ning Bing let go of his right hand, abandoning this ice blade. He walked past the clan elder, steadily approaching. Behind him, the clan elder's face was covered with a light blue frost, and soon he collapsed onto the ground to never get up again. Far away, Fang Zheng saw this scene, and his irises shrunk to the size of pins, intense fear spreading throughout his body. This was out of his wildest dreams. A Grand Rank 3 clan elder actually died like this. This Bai Ning Bing is so strong. Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can let you die peacefully. Bai Ning Bing walked towards Gu Yuqingshu. Bai Ning Bing. Gu Yuqingshu sighed deeply, staring at Bai Ning Bing without fear. You and I have fought over 10 times, you are getting stronger, and right now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot cause me to betray my clansmen. Come, fight me. Just you? Hee hee. Bai Ning Bing snorted in disdain, turning around to look at Fang Zheng, raising a brow. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Gu Yuqingshu's expression changed, taking a big step out and blocking Bai Ning Bing. Don't think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ning Bing's face sank. You are quite an interesting opponent. Keeping you alive can add some color to my life. But my mood is very bad now. Don't take my patience for granted. Tell me nicely, which direction Fang Yuan went. Gu Yuqingshu replied him in the most direct way with action. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Woodcharm Gu. Chapter 141. Gu Yuqingshu vs. Bai Ning Bing. Part 2. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu worm, Qingshu's eyes turned into a jade green color. At this moment, his aura changed. From a vibrant human, it turned into a deep, serene forest feeling. Oh, Bai Ning Bing showed slight shock unknowingly. He pouted in dissatisfaction. It seems that after a long time, you've gained some interesting new skills. Icicle Gu. He willed the Gu, and 5 sharp icicles appeared out of nowhere. Go. Bai Ning Bing's ice hand pointed, and the icicle shot out. Pow pow pow. From Qingshu's palms, 2 vines grew out. The vines danced in the air like 2 snakes, dancing agilely, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicle changed directions, only scraping Qingshu's shoulder and stabbed deeply into the ground, the hard mountain rock, and the forest that stood like a statue. Qingshu easily broke through the attack, causing Bai Ning Bing's attack to be futile. Bai Ning Bing laughed coldly. Your whipping skills got better, but I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone with a mild blue light. 10 icicles appeared immediately, floating in front of him before shooting towards Qingshu. After that, 10 more were created. Like this, over several times, it turned into an icicle rain. Swoosh. The icicle tore through the air, emitting a sound that shocked people's hearts. Qingshu dodged while manipulating his green vine with both hands, dancing like a shadow. His whipping technique, after countless practices, had gotten to a level where he could command them like his fingers, fully in sync. But there was too many icicles. Qingshu was bound to miss some, and his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle penetrated his right shoulder, and the tip appeared from behind him. Pin needle Gu. Qingshu controlled the pain, sweeping his long hair. From the tips of his hair, numerous jade-colored pin needles shot out. The pin needles engulfed Bai Ning Bing, but he managed to activate the water shield Gu in time. It had gotten stronger too, and was much thicker than before, being no weaker than a rank 3 Gu worm's defense. The pin needles entered the water shield and slowed to a halt, before being purged by the water currents. But this also forced Bai Ning Bing to stop his icicle attack. Seeing this opportunity, Qingshu ignored the pain and pulled out the icicle from his shoulder by force. There was no blood dripping out. One was due to the icicle's cold air, and the other was because his body was gradually turning into wood. Bai Ning Bing kept the water shield Gu, his gaze attracted to Gu Yuqingshu's injury. From the opening on his torn shirt, he could see Qingshu's injury, revealing the rings of the tree trunk, and his flesh could be seen recovering at an observable speed, and on the newly grown muscles, the tree's ring lines were formed. At the same time, both his ears started to become longer, and his hair turned jade green, with green leaves growing within. Both his hands, from the fleshy color of a normal person, turned darker and more reserved. His skin became harder, and turned into the brown tree bark. This was the first time he had used the wood charm Gu without considering the consequences. The wood charm Gu was causing him to turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Gu Yuqingshu could feel the rich natural essence in the air. These essence could not be felt by ordinary Gu masters. Only special life forms like tree spirits could feel, absorb, and use them. Gu Yuqingshu felt that he was soaking in his mother's liquid, thick essence enveloping him, giving him a strong sense of fulfillment. On his body, the Moonworld Gu did not change, but the Green Vine Gu, Pin Needle Gu, and the Vitality Grass all showed signs of growth. With Qingshu's identity as a tree spirit, when he uses these would attribute Gu worms, their power is amplified. Gu Yuqingshu breathed deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich natural essence gave him an almost infinite source of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But in his heart, a deep sense of fear also rose. He knew that if he was greedy over this strong and comfortable feeling and used the wood charm Gu without restraint, he would eventually turn into a dead treeman. Anything had its price. Gu Yuqingshu soon suppressed this fear. He stared at Bai Ning Bing and said 2 words, "Let's fight." Thus, the intense battle started. Green Vine versus Ice Blade, Icicle versus Pin Needles. One was the northern dark ice soul physique, with insane primeval essence recovery rate, and the other was the wood charm tree spirit, using all the natural essence as his own. This battle had far surpassed the realm of ordinary rank 3 Gu masters. Fang Zheng stood on the slope, watching dumbstruck. He had never seen such an all-out intense fight. Normally speaking, Gu masters have limited primeval essence, and they always have to keep 10% of it as reserves, carefully using them, like thin ice. But now, be it Qing Shu or Bai Ning Bing, both were using it without constraints as if they had an unlimited supply of primeval essence. The entire path was wrecked by their battle. Huge trees fell and were destroyed, mountain rocks smashed to bits. After a long time, Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu, Bai Ning Bing grabbed an opportunity and opened his mouth, and from within, an ice blue bird flew out. The flying bird chirped, its body like a pigeon, but under the boost of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually turned into the size of an eagle while flying, and after circling for a while, flew towards Gu Yuqingshu. Gu Yuqingshu could not dodge in time, so he faced it head-on. Bam! A sound explosion later, Gu Yuqingshu was frozen in an ice crystal as large as a room. "It's over." Bai Ning Bing sighed as he had not fully enjoyed himself. He saw the immobile Gu Yuqingshu within the ice crystal and muttered, "Thanks for providing me such an interesting experience. This battle is the most exciting one I've had thus far. Qing Shu, your death has meaning. I will remember it clearly." Lord Qing Shu. On the slope, Fang Zheng shouted loudly. "Why are you shouting? You mere ant. The next one will be you." Bai Ning Bing snorted, walking towards Fang Zheng. At this point, the sound of the ice crystal breaking entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that within the ice crystal, Qing Shu had undergone a massive transformation. His body became bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master outfit was almost ripped. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized leaves grew on it endlessly, turning into a thick greenery. His fingers had turned into sturdy wood, his limbs turning into thick tree branches, only having a rough form for his arms and legs. With a sound, the ice crystal broke completely. Gu Yuqingshu stood up. He had already changed in appearance completely. The original delicate and handsome human face turned into a sharp-nosed, huge tree spirit face. He was 3 meters tall with a strong body, wearing tree barks as his armor, and on them were large amounts of leaves and vines. Bai Ning Bing stared at his transformation in shock. Compared to this Qing Shu, he was like a child beside an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is way harder to refine than my frost demon Gu." Bai Ning Bing found the answer. Tree spirit wood charm can use the essence in the air. No wonder Gu Yuqingshu had such ample primeval essence. He realized at once, but got more confused. He asked the question in his heart, "Qing Shu, using the wood charm Gu like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead treeman? So what if you win me? You're destined to die." Bai Ning Bing. Gu Yuqingshu's voice became low. "I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, adopted by the clan leader. Yet we walk on such different paths. A tree dying in a forest is nothing, for as long as the forest exists, numerous trees will continue to grow and rise up. Let's have our final battle, my nemesis." Saying so, hundreds of green vines assaulted Bai Ning Bing like giant pythons. For the clan? What a fool. Bai Ning Bing retreated in a rush. But the green vine's speed was faster than before by several times, quickly chasing up to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing controlled his body and dodged nimbly. Green vines thick as an arm swept near his body, hitting the soil or the mountain rocks, causing the soil to fly and the rock fragments to scatter. Water shield Gu. Bai Ning Bing could not dodge in time, and created his shield. Qing Shu had seen through the weakness of this Gu worm. He did not attack forcefully, but manipulated the vines to wrap around the shield. Next, he pulled back his strength, and the water shield came into contact. The surface water current moved quickly as it hit the green vines, causing water to splash everywhere. The water shield could not endure the strength of the green vine's restriction, and shrunk in size, on the verge of collapsing. Not good. If the water shield breaks and I get entangled in the green vines, I will get killed by Gu Yuqingshu. Bai Ning Bing in the water shield was sure of his situation. In the next moment, the water shield exploded. Bam! An ice blade storm exploded from within, becoming larger and larger. Bai Ning Bing purposely withdrew the water shield Gu's defense. Since defending couldn't work, he He had to fight offense with offense. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. The white ice blade storm flew towards Qing Shu. The vines could not stop this tornado and were cut into numerous segments by the ice blades. Nice timing. Qing Shu had no fear, his large body bravely entering the ice blade storm. With a bam, he knocked onto the white color tornado. He opened both hands, wrapping around it. Crack, crack. The sharp ice blades cut through his body, and numerous leaves and tree bark were sent flying. The delayed sense of pain assaulted him as Qing Shu growled in pain, but did not let go, using all his strength to grip the tornado. The ice blade storm was actually shrinking under his strength. Damn it. This maniac that doesn't care for his life. Bai Ning Bing scolded internally. In this situation, there was no other way. He could only create more ice blades and rotate faster, competing with Qing Shu. The ice blades slashed on Qing Shu's body and gradually became blunt, but under the ice blade Gu's power, they sharpened once again. The battle was at a stalemate, out of their control, and no one could hold back and stop. Either Qing Shu kills Bai Ning Bing, or Bai Ning Bing kills Qing Shu. Pitting offense with offense, the battle was filled with bravery and intensity. Chapter 142, Qing Shu vs. Bai Ning Bing, Part 3. Fang Yuan stood far away, not even daring to take a deep breath as he watched. The battle had reached the climax. The winner and loser will be decided in this showdown. Lord Qing Shu, hang in there. Fang Yuan was so nervous his body was shaking. He knew that going over would only cause trouble. Thus he could only cheer for Qing Shu loudly. As if he heard Fang Yuan's voice, the ice blade storm got smaller, forcefully suppressed by Qing Shu. Damn it. I can actually get into a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth, rotating slower as his primeval essence recovery could not keep up with his expenditure, getting into a helpless situation. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery is very fast, but the recovery speed at rank 3 is still slightly inferior to the tree spirit's ability to extract natural essence. If Bai Ning Bing could cultivate to rank 4, his recovery speed would greatly surpass the Wood Charm Gu. Except, in life and death battles, there is no if. Whether it's win or lose, the results have to be accepted. Eventually the ice blade storm stopped, but Qing Shu also paid a heavy price. His arms were large like a horse carriage, and at the moment on his left arm, he had 2 fingers left and 3 on his right. Both his palms were sliced off by half due to the ice blades. But when his palms gradually gathered together towards the middle, new tree branches grew again rapidly from his palm, interweaving together. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ning Bing within. Damn it! Bai Ning Bing gritted his teeth. His primeval essence was running dry. He could only be at Qing Shu's mercy. We won. Far away, Fang Yuan jumped at this sight. Am I going to die? Bai Ning Bing shouted in his heart, his eyes widening as he saw the 2 palms approaching. When both palms clasped together, he would be smashed into a bloody meat pie. But the palm's speed became slower, and slowly stood in midair. Bai Ning Bing was stunned momentarily, before realizing that Qing Shu's body had developed problems, instantly being overjoyed. Damn, I was so close. At this moment, Qing Shu's heart was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all senses, completely turning into wood. At the same time, he gradually lost the connection to his intestines and lungs. The Wood Charm Gu's ability had corroded his entire body, bringing him to the brink of death. No, it cannot end like this. I can still use the Green Vine Gu. Qing Shu forced himself to focus and activated the Green Vine Gu. Numerous thick vines appeared and attacked Bai Ning Bing through the openings of the cage. Bai Ning Bing dodged quickly, but he had undergone several battles, and his stamina was greatly depleted. Furthermore, there was little space in the cage, and he could not move much. Thus eventually a vine entangled onto his right leg and tripped him. It's over. Qing Shu sighed in relief, as he quickly moved tens of green vines to follow up. At his moment of life and death, Bai Ning Bing's aperture finally recovered enough primeval essence for his usage requirement. He used all the primeval essence without further thoughts, sending it all into the Ice Blade Gu, and formed a new Ice Blade. The Ice Blade was sharp and cut off the green vine on his right leg. Bai Ning Bing rolled in a sorry state, managing to avoid tens of vines. The green vines hit the ground and penetrated the thick earth. The soil flew around, and the green vines attacked once again. Bai Ning Bing breathed heavily as he used the Ice Blade to defend desperately. The green vines attacked from all directions, as if he was walking on thin ice. A single mistake by Bai Ning Bing would cause him to be instantly killed by the vines. But he was after all a top-tier genius. With the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all the potential in him, and his evasive actions became quick and clear. Although he was tripped sometimes by the green vines, he managed to avoid the danger and eventually kept his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blades, and their amount became less and less. It was not that Qing Shu did not want to activate the green vine Gu and produce more vines, but it was because the surrounding natural essence had been almost fully absorbed by him. Although outside, there was still essence in the air gathering. The diluted essence in the air was no longer able to fulfill the green vine Gu's needs. There was an even worse piece of news. The wood charm Gu's strength had completely corroded Gu Yu Qing Shu's body and was starting to take over his consciousness. Gu Yu Qing Shu's consciousness started to become dazed, and he had intermediate blankouts. The aura of death was blowing on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was indignant, forcing his mind to focus and put in the last-ditch effort in killing Bai Ning Bing. He could no longer see anything, for the wood charm Gu had taken over his eyes, and he could not hear any longer either, his ears merely an accessory now. He only had a meager sense of touch. Relying on Bai Ning Bing's retaliation, he judged the distance and position and attacked. His efforts were rewarded, as Bai Ning Bing was finally captured. A vine wrapped around his neck and raised him up, gradually tightening. Bai Ning Bing could feel difficulty in breathing. It was no use even if he opened his mouth. Along with Qing Shu, they was progressing towards death. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. An intense battle had ended. On the floor laid 5 corpses with opened eyes. They were all Bai Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu to sneak attack, with the advantage of the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars along with his 500 years of experience, he displayed shocking abilities. Although he told Qing Shu he was going to return to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to hide himself, moving around the battlefield and going to the area where Man Shi and Xiongli died. He collected the Gu worms in Man Shi and his groupmates' corpses, and when he got to Xiongli's corpse, he found that the corpse was missing, not to mention their Gu worms. It seems that Xiongli collected their corpses. What a waste. I wanted to get Xiongli's brown bear innate strength Gu. Fang Yuan sighed. Leaving Xiongli alive was not what he wanted. But back then, after he had killed Xiongjiang, Xiongli was already vigilant. Thus killing the latter would expend much effort. At that time, Bai Ning Bing was close by. If Fang Yuan and Xiongli fought, Bai Ning Bing would be overjoyed. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiongli's body. He already has the strength of a bear. He might have given the Gu back to his clan already. Fang Yuan focused his gaze and escaped the mountain path battlefield. Qing Shu and the others fighting against Bai Ning Bing would cause a huge commotion, and it will be detected by the surrounding wolf packs and Gu masters. Although Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Qing Shu's group, he had seen firsthand the power of the wood charm Gu in his previous life. Against Bai Ning Bing, there would at least be an intense struggle. He was unwilling to give up such a chance, thus he chose to wait at the surroundings. At times, Gu masters were attracted by the sounds of the intense battle, so Fang Yuan lured some wolf packs over and restrained them. Those that he cannot stop, Fang Yuan would strike with his own hands. The mountain path battlefield's noise has come to a halt. It seems they are deciding the victor already. His right ear had roots growing out, digging into the mountain walls, allowing Fang Yuan to hear some things from the battlefield. Honestly speaking, Qing Shu's performance was better than expected. After Bai Ning Bing lost his right arm, the effect on his battle strength was much greater than Fang Yuan had expected. But soon, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He heard large amounts of footsteps from 2 directions, heading towards the battlefield. One direction was from Guyu village, while the other direction was from the Bai clan village. Each group had at least 20 people. It was not something a bold lightning wolf pack could block, and Fang Yuan could not lure 2 groups of wolf over anyway. It seems the news about this battle has been found out by someone. So these are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I have to enter the mountain path immediately. Fang Yuan's distance was shorter, thus being the first to enter the mountain path. The battlefield scenario was not out of his expectations. From the cage's opening, he could see Bai Ning Bing hanging by the vines on his last breath, but was still barely alive. The ice muscles' defense are stubbornly sustaining Bai Ning Bing's life. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged as he took a few steps forwards, sprinting towards Bai Ning Bing. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a flurry of pin needles surrounded Fang Yuan like rain droplets. It was Gu Yu Qing Shu's pin needle Gu, attacking Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan retreated immediately, avoiding the pin needle ring. He focused the gaze at the large tree, realizing at once. It seems that Gu Yu Qing Shu's consciousness had been blurred to the point where he can no longer differentiate between friend or foe. He's merely relying on his will and attempting to kill Bai Ning Bing. Anyone that intrudes the battlefield would be regarded as an interferer by him. At this moment, Bai Clan Gu masters appeared from the mountain path. Seeing such an intense battlefield, their faces showed a shocked expression. The lad over there, don't make any unnecessary movements. A rank 3 Gu master shouted towards Fang Yuan, his tone full of warning and threat. This Bai Ning Bing is such a cockroach. Fang Yuan, seeing this scene, laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that he could not have the last strike. Firstly, Qing Shu's consciousness was blurred. A green vine was insufficient to kill Bai Ning Bing, who had the ice muscles. For Fang Yuan to get close to Bai Ning Bing, he had to break through Qing Shu's trap, but this way, it would divert much of his attention and might even help Bai Ning Bing in escaping his predicament. Even if they broke through by force, Bai Clan's rank 3 Gu masters and rank 2 elites were not for show, they would definitely stop him. Furthermore, fighting against Bai Ning Bing had danger as well. Bai Ning Bing's aperture had recovered primeval essence sufficiently to at least use the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu. Even if Fang Yuan managed to kill Bai Ning Bing, these Bai Clan elites would not let go of him. They would definitely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The distance is too long. There are at least 20 steps to get to him, and my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps. Furthermore, to kill this Bai Ning Bing, who is destined to die anyway, I would need to put my life at such risk, greatly interfering with my rebirth plans. It is not worth it. Thinking so, Fang Yuan took a few steps back. This was evidently a weak and cowardly movement, causing the Bai Clan Gu masters to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 143. Answer. Soon after, Fang Zheng rushed over as well. Lord Qing Shu. He had an exhilarated expression, stupidly running towards Guyu Qing Shu, but soon was forced to retreat by the pin needles. Group leader, it's me, Fang Zheng. He shouted in shock, sensing something amiss for the first time. But how could Guyu Qing Shu answer him? Big brother, what's wrong with Lord Qing Shu? Fang Zheng, under confusion and shock, could only turn to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan ignored him, squatting down and grabbing with his right hand, making a claw shape towards Bai Ning Bing. Plunder Gu. He secretly activated this Gu, quickly sensing that he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out of Bai Ning Bing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ning Bing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ning Bing never used it, as he quickly reached rank 3 cultivation. Now, it became Fang Yuan's loot. Seeing the red steel relic Gu coming out of Bai Ning Bing's body and flying away, landing in Fang Yuan's palm, the Bai clan Gu masters were anxious until their eyes turned red, starting to scream. Scumbag, if you don't want to die, stop right now. Stealing our Bai clan Gu worm right in front of us. It's a red steel relic Gu worm. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Once the red steel relic Gu was obtained, he used the spring Autumn Cicada to instantly refine it, but did not keep it in his aperture, putting it in his clothes instead, giving the impression that he had not refined them yet. He grabbed once again. This time a gray-colored beetle flew out. Stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu immediately. As his eyes shone, he refined it once again and kept it in his arms. Damn it! Yet another Gu worm. Stop him! Stop him! He dares to do so openly. He does not hold any regard for our Bai clan. Save Bai Ning Bing. Kill these guys. The Bai clan Gu masters growled, running furiously from the mountain path. Bai Ning Bing had the full support of his clan, so every Gu worm in his possession was outstanding. Now that they were snatched away by Fang Yuan in public, they all could feel their hearts bleeding. This felt worse than killing them. Seeing these people approaching with their imposing aura, Fang Zheng took a step back in fright, but Fang Yuan was unfazed. In the current scene, he and Fang Zheng were at the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai clan Gu masters were at the west, and in the middle of the two sides were Guyu Qing Shu and Bai Ning Bing. Whoosh whoosh. Pin needles rained like cats and dogs. Damn it. Bai clan Gu masters started scolding, as they were blocked by Guyu Qing Shu. Guyu Qing Shu is going to die any time. The remaining time only allows me to use the Plunder Gu once. What would it be this time? Fang Yuan calmed down, using the Plunder Gu again. Every time the Plunder Gu was used, it expended a large amount of primeval essence. It depended on how strong the target Gu worm was. The harder the process, the more primeval essence is expended. If the plunder fails, the Gu master would even face a backlash. Thus, the Plunder Gu was a rather unreliable Gu, with little usage. But at this moment, Bai Ning Bing was almost dead. His consciousness was hazy and he was almost at his limits. Plundering his Gu worm was not hard at all. Among the Gu worms in Bai Ning Bing's possession, the most valuable is the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was on par with the Wood Charm Gu, allowing a person to transform into the Frost Demon. But if used for extended periods, it would cause the Gu master's life force to dwindle, turning into an ice statue. Bai Ning Bing knew this weakness. Thus he had never been like Guyu Qing Shu, using the Gu to such an extent. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable is the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it resides in Bai Ning Bing's throat. If he can plunder the Bluebird Ice Coffin Gu, it is the best scenario. But the Plunder Gu is only a rank 2 Gu. Even if the Gu master wills it, it does not have the ability to do so. Eventually, Fang Yuan caught Bai Ning Bing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad at all. The Water Shield Gu together with the White Jade Gu could provide Fang Yuan greater defensive power. The tree spirit that Gu Yu Qing Shu turned into was eventually felled by the Bai Clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and saved the Bai Ning Bing, who had fainted after losing his right arm. Just as they were about to slaughter Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, the Gu Yu clan reinforcements arrived. The two were at a stalemate for a while, before both retreated in mutual understanding. Qing Shu's death and Bai Ning Bing's injury, with the threat of the wolf tide, such a loss is already horrifying. If a large-scale fighting broke out, for each clan their pressure for survival would intensify greatly. Regardless of which world, people always compete for their own benefits. And the greatest benefit in the world is undoubtedly survival. Eventually, Gu Yu Qing Shu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by the Gu Yu clan's Gu masters. The two sides held caution as they retreated from the battlefield. The sky was raining, and the entire area was gloomy. A group of people stood at a slope behind the village. This was the graveyard. Every now and then, there would be a few more gravestones erected here. In this world, it was tough for people to survive, and whether it is due to external threat or internal cause, there would always be a few sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was low as it entered everyone's ears, making them feel even more down. We have the same surname. We come from the same clan. The same blood flows in our bodies. We are so close together in distance, yet we are forever separated by life and death. This pain aches in my heart. Wait for me. Someday in the future, I will lay beside you as well. Let us turn into ash and soil as we support our future generations. On a newly erected gravestone, a group of people hung their heads low. Some were crying softly, and some were staring at the name on the tombstone as they were filled with sadness. The cruelty of death was like a white bony arm, slashing a bloody injury on everyone's heart, except that some were already numb from the pain, while others were still too inexperienced. Gu Yu Fang Zheng was among these people, his drooping eyes staring at the tombstone with Gu Yu Qing Shu, these 4 words. Dead. In his eyes, there was endless uncertainty. Yesterday's battle, the entire process and situation was still imprinted deep in his heart. His experience was limited. He did not understand Gu Yu Qing Shu's moving and tragic bravery, as well as his sacrifice. But now that the truth was in front of him, he could not accept it suddenly. Dead? That kind Lord Qing Shu that always smiles, advises, shows concern, and takes care of me, is actually dead. Why did this happen? Why is it that in this world, good people die easily, while bad people live long? Is this a dream? Am I having a dream right now? Fang Zheng clenched his fists, and the realistic feeling of touch caused him to feel ever more upset. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Sigh, I can't believe that this time, even Lord Qing Shu sacrificed himself. Humans will eventually die, but it is too much of a pity. I heard that Bai Ning Bing still had a breath of vitality left. He was eventually saved. May he rest well underground, and bless us with the hopes of surviving this wolf tide. The crowd slowly dispersed, until Fang Zheng was the last one left. The young man's lonely shadow, facing the graveyard full of tombstones alone. Lord Qing Shu. He suddenly kneeled on the ground, his tears falling on the ground. He was lost. He was regretful. He was in pain. Drip, drip drop, drip drop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting on the ground, causing the leaves and tree branches to bend. The smell of the earth rushed into Fang Zheng's nostrils, and he wept in painful grief. The sound of his crying and the raindrops mixed together. His 10 fingers grabbed the soil, trying to retrieve Qing Shu's life, but eventually, he only had 2 handfuls of soil. It started raining, and Bai Ning Bing lay upon a soft bed, staring at this rain blankly. His right arm, which was broken, was already taken care of, wrapped with a white bandage. His eyes also returned to black, but his cultivation was rank 3, he had no longer suppressed it to rank 2. When he woke up from his slumber, he suddenly lost all spirits, feeling extremely empty. He laid on his bed peacefully, his eyes opened for over 10 hours. He let the rank 3 white silver primeval essence nurture his aperture. He couldn't bother to care about it. This rain triggered the deepest memories in his heart. It was under such a summer rain that he was officially adopted by the Bai clan leader. The clan leader's benevolent and hopeful gaze fell on him, as the surrounding clan elders gave their words of congratulations, gushing in like tidal waves. The young him stood on the icy ground barefooted, and he stared at the rain outside the window, but all he felt was being lost and lonely. What is the meaning of living? This question troubled him for 20 over years, and could continue to trouble him, until the problem of his self-explosion surfaced again. Is it for kinship, for the clan? Bai Ning Bing unavoidably thought of Gu Yu Qing Shu. From young to adulthood, he had seen such a sacrifice many times. Sometimes it is a Bai clansman, sometimes they were from Gu Yu clan or Xiong clan. He could not understand these fanatics. He was born as a cold and emotionless person. Gu Yuqing could not give him answers. Thus Bai Ning Bing thought of Fang Yuan. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was sitting by a tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, emotionlessly starting at the battle below. He was excited until his body shuddered, shivering with excitement. The reason was that he saw himself from Fang Yuan's similar eerie abyss-like iris. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze had something more than him. That thing is the answer to his questions. The rain got heavier and thunder rumbled while lightning flashed in the sky. What is the meaning behind living? In the dark room, Guyu Fangzheng asked the same question. Guyu clan leader, Guyu Bo sighed. He stared pitifully at the young man who had lost his soul, and then looked outside the window, at the rain. Fangzheng's doubt was understandable. An unavoidable death always urges people to think behind the true value of existence. You know something? More than 10 years ago, there was another young man with a similar situation as you, and asked me the same question. Long after, Guyu Bo started to speak. That person is your clan leader's, my adopted son, Gu Yuqing Shu. Fang Zheng was momentarily stunned, raising his head. A pair of swollen red eyes, showing an intense urge for answers. Chapter 144. Sacrifice is common, and faith is undying, I said to him. A person has 1,001 reasons to live. Why are you alive? I cannot answer that. Only you have the answer. Go find it yourself, Guyu Bo said. Then clan leader, what is your answer for yourself? Fang Zheng blinked in confusion, asking. Guyu Bo laughed. In his eyes, Fang Zheng and Qing Shu's images were overlapping. Gu Yuqing Shu had asked the same question in the past. Clan leader thought for a moment, recalling the past, then repeating the same answer he gave back then. An organization is bound to have sacrifices. From the moment a person is born, death is imminent. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but one thing can warm the heart and shine upon our souls. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifice is common. Gu Yuqing Shu is he, Guyu Bo's adopted son, and after raising him for so many years, his current sacrifice brought great pain to this foster father. But as clan leader, he had seen far too many sacrifices. When one has the resolution of life and death, pain and grief becomes more acceptable. Fang Zheng lowered his head, keeping silent. It seems he was thinking. Clan leader laughed, taking a letter from the drawer in his desk. He handed it to Fang Zheng. This is Gu Yuqing Shu's letter. It records the answers to questions he's been thinking about for years. I am handing it to you now. You can take a look. This is his answer. Undoubtedly, Fang Zheng's current heart had intense attraction to this letter. He opened it on the spot, and after seeing the first line, his tears could not help but flow out. It was Gu Yuqing Shu's familiar handwriting. In his words there was his unique, amicable aura. The starting paragraph recorded his perplexity and pain. Next was the situations that had given him some ideas through continuously thinking about them these past years. Fang Zheng looked at the letter and felt like he had experienced Gu Yuqing Shu's entire life. He followed Gu Yuqing Shu's footsteps until he finished the entire letter. At the end, this was recorded. The clan is like a forest, and we members are like the trees in the forest. The old trees extend their branches and shelter the young from rain and wind. When the young trees grow into large and tall trees, the old trees will turn into the nutrients in the soil, fertilizing the land and nurturing new trees. People will always die, and heaven and earth will not remember us. But new trees are the proof that the old trees have existed. Under this continuous testament, the clan forest becomes larger and spreads further, walking towards the path of prosperity and flourishment. People are bound to die. As Gu Masters, we cannot hide from impending death. Even rank 7 and 8 Gu Masters can merely live a little longer. Towards death, I feel fear as well. But I understand deeply, eventually, one day I Gu Yuqing Shu will die too. I might die of old age, illness, or the battlefield. But at that moment, I can leave peacefully with no regrets. At the end of the letter, Lord Foster Father, the question I asked you before, I think I have found the answer. After seeing the letter, Fang Zheng wept soundlessly. In his mind, it was filled with memories of Qing Shu. When he committed a mistake, Qing Shu did not blame, but instead comforted him. When facing trouble, the gaze of encouragement was given, and when in a loss, the hands of Qing Shu would warmly touch Fang Zheng's head. Gu Yubo kept the letter and said, in future, when you think of the answer, you can also write a letter and tell me. Go, return and have a rest. The danger of the wolf tide is not over. We need you to contribute your strength as well. No, Fang Zheng slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What? Gu Yubo asked. I found my answer. Fang Zheng's tone was filled with indescribable determination as he continued. I want strength to protect my family and protect them from any harm. I want to protect the clan and strengthen the clan. I want the wolf tide to no longer be able to torture us. I want to see the happiness of joy of my companions. This pain, I do not want it to repeat. I want to use my pair of hands, my body, my soul, to protect those around me. Gu Yubo showed an expression of surprise, and at this moment, he felt that he saw Gu Yu Qing Shu. Qing Shu, you did not die in vain. Seeing Fang Zhang's shining eyes, clan leader sighed emotionally in his heart. An old tree has fallen, and just as it gradually decays away in the soil, a new sprout is already starting to grow rapidly. Renzu was unable to endure the heart of loneliness. Thus he dug out both eyes, turning them into a son and daughter. This alleviated his sense of loneliness. But good things do not last, for his children started to crave the scenery of the outside world, forgetting all about their father Renzu and always going out to play until they forgot the time, and even forgot to take care of Renzu. Renzu could not see anything. It was total darkness. But at time, he could see a little bit of light. To this, he felt perturbed and asked the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu told this to him. Oh, this is the eternal light given out by the Faith Gu. Faith. Bai Ning Bing, seeing this, laughed and threw the book that recorded the ancient legends out. The door was opened at this moment, and the person entering was almost hit in the face by the book. Ning Bing, what are you doing? The one entering was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling. I know your mood is bad, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal such an injury. In the past, I got the clan elders to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected it, and even attacked the clan elders. You finally suffered a loss this time, huh? But this is a good thing. Since young you've had too smooth of a path, but as long as it is not death, such a loss is no big deal. Your injuries are already healed, but the wolf tide is getting more ferocious. The clan needs your strength. A bunch of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ning Bing shut his eyes, lying on the bed and answering nonchalantly. Clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not looking good, or rather, it is pessimistic. According to our reconnaissance, there are already 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs moving near the village. Your failure brought a great influence to our clansmen. I hope that tonight, you can come out and show yourself. As long as you are standing, it can greatly motivate our clansmen. Do you understand? I get it. It's a small matter. Bai Ning Bing responded, showing impatience. If it was any other person acting like this to the clan leader, they would have gotten heavily punished, but Bai Ning Bing was different. Bai clan leader sighed helplessly, closing the door and leaving. When the room had only Bai Ning Bing left, he opened his eyes, showing a gaze full of loneliness and perplexity. He did not tell the others about the problem with his body and the premonition of death that he was feeling. From the clan's ancient records, he found out the name of the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. In that limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the absolute death talents, for when the aperture walls reach their limits, the self-destructive power would be extremely great. It is true that the Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ning Bing for many years, being so lenient to him. However, if the matter of the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique was exposed, Bai Ning Bing had no doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What's the point of a person being alive? In the past, when he considered this question, Bai Ning Bing would feel lost, feeling emotions like boredom, frustration, and anger, all these negative emotions. But now, his heart felt a sense of peacefulness. People would grow up, not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he was going to die. Thus in his despair he longed to live, and he felt a sense of fear towards death deep in his heart. But now, after he had almost died, he had gotten over it. Allowing the rank 3 white silver primeval essence to nurture his aperture, he was no longer worried. After all, he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer was. This answer was already in Fang Yuan's heart. This feeling was indescribable. It was like an instinct, but he was clear of it. Moreover, the stone aperture Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan, we will meet again, he lightly muttered, his eyes shining with a brilliant light, like the glimmer of a diamond. Stone aperture Gu, in the rented house. Fang Yuan held the Gu worm in his hands, falling into deep thought. Stone aperture Gu was like a dice, cubic and had a gray-white body, extremely sturdy. This Gu was an expenditure-type Gu, gone after one use. Its use was to turn a Gu master's aperture wall into a sturdy rock wall. This act completely squeezes the aperture's potential and growth dry, allowing the Gu master to reach peak stage cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 middle stage, so after using the Gu, he can instantly become rank 2 peak stage. But the price is, Fang Yuan would no longer have the possibility to advance to rank 3. At the same time, he would lose the ability to regenerate primeval essence. Thus he would only be able to use primeval stones to replenish them. The stone aperture Gu was for some Gu masters who were at their wits' end. For some Gu masters' aperture that suffered an unrecoverable injury, developing cracks, and can't be healed, they would have to use this Gu. Or in special situations, the Gu master has no hopes of advancing and need to raise their cultivation quickly to live. Thus they will use this Gu. The cost of refining this stone aperture Gu is very high. Seeing that Bai Ning Bing refined this Gu worm, he probably wants to convert his aperture into a stone aperture to prevent the imminent death. Unfortunately, this method can only delay his death, but cannot stop his destruction. If the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique is so easily broken, how can it be called a 10 extreme physique? This stone aperture Gu was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic Gu he got from Bai Ning Bing's body, as well as the water shield Gu, were very useful. As for the Gu worms Fang Yuan extracted from Gu Yuman Shi and the others' bodies, they were not outstanding, and once he returned to the clan he had them exchanged for large amounts of merit points. Because of the wolf tide, the issue of Qing Shu and Bai Ning Bing's battle was suppressed by all three clans, controlling their urges. The three clans needed each other's power to survive this ordeal first. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade Gu, but he used the reason of buying it from the caravan to get through for the time being. Chapter 145. Sacrifices are encouraged as a person involved. Fang Yuan had to go through the clan's investigation. It was not an in-depth investigation. The ever-growing severity of the wolf tide had attracted almost all the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Fang Yuan's earth communication eargrass and stealth scales Gu were still concealed, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could just attribute it to the caravan. In any case, communications had already been severed due to the wolf tide. The caravan won't be coming. Under such circumstances, the clan couldn't obtain the confirmation from the caravan and could only delay the investigation. When the results of any investigation truly came out, Fang Yuan would have already become a rank 3 and left Qing Mao Mountain. Of course, if the Four Flavors Liquor Worm and Spring Autumn Cicada were exposed, it would be a completely different matter. Either of them could cause a huge commotion in the village if exposed. Four Flavors Liquor Worm represented a whole new fusion recipe and had extremely significant meaning. Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to explain it even if he pushed it onto the caravan, and would be thoroughly investigated by the clan. And Spring Autumn Cicada? If it was discovered, the wolf tide would be greatly sidelined. This is a rank 6 Gu after all. Even the clan head Gu Yubo would immediately dispense with the civilities. The nonsense of kinship and the clan head position could all be given up. There was no doubt that it would be forcibly seized. July was month of a scorching hot summer, and the hot air was filled with the iron smell of blood. The wolf tide was growing more serious and fights were becoming more intense. Many had begun to realize that the wolf tide this time was of a rarely seen enormous scale among all of past history. Bold lightning wolf packs had fallen to a supporting role now. Thousand Beast King Frenzy lightning wolf packs had started to roam nearby the village. Mankind's living space had shrunk down to an extreme level. Even Gu Yu clan headquarters were as such. There was no need to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and a portion of fortunate villagers were living in the clan by utilizing all kinds of connections. But the majority of the villagers could only leave their homes and make an arduous journey to evade the wolf tide. Their destination was another mountain village. But the fierce beasts, wild Gu, and the lightning wolves that filled the whole mountain reduced their hopes to an almost negligible amount. This was a hopeless journey. Gu Yu clan could only give up on these mortals. They would all die before they even reached halfway to their destination, either because of the fierce beasts or due to attacks from insects. No matter if it was mortals or Gu masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders who usually had a high position had no choice but to don their armors and go to the battlefield. The Gu masters that had retired were enlisted again. When the wolf tide ends, those that managed to live on would definitely not surpass even 1/10. The cruelty of nature was displayed in all its glory at this moment. It was the survival of the fittest, and in no way could it be avoided by speaking words of warmth. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were closed as he looked at his aperture. In his aperture, 44% of red steel sea waves were surging up and down. These primeval essence were all dark red. It was the rank 2 peak stage dark red primeval essence. Rank 2 primeval essence were collectively called red steel primeval essence. But it had 4 different small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage, and peak stage. There were also slight differences in the red steel primeval essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red. Middle stage primeval essence was scarlet. Upper stage was crimson, and peak stage was dark red. Many days ago, Fang Yuan had advanced to upper stage. His crimson primeval essence went through 4 flavors liquor worm's refinement, and along with the replenishment from primeval stones, it had completely changed to the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, the aperture wall was no longer a watery membrane with the flowing light. but it was instead a thick stone membrane formed by layers upon layers of piled-up white light. White Jade Gu and Stealth Scales Gu were in the depths of the Red Steel Sea. Four Flavors Liquor Worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring Autumn Cicada slowly showed up, it immediately sunk towards the depths of the sea. Under the aura of the spring Autumn Cicada, the surface of the whole primeval sea became as calm and smooth as a mirror without the slightest wave. Spring Autumn Cicada's condition was getting better. Its two wings were completely recovered, appearing like a pair of tender leaves. Only its main body was still withered. Fang Yuan would check on Spring Autumn Cicada every so often. He could clearly sense the recovery speed of Spring Autumn Cicada increasing rapidly. The Spring Autumn Cicada was like a dying patient before, one who couldn't even open their mouths to eat and could only take in liquid food to preserve their life force. Now, this patient could get off the bed and eat much more food to nourish itself. The recovery speed would naturally become faster. Besides the Spring Autumn Cicada, there were two new members in Fang Yuan's aperture. They were both taken from Bai Ning Bing. One was Water Shield Gu, which looked like a jellyfish as it floated in the sea. Another was Red Steel Relic Gu. Fang Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because of the purified primeval essence by the Four Flavors Liquor Worm and continuous nourishment of the aperture wall, causing a qualitative change. Fang Yuan hadn't used the Red Steel Relic Gu. Just based on cultivation level, Fang Yuan would already be the third highest person among ranked 2 Gu masters of Guyu clan. Xiong Li and Qing Shu were dead. Fang Yuan was in the top 5 even among the whole Qing Mao Mountain. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yin, they originally were at rank 2 upper stage but had advanced to peak stage not long ago. This could be said to have aroused the morale of the Clansmen who were down after Qing Shu's sacrifice. Fang Yuan was progressing, and others naturally were also progressing. Qi Shan and Mo Yin had been in upper stage for quite a bit of time and had continuously been pressured by the peak stage Qing Shu. The intense stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide caused Gu masters to have a deep thirst for power, squeezing out their potential and leading to cultivation advancement. But if we count fighting strength, I am the number 1 among the ranked 2 Gu masters of the whole Qing Mao Mountain. Now, after I use this Red Steel Relic Gu, my cultivation will rise to peak stage, and when combined with my deep experience, I can even battle rank 3 Gu masters to a certain degree, Fang Yuan calculated. His low profile and patience had brought him plentiful gains now. He could advance to this stage with just C-grade aptitude. The whole clan would be shocked if they knew this. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Zheng was only at rank 2 middle stage. Naturally, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fang Yuan couldn't win against rank 3 Gu masters. Bai Ning Bing was able to surpass levels and kill a rank 3 Gu master because of his northern dark eye soul physique. Guyu Qing Shu also could do that because he had the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and special rank 3 Gu worm. In actuality, Fang Yuan had a much stronger trump card than them, Spring Autumn Cicada. However, this rank 6 Gu was very special, and Fang Yuan forced himself to not use it. Spring Autumn Cicada hadn't fully recovered, and if it was forcefully used, whether it could rebirth would be a huge question mark. The Red Steel Relic Gu was only effective to rank 2 Gu masters. There was no value in keeping it. Fang Yuan was just about to use this Gu when there came a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Lord Fang Yuan, it is me, Guyu Jiangya, a voice shouted after the knocking. Fang Yuan frowned. This Jiangya was getting more overbearing recently. He would repeatedly look for him to ask for vitality leaves. The number of deaths and crippled people were increasing, causing the price of the vitality leaves to become increasingly higher and even becoming a situation of high demand but no supply. How many times have I told you that I don't have more vitality leaves? Get lost. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for trifle primeval stone's earnings? Outside the door, Jiangya had a flattering smile on. Lord Fang Yuan, please appease your anger. You are aware of the current situation. What choices do I have? Many Gu masters know I sell vitality leaves, and they all look for me. It is not easy for the little me to pass my days. How about this? I will pay 10% more. Lord Fang Yuan, please be kind and give me a dozen vitality leaves. After speaking, he started begging and his sound carried some sobbing. Fang Yuan was indifferent. That is your affair. What does it have to do with me? Humph. Your guts are getting bigger these days. You forgot the agreement between us and actually brought someone else. Oh. Jiangya gave a bitter smile outside the door. He looked at the old Gu master beside him. He had no other way. This Gu master was very powerful and had stubbornly followed him here. Little friend Fang Yuan. This old Gu master spoke. I am Gu Yi. I believe you have heard of me. I came to purchase some vitality leaves and hope you, little friend, can show me some respect and give a little time to produce some. Give you respect? Heh, what reputation do you have? Fang Yuan sneered. This Gu Yi was somewhat famous. He was a retired Gu master but had been brought back by the clan due to the wolf tide. At his peak period, he had reached rank 3. However, because of injuries, his cultivation dropped down to rank 2 peak stage, and now due to his old age, his cultivation had further dropped down to rank 2 upper stage. Although his cultivation was the same as Fang Yuan, his fighting strength could not be compared to the latter. Gu Yuye's expression was ashen. He had long heard of this eccentric loner Fang Yuan, a lad with a vicious and stubborn temper, arrogant and rude, considering everyone beneath him. He had prepared his heart before he came here, but to think that he had still underestimated Fang Yuan. He wanted to use his reputation, but this usually successful method had no effect on Fang Yuan. He felt his face burning and his heart filled with anger. He had lost all his honor right now. This disrespectful son of a bitch. He cursed inwardly, but didn't leave. He needed the vitality leaves. He was an experienced man and deeply knew the importance of the vitality leaves. In times, a vitality leaf could mean the difference between life and death. As one gets old, their courage starts to shrink. Back when he was young, he was hot-blooded and easily excited. He wanted to protect the clan's people. He wanted to change the world. He wanted to become a great hero. In those times, he had the resolution to view death as a return home. However, right now he was old and was much more cool-headed. He had seen through many aspects of life in these years and could be said to have reflected on himself. Especially after several of his children died, his heart had grown more cold. Any organization needs sacrifices. Resources are limited. Although they are produced all the time, they are also consumed. As such, this add and decrease limits the total amount. Humans need food, clothes, and lodging to survive. These are resources. Gu masters need Gu worms, primeval stones, and food to cultivate. These are also resources. Becoming strong requires even more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, then where can I get more resources? I rather compromise others than sacrifice my benefits. Protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, they are all honorable reasons for sacrificing. There are no organizations that do not encourage self-sacrifice. However, the higher-ups would never say that. They would instead talk of protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, happiness, and so on, and give all kinds of material benefits. However, the material benefits are just nonsense once one dies. What could a dead great hero enjoy? Look at Gu Yuqingshu. He blissfully died and was buried in the soil, his name carved in the gravestone as his spirit continues to influence future heroes. Chapter 146. Oppressive. Jianya looked at the Gu Yuyi whose face was grim, the former secretly feeling happy in his heart. This old man had forcefully made Jianya bring him to this place. Jianya only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior, thus he had to lower his head to Gu Yuyi and bring him here. But now that he had been humiliated, Jianya's heart was envious of Fang Yuan's unrestrained personality. Gu Yuyi wanted to give Fang Yuan a few tight slaps to lecture this arrogant junior. But for the vitality leaves, he had to control himself. Junior Fang Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young. You don't know the importance of human relationships. There will come a time when you need to beg others. Just think, in future when you come to ask me for a favor and I treat you like this, how would you feel? Bullcrap. Human relationships. Fang Yuan laughed in disdain in his heart. The so-called unity was just because they were individually weak. Human relationships, it was important on Earth. After all, there was no difference in personal strength among people. But in this world where people cultivated, things were inherently different. Human relationships were just a byproduct of strength. If one is strong, their human relationships would thrive. But for those who pursue relationships, they definitely have something to ask others of. As for not needing relationships, if one is overly powerful, they can snatch anything they want, give it away, or die. Why would they need people's relationships? These were demonic path thoughts, and Fang Yuan would naturally not advertise them publicly. But since he was disturbed like this, Fang Yuan might as well do this business. Thus, he said, it's not that I can't sell it either. 1 vitality leaf for 68 primeval stones. How many do you want? Huh? Gu Yi outside the door was shocked by this price, quickly saying, Junior Fang Yuan, this price is too expensive. Fang Yuan snorted, then don't buy it. Among the resources provided by the clan, there are also vitality leaves. You can exchange it with merit points. Gu Yuyi laughed bitterly. How would I not know that? But these vitality leaves are all sold to those with relationships. The Medicine Hall clan elder Gu Yu Yaoji has complete control over it. How can I interfere? Junior Fang Yuan, sell me a favor. I will definitely repay you. From what I see, 60 primeval stones is a just price. I do not anticipate people's repayment. You have wasted enough of my time. 70 primeval stones. If you don't want to buy it, leave. Fang Yuan responded. Gu Yuyi was furiously stomping. Junior Fang Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fang Yuan snickered. Times are different. It is 72 primeval stones now. Every sentence you say wastes some of my time, and when I feel unhappy I will raise the price. I hope you can make the right decisions." Hearing this, Gu Yuye's face became furious. He wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, no words came out. His hagged face was green and red, and Jiangya, who was beside him, saw this and cheered internally. Finally, he gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves." You can hand the primeval stones to Jiangya. As for the vitality leaves, collect them from him 3 days later. Fang Yuan said. This was overbearing. Trading goods and money was the most basic fairness. But Gu Yuyi still paid the money, handing multiple bags to Jiangya on the spot. His movements were slightly trembling, for this was his meager savings, the savings from him scrimping throughout the years, and now they were all taken by a shrewd merchant. Finally, he walked out of this bamboo building with an endless feeling of indignance. "Lord Fang Yuan, what you did was really cool revenge, but I'm afraid you have completely offended Gu Yuyi. This old man, when he was young he always took revenge on people. He would not let go of this easily." Outside, Jiangya said carefully, "Let him be, an old man relying on his seniority. He is bound to get eliminated by the clan." Fang Yuan opened the door, and Jiangya handed him the bags. The clan wants to resist the wolf tide, so that requires large amounts of resources. With less resources, they cannot maintain the large organization structure. Thus they would need to get rid of members. These old men being alive were wasting precious scarce resources. They were destined to go. The wolf packs eliminated the old and sickly, expelling the crippled wolves. In human society, they would not be so obvious, always masking their evil with a shield of light. Thus they called these old Gu masters to fight. So what if Gu Yuyi understood the intention? Being in the system, a person in society, they had no choice. The clan uses the reason of protecting their family and clan to call them to fight and sacrifice. How can they refuse? On Earth there is a sentence: if the emperor wants the subjects to die, they cannot do otherwise. But still countless people fight for the positions of being the emperor's subjects. This was the allure and cruelty of the system. Every round of the wolf tide in the past, those old Gu masters who come out to fight, how many can survive? Let's not say 5 vitality leaves. Even if we give this Gu Yuyi 50 pieces, he might not make it out alive. Fang Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. When Jiangya heard this tone, his heart was freezing. He could feel an aura from Fang Yuan, full of coldness and frost, like the northern winds blowing until he cannot raise his head. Fang Yuan looked at Jiangya, his eyes dark and black, continuing, "From now on, other than the arranged timings, you cannot look for me. If you break my rules, be prepared to face the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves for me is on account of your brother. But respect is given by others and thrown away by own self. Think over your own actions." Jiangya heard Fang Yuan's lecture, not daring to speak. Thinking of Gu Yuye's sad state, sweat poured from his forehead. Also, from now on, raise the price of the vitality leaves to 70 primeval stones. Fang Yuan said again, 70. Jiangya was shocked as he gulped, his eyes shining, as if he can see an endless supply of primeval stones. But he was also rather afraid, asking meekly, "Lord Fang Yuan, raising prices like this, will it cause others to think that we are growing a fortune through the misfortune? Would we have the suspicion of taking advantage of the clan's state? If we do this, we might incur public outrage." Public outrage? What can they do? Do what I order, don't talk crap. If someone finds trouble, tell them the vitality leaves are sold by me. Fang Yuan snorted. Yes. Jiangya nodded furiously. Fang Yuan's words were what he wanted to hear. He was going to do this as well. He was just a rank 1 small fry. He cannot offend too many people. Throwing all these problems to Fang Yuan, he had already started doing so. A small fry also has his own survival methods, and towards Jiangya's intention, Fang Yuan was clear at heart. But cultivation difference and era difference results in Fang Yuan living a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic Gu, he would be rank 2 peak stage, near to rank 3. That means he has finally grown past the initial step. And having this strength means his life and future would be different. In the past he needed to lay low, but now he needed to be oppressive. Only when he is oppressive can he obtain the biggest benefit. As for this Jiangya, he still has some value to make use of. Even with his petty acts, as long as it does not infringe on Fang Yuan's benefits, he can tolerate it. Even revealing some unimportant trump cards is not a big deal. During peacetime, those higher-ups have nothing to do, thus they might find problems. But now that there is the wolf tide, who has the energy to care about such minute details? After the wolf tide, it is not guaranteed that the Guyu village still exists. Half a month later, lightning wolves attack like tidal waves, causing the Gu masters to retreat in a hurry. Xiong Yuanjun, you must hang in there. Guyu village is not too far away. Xiong Jiao Man stared at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes turning red as she shouted. Leader Big Sis, I can't take it anymore. I have something in my heart I want to tell you. Xiong Yuanzhen was at his dying breath. His injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. Okay, speak. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew in her heart that although this Xiong Yuanzhen was normally quiet, but he was secretly in love with her. At this moment, she knew what he wanted to say. But when Xiong Yuanzhen opened his mouth, he did not manage to confess and say, I love you. He had died of blood loss, injuries too severe to cure. His body was full of injuries, all from the bites of the lightning wolves. The most fatal blow was at his chest, from his right shoulder all the way to his belly button. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big sis, the situation is bad. Another bold lightning wolf group came. The Recon Gu master shouted, his voice filled with panic. Xiong Jiaoman's cries ended, placing Xiong Yuanzhen's body down. She was the group leader. Her group members need her. The dead has passed, and those alive has to continue facing the cruelty of this world. These goddamn wolves. Is there an end to them? Xiong Jianman cursed fiercely. Her body figure was hot, and she had a nice pretty face, so when she said these swear words there was a unique flavor about her. Hearing her words, the others calmed down internally. As Xiong Jianman cursed, she observed. The investigation result made her slightly distressed. She could kill a group of bold lightning wolves, fight her way out of 2 groups, but against 4 bold lightning wolf groups, the wisest decision is to retreat to the valley behind her and use the signal Gu, hoping for reinforcements. Retreat to the valley, Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she activated both her giant bears to protect them. These 2 giant bears were well raised by her, one brown and one black, with smooth and shiny fur, but they were both full of injuries all over their bodies. When Xiong Jiaoman and the others successfully retreated to the valley, these 2 bears were left with one. The black one had been engulfed by the lightning wolves pack after killing tens of lightning wolves, having run out of energy. A Gu worm shot out from the bear corpse, returning back to Xiong Jiaoman's hand in an instant. This was the bear enslavement Gu. It can be planted into bears to allow the Gu master to manipulate giant bears. Of course, it can only be an ordinary bear, for the bear enslavement Gu is a rank 2. It cannot enslave a bear king. If it can enslave a bear king, they would be strong. Because a bear king, even if it is the weakest, has at least 100 bear subordinates. If a Gu master can enslave a bear king, it means they have a beast group to manipulate as well. Now we wait for reinforcements. Hopefully they can get here soon. Xiong Jiaoman panted as she sighed. They had retreated to the valley, thus the area they had to defend against greatly decreased, causing the pressure from the wolf packs to also decrease. But it also meant they had no way out, and the blood and continual battle would attract more wolf packs. The crisis was not resolved. At this point, from the cliff above their heads, a voice was heard. Everyone raised their heads to look, and saw that there was a young man. It's him, Fang Yuan. The 7 Xiong clan Gu masters were first invigorated, but then showed a complicated expression. Chapter 147. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant ever since Bai Ning Bing and Qing Shu's intense battle. Fang Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ning Bing the entire way, had become well known, and his popularity rose. These days, Fang Yuan had shown his strong side in the wolf tide, heading alone to hunt lightning wolves and showing shocking results. He was the new generation's rising star. If not for his strange personality and bad reputation, his status would be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yan. But to the Xiong village members, Fang Yuan was also Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiaoman and the others saw Fang Yuan, they showed a complicated expression. Fang Yuan stared at them from above, waving his tree vine, saying slowly, "You can continue to wait for reinforcements, or escape using the vine in my hand and climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Matters on the battlefield were ever-changing. Xiong Jiaoman and the others obviously chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fang Yuan actually asked them for remuneration. This caused the Xiong clan Gu masters to be furious. "Fang Yuan, we are alliance mates. How can you do this?" Someone shouted furiously. "Asking for the bear enslavement Gu. How shameless can you be?" Someone sneered. Fang Yuan calmly retorted, "1 bear enslavement Gu and 700 primeval stones. In exchange for all 7 of your lives, this is a cheap price. You can reject me, and I will go back to the clan to report your circumstances." But when will the reinforcements come? Will they encounter a wolf pack on the way here? That I cannot guarantee. Everyone became quiet. Their expressions were ugly. "All right, I promise you. Fang Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiaoman chose to give way for the sake of everyone. Her words were full of spite towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. The result was as expected. He threw down the tree vine and laughed coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He wanted to wait for them to die before retrieving their Gu worms and get a huge amount of merit points. But their signal Gu had attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of Gu masters, and they were all rushing over to help. To not waste his effort, Fang Yuan could only act as a reinforcement Gu master for once. Xiong Jiao Man and the others used the tree vines and successfully escaped from the wolf pack. Not long after, 3 Gu master groups arrived, and one of them was the Qi Shan group. This caused the 7 Gu masters to become even more upset. Xiong Jiao Man was extremely regretful. Not long ago, she had withdrawn her consciousness from the bare enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fang Yuan in refining the Gu worm. Thus, even if she wanted to go back on her words now, it was impossible. Fang Yuan, I will remember you. Xiong Jiao Man stared at Fang Yuan fiercely in the eye. Remember or not, that's your business. Fang Yuan laughed plainly, turning around and leaving. Miss Xiong, we meet again. At the other end, Qi Shan group arrived, speaking with a courteous tone. Ever since the Bai Ning Bing incident, Guyu clan lost to Qing Shu, and Xiong clan's Xiong Li died. Thus the 2 clans got closer. Politically, Bai clan became resisted by the other 2 clans together, even though the alliance was still in place. Little sister pays respects to elder brother Qi Shan. Xiong Jiao Man lifted her frowning brows, cupping her fists towards Qi Shan, continuing. This time, we are asking the Guyu clan for some reinforcements. Xiong clan has been surrounded by wolf packs for 6 days and 6 nights already. These days, the wolf tide was getting more severe. The lightning wolf packs have already started to surround the villages with the intention of attacking. Xiong clan had the lowest position among the 3 clans. Situated at the mountain foot, they would be the first to get attacked by the wolf packs. In fact, this is the 3rd time they had gotten surrounded, and they needed reinforcements. With the coordination of offense from the outside and inside together, they would then be able to scatter and defeat these lightning wolf packs. The matter about reinforcements is not issue. Didn't we cooperate well the last 2 times? But this matter, I have to report to the clan leader first. Come with me, Qi Shan said. Xiong Jiao Man and the others followed Qi Shan group, coming to Guyu village. Guyu village already had layers of defenses. The outer walls were strongly reinforced with dozens of towers. Below the village walls were trenches dug and filled with sharp bamboo poles. The village walls had been planted with the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. At one glance, the walls were covered in sharp vines, and the beautiful poisonous flowers were all budding, over hundreds or even thousands of them. Entering the main door, one could see that the surrounding buildings, whether it was a residence or tavern, had been all transformed into temporary forts. Xiong Jiao Man and the other 6, after leaving the Xiong clan, their journey was filled with difficulty. Traversing through wolf packs, they all had different injuries. Thus, they were led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. There was over 10 healing Gu masters in the bamboo building, mostly rank 1 Gu masters, but also a few rank 2 Gu masters. But what caused Xiong Jiao Man and the others to be shocked was, the person in charge was not a rank 2 healing Gu master, but a young girl. Put this unconscious one on the vine chair. The one here has a fracture on his leg. Guyu Xing, come here and give him treatment. Superficial injury. Ah Feng, come here and stop the bleeding. Ah Xing, come here and apply the disinfectant. Xiao Huago, place a fracture board on that leg fracture. Then come here to bandage the injury. The young girl had black hair, a peach-like small mouth, both eyes shining like crystals, and her face was slightly chubby, with an alluring voice. But when she handled the patients, she was very experienced, causing others to look in amazement. Xiong Jiao Man suddenly thought of one person, asking, this little sister, are you Guyu Yaolo? Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man, hello. To think you know of my name. After assigning the Gu masters to their stations, Guyu Yaolu walked over and introduced herself. Sister Yaolu, you are a famous character. Inheriting Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart, and also extremely talented in medical skills, even with your rank 1 cultivation, you are known as the top 10 rising stars in Qing Mao Mountain. Even at the Xiong clan, there are numerous people admiring you, sister. Seeing her strong background, Xiong Jiao Man politely praised as she was on a trip to ask the Guyu clan for help. I'm flattered, Sister Jiao Man. Guyu Yao Lu is still young, and her face turned red as she looked down in embarrassment after being praised. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master complained. Although you're both the top 10 rising stars, that Guyu Fang Yuan seriously cannot compare to you, little sister. Don't mention Fang Yuan, my blood boils thinking of him. Times without heroes, lad gains fame. Sigh. This person's morals are lacking. To think he is also a top 10 rising star, and even the number 1 position. Thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby, including the Guyu clan's Gu masters. Guyu Fang Yuan? What did he do this time? Someone curiously asked. Humph, he took one of my bare enslavement Gu, and even 700 primeval stones, as a reward for saving us. I've never seen anyone so shameless and corrupted by greed. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting her unhappiness. This is nothing, there are worse things. His heart is blacker than coal, selling a vitality leaf for 80 primeval stones. He is taking advantage of the situation. This person is greedy and extremely shameless. He is too arrogant and proud. My friend wanted to join his group. However, not only was he rejected, but he even got insulted in public. What's his deal? He's merely a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, wasting the inheritance both his parents left him to buy a red steel relic Gu from the caravan. Next, he snatched another red steel relic Gu from Bai Ning Bing. If I had these 2 Gu worms, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Gu Yu Qing Shu is the best after all, humble and kind. Too bad he died early. But his brother Fang Zheng has a sense of justice, helping those in need, and is kind-hearted. Also having Lord Qing Shu's humble attitude. He is completely the opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiao Man did not expect her ranting to cause so much reaction from the Gu Yu clansmen. She was shocked. To think this Fang Yuan was such a failure as a human, being hated by so many people. She felt strange, asking, since he is so hated, why did no one teach him a lesson? The bamboo building instantly became silent. The Gu Yu clansmen all looked at each other, not saying a word. In truth, many people could not stand Fang Yuan's mannerisms, as well as his act of maximizing profit under such circumstances. Many people found problems with him, but the result every time was that the person finding fault got into an even bigger mess themselves. After many times, no one came to find fault with him anymore. And Fang Yuan also became publicly known as the head of the top 10 rising stars that emerged from the wolf tide. All these statuses originate from strength. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the head. Regardless of how bad his reputation is, or how poor his human relationship is. That Fang Yuan again. Gu Yu Yao Ji lightly frowned, muttering. She had never seen Fang Yuan, but had already heard much about him. Towards Fang Yuan, she had a poor impression of him. This Fang Yuan, although my senior, the things he does are unforgivable, and he is so extreme. He dared to extort Sister Jiao Man this time, and got the bare enslavement Gu, not giving a hoot about our 2 clans' agreements. No, I must tell Grandma, and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise our Gu Yu clan will be humiliated. Thinking of this, the young girl suddenly felt that there was a need for a clan higher-up to come out and teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. She naturally did not have this ability, but she felt that her grandma, Medicine Hall's Gu Yu Yaoji, could. In her eyes, her grandma was omnipotent. You want me to deal with Gu Yu Fang Yuan? Yaoji looked at her granddaughter, her expression blank, and soon after that she started getting nervous. My dear granddaughter, did he bully you? She hurriedly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it is the Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man. He extorted her, getting a bare enslavement Gu and 700 primeval stones. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's reputation would be completely ruined by him. Gu Yu Yaola said. Grandma knows this matter. Darling granddaughter, leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you. Yao Ji said after deep considerations. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you do not know, but this person is too wicked, raising the price of his goods and bullying the weak. He is a true villain. After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thoughts. She had wanted to deal with Fang Yuan for a long time. However, it was naturally not a naive reason like Yao Li's, but because Fang Yuan possessed enough profits for her to strike. First was the liquor worm. Although previously, Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan, but that was given to her granddaughter Yao Lo. She herself still needed one liquor worm as an ingredient to refine a rank 3 Gu worm she wanted to fuse. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. The clan's 9-leaf vitality grass were mostly in Yao Ji's control, and by relying on selling the vitality leaves, she could consolidate her authority and status in the clan. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. First I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he refused. What guts? This time he raised the price of the vitality leaves and earned a fortune. Does he really think I, the medicine clan elder, is thin air? Chapter 148. Circumstance. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind with a ringing noise. One was the battle merit board. Fang Yuan was now among the top 10 in the list. Another banner listed all kinds of goods which could be exchanged with battle merits. However, most of the Gu masters in the crowded plaza had their attention on a newly announced decree. The content of the announcement was, the wolf tide is becoming more fierce and the casualties among the clan's Gu masters are increasing day by day. To reinforce the treatment methods, the medical hall orders all the Gu masters who possess 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand them over to the clan. The medical hall will organize staffs to unify all the productions. There were a list of names in the notification. They were the names of the Gu masters that possessed 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan. Naturally, Fang Yuan was also listed. Right now, he was standing in a distant corner looking at this notification. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. At first sight, He had realized this to be Guyu Yaoji's move against him. Humph. This Guyu Yaoji has been indignant since she failed to purchase the liquor worm from me. I already accumulated enough battle merits to exchange for that 3 steps fragrant grass Gu, but she prevented this from happening in the dark. Now, she is actually coveting my 9-leaf vitality grass. Guyu Yaoji's actions were understandable. People of the same trade were natural enemies. By controlling the sale of the vitality leaves, Guyu Yaoji could consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. However, Fang Yuan sold them an increased price, so this imperceptibly was infringing on her benefits and shaking her influence. I have a lot of Gu worms on me now: White Jade Gu, Moonglow Gu, Plunder Gu, Water Shield Gu, Earth Communication Ear Grass, and more. 9-leaf vitality grass is my most important economy source. If I lose this Gu, it will be like receiving a checkmate. Guyu Yaoji made a really fierce move. Fang Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Medicine Hall made a truly great decision. There are very few vitality leaves, and they simply can't meet our needs. Every time a batch appears in the goods board, they will immediately be purchased by others. Elder Yaoji is truly gentle and kind. Look at the name list. It includes several Gu masters from both Qi and Mo factions. She has no doubt offended many powerful elders with this action. Elder Yaoji is thinking for the clan. She is worthy of respect. AI. Only Lord Yaoji has such courage. If it was any other elders, who would dare to take such action? Look, the notification contents have changed. Qi and Mo factions Gu masters have handed over their 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd was boiling. 9-leaf vitality grass being consolidated and unified production meant the availability of much more vitality leaves. This was a great news to the crowd. Fang Yuan watched the notice with rapt attention and sure enough saw, beside the name list of these Gu masters, there were new words handed over. His own name had thus become conspicuous. His heart felt increasing pressure. Guyu Yaoji was an old veteran with deep schemes. With this move, she was borrowing the momentum to pressure Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan resisted or disobeyed, that would be attracting even bigger troubles, giving people a hold over him. It was absolutely not a sensible act. This was the power of the system. If the clan wanted you to sacrifice, it won't directly say so. Instead, it will drape a shiny cape of righteousness and give you no choice but to submit. An example was the recruitment of those retired old Gu masters and making them sacrifice their lives. How could they resist? The current movement of collecting the 9-leaf vitality grass was asking Fang Yuan and other Gu masters to sacrifice their benefits to satisfy everyone, and was basically to Yaoji's benefits. Anyone that dared to disobey was going against the clan and alienating themselves. They were traitors and rebels. To resolve this, small schemes like delaying tactics won't work and will instead put oneself into an even more passive state. Yaoji's move carries righteousness and the public opinion. Any small schemes will be destroyed. Only by using an even bigger momentum, fairly fighting back and defeating her momentum openly will resolve this. Fang Yuan already had a solution. This plan was simple but grand. Advance to rank 3. Rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters had completely different status. In the clan, any Gu master that advanced to rank 3 would immediately become an elder and join the decision-maker's circle. Even the clan head couldn't lightly infringe upon their benefits. Don't think that the Gu masters of the Mo and Qi factions obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, seemingly sacrificing their own benefits. Behind the scenes, Guyu Yaoji should have already completed secret transactions with Guyu Qi Lian, Guyu Mo Chun, and other elders. This was political transaction. However, the majority couldn't see this truth and were hoodwinked by Yaoji. If Fang Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he had to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely obtain enough compensations in other aspects. Why was Guyu Yaoji so anxious to deal with Fang Yuan? On one hand, it was because of benefits. Fang Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and similarly, she wanted some Gu worms that was on Fang Yuan's body. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage. If she didn't make any move now and waited for him to become a rank 3 elder, there would be no more opportunities. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. The clan can sacrifice rank 2 Gu masters, but rank 3 Gu masters are its pillars, and each loss would incur a huge damage. Moreover, I have accumulated too many troubles. Qing Shu died, but the clan didn't do a careful investigation. I have the Water Shield Gu, Plunder Gu, and other Gu worms, but the clan has turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation is advancing so fast, the higher-ups clearly know about it, but are enduring it and haven't examined the secrets on me. Fang Yuan was very clear on his current situation. On the surface, he looked to be strong and well off, but he was actually surrounded by danger. The clan didn't move against him because their attention was completely on the wolf tide. If they can't resist the wolf tide, the clan would be destroyed. In front of such pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was only a minor detail to them. However, once the wolf tide is gone, the clan's higher-ups would regain their energy. How could they not look for him to settle the account? Before in the academy, the clan elders didn't move against Fang Yuan because he was too weak. He was taking small steps and didn't infringe upon their benefits, thus not attracting their attention. But it was different now. Fang Yuan's cultivation was already at rank 2 peak stage. If he took one step further, he would become an elder. Simply this cultivation had already touched the elder's nerves. His every movement was observed and noted by the elders. Any newly advanced elders could influence the whole political situation of the Gu clan. This resulted in continuous suppression of Fang Yuan. What's more, Fang Yuan hadn't joined the system and entered any factions. Thus these made the suppressions become even more intense. Neutral faction was also a faction. No one could tolerate the current Fang Yuan, someone who was roaming beyond the clan system. If I advance to rank 3, the suppression will definitely be much more lower than now, though they will still be there. Rank 3 is a point of qualitative change, a threshold. Stepping through it will bring one to a whole new world. Similarly, with rank 3 cultivation, I can freely move about. At worst, I will simply leave the clan. Fang Yuan was clear on this. However, advancing to rank 3 was not an easy thing. Especially considering Fang Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was almost an impossible barrier. In his previous life, he had stalled at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Until afterwards, he paid a painful price to obtain a Gu and promoted his aptitude. Only then could he step through this difficulty. In a Gu master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms. They only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Especially the difficulty in advancing from rank 5 to rank 6 was beyond imagination, harder than ascending heaven. Fang Yuan already had a lot of difficulties in advancing from rank 1 to rank 2. Now, to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was no possibility of success by following the traditional route. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's 500 years of life experience and vast memories, there were 2 to 3 methods. Saying it nicely, they were alternative paths, but saying it coarsely, they were demonic practices. This option was very suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. With this option, advancing to rank 3 required one to refine a peculiar and bloody Gu, man-beast life burial Gu. An ancient devil path sect leader had made painstaking efforts and invented this recipe to strengthen his subordinates' cultivation. The man-beast life burial Gu was specialized for rank 2 Gu masters to break through to rank 3 realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan explored unknown places and coincidentally found this recipe. It had made a deep impression on him, and he had firmly kept it in mind. The crucial point was that the materials required for the fusion were not rare. If it were normal times, Fang Yuan might need 2-3 years to collect them, given his circumstances. However, the wolf tide gave him a great opportunity. He had already collected sufficient primeval stones and Gu worms. The only remaining thing was to wait for an opportune moment. Everyone, quickly look at the notice the medicine hall has just issued. They want to collect 9-leaf vitality grass and unify the production of vitality leaves. This is a great news. In the bamboo building, a group of Gu masters gathered near the notice pasted on the wall. They were all filled with delight when they read it. Ha! I reckon Fang Yuan is close to tears. Humph, serves him right for selling the vitality leaves at such a high price, exploiting our hard-earned money. I really want to see what expression Fang Yuan has now. It would definitely be very ugly. Many people were taking joy in the other's misfortune. This really lets us vent our resentment. We really need to thank Miss Yao Lu for this. If she didn't persuade Lord Yao Ji, how could there be such a day? Right? We are really grateful to Miss Yao Lu. Miss Yao Lu is not only beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice and fairness for us. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. As she heard the continuous praises, Gu Yao Lu shyly lowered her head. She felt happy. Little sister Yao Lu. Right at this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked in through the door. I came to say my goodbyes. I saw the medicine hall's notice. I am really thankful to you for letting me vent out my indignance. People like Fang Yuan are black sheeps and need to be controlled. Big sister, you are leaving? Gu Yao Lu threw a concerned look. Xiong Jiao Man put one hand on her hip and pointed the thumb of her other hand to a group of Gu masters standing outside the door, saying, I have already asked for reinforcements. I must hurry back. Let's meet again next time. Yao Li's heart was filled with grief. Xiong Jiao Man had 10 Gu masters when she had left her clan, but there were only 7 left when she reached here. Now, these Gu masters were going to step into the cruel battlefield again. How many of them could safely return? Chapter 149. Wolf Pack attacks the village. Yao Lu sent Xiong Jiao Man and the others to the door with her gaze as they got further apart. But this separation was extremely short-lived. Merely 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the others returned to the bamboo building. "We are unlucky. There's a wolf tide." Xiong Jiao Man laughed bitterly, explaining. When the Gu masters in the bamboo building heard this, their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man's group had great numbers, yet they were forced to retreat to the village. It showed the intensity of this wolf tide. "Everyone get ready. The lightning wolf pack is about to assault the village," Xiong Jiao Man said. Once she finished her words, sirens resounded in the entire village. The village went quiet for a moment. Then in the next instant noise erupted. "This alarm! There is a large-sized wolf pack attacking the village. Quick, quick, gather all our group members here. There's a huge battle incoming." "Damn it! I just got back. I wanted to get a good sleep." Gu masters cursed as some showed a cold expression. At once, in the bamboo building and on the streets, Gu masters could be seen moving quickly, gathering towards the 4 doors of the village as well as the outer walls. On the interior side of the village outer walls, there was a large wooden ladder at every interval for Gu masters to climb up, and the many defensive towers were made higher than the outer walls, like brave, courageous defenders of the village. Fang Yuan was among the crowd, arriving at the base of the outer wall. A Gu master was treading on the wooden ladder, and as he was about to head up, Fang Yuan pulled him down and descended himself. "Which bastard?" That Gu master was about to scold out, but saw that it was Fang Yuan and immediately shut up. Fang Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder. Then he expedited the white jade Gu and peeked at the front lines. Just outside the village, there were roaming lightning wolves everywhere, thousands of them. Taking a glance, there was an endless number of glimmering green wolf eyes, causing one to break out in cold sweat. These wolves were all starving, and some were so hungry, even their bodies were shrinking. The lightning wolves' amount was too much. It became a moving disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and for the wolf packs, they were getting less and less food. To them, a village full of people was a fatal attraction. Wolves were full of wildness, and a hungry wolf is even scarier, more dangerous, and crazier. A lightning wolf that is full would not attack the village. Other than these normal lightning wolves, there was also the bold lightning wolf. Although mixed in with the wolf packs, the bold lightning wolf was still easily recognized. Their bodies were as large as a calf. There was at least 30. Many people upon seeing this, drew in a deep breath. This was the second time Guyu village had been attacked by wolves this year, but this size was almost twice, or even more than that of the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all at the peak of their health, strong like bulls. Ordinary lightning wolves might not get food, but these 100 beast kings definitely had ample nutrition. Resources were naturally given to the higher-ups first. The benefits of the lower rank members would be stripped, sacrificed, and given to the higher ranks. Be it human society or wild beast groups, it worked the same way. These bold lightning wolves are not the real threat. Fang Yuan's gaze moved, continuously finding, and quickly saw 3 large wolf shadows at the back of the wolf pack, hiding under the shadow of the trees. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Each Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as large as an elephant. When Fang Yuan saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly, but went back to normal immediately. He continued observing, only finding even more bold lightning wolves coming in from all directions. Fang Yuan did not see the lightning crown wolf. Fang Yuan breathed out, a sigh of relief secretly, for without the lightning crown wolf, the village was relatively safe. In his memory, the lightning crown wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused great damage to the Guyu clan, and if not for the clan leader and elders joining forces to block them relentlessly, along with Guyu Qingshu sacrificing his life to raise his strength, Guyu village would have gotten wiped out already. Ever since his rebirth, Fang Yuan changed many things. Guyu Qingshu had already been sacrificed prematurely, so Fang Yuan dared not be careless. There was even a possibility of the lightning crown wolf appearing now. Thus, he rushed to the site to observe the scenario. Howl! 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads as they howled long and loud. In their cries, numerous lightning wolves received their orders and started to attack the village. On the village's end, the Gu masters had already prepared themselves, getting into formation. Rank 1 Gu masters were all at the wall's corners, both hands supporting the cold walls. Rank 2 Gu masters, some climbed the wooden ladders while others gathered at the top of the towers. Right behind them, the temporary forts that were remodeled from buildings were filled with Gu masters. Some were support teams, some were healing Gu masters from the medicine hall, and recon Gu masters were moving between them providing the battle information to the back-end staff. Some clan elders were at the back end, some ascended the tower buildings, and others watched at the sidelines, reserving their strength and being a pillar of mental support to the clansmen. They're here. Fang Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes glimmering. Lightning wolves moved from the entire mountain, forming into a tidal wave and assaulted the village. Rumble, rumble. They first fell into the pre-dug pitfalls outside the walls, their bodies penetrated by numerous bamboo spears, like dumplings inside a pot. Some died on the spot, while others had some life remaining, crying out pitifully. The wind blew, and the smell of blood entered everyone's noses, while wolf cries entered their ears. The wolf packs attacked in a frenzy. Not only did they not stop, they were in fact stimulated by the blood and attacked even more furiously. Lightning wolves fell into the trap one by one, using their lives to pave the way for the others, stepping on their companions' corpses and crashing up onto the village walls. At once, thudding sounds were heard. A lightning wolf was powerlessly against the wall, but with the endless hordes, the impact caused the outer wall to shake. Rank 1 Gu masters below the outside wall held in their tremendous fear and risked their lives injecting primeval essence into the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. The village wall's numerous thorns stabbed into the lightning wolf's body. The poison flower Gu gave these steel vines a poisonous touch as the poison invaded the lightning wolf's body. Lightning wolves scratched and attacked the village walls, opening their mouths and biting. But as their injuries intensified and the poison accumulated, their movements gradually turned sluggish. Pew pew pew. Rank 2 Gu masters stepping on the wooden ladders, along with those at the tower buildings, shot out moonblades. The moonblade shot into the wolf packs, and instantly blood splashed everywhere, and wolf limbs went flying. The bold lightning wolves began to enter the battle, immediately bringing injuries and deaths to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan's corner. A thin, long blue lightning current moved about and hit onto the village walls, instantly penetrating and creating a hole. It electrocuted an unfortunate rank 1 Gu master inside as well. That bold lightning wolf that killed a Gu master quickly received heavy attention. Numerous moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the surrounding lightning wolves to provide cover, thus suffering only minor injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and between its sharp teeth, sparks flew, quickly, forming an electric current that flew through the air towards Fang Yuan. Water shield Gu. Fang Yuan snorted, and from his nose, 2 lines of light blue water vapor flowed out. The water vapor expanded, forming a water ball shield, protecting him. The lightning current hit the water shield and caused it to shake, almost breaking. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan kept the water shield, and from his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The moonblade's angle was tricky. The bold lightning wolf dodged the first, but its right front leg was hit by the second, causing its movement to slow down, and the third hit its head, causing a severe injury that crushed its left eye. It cried out in pain, but other Gu masters saw the opportunity and quickly, a flurry of moonblades enveloped it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly pelted, its body bathed in blood, and injuries were so deep its bones could be seen. Its body shook a little before collapsing completely. The surrounding wolf packs went into a panic, like ripples in a pond. But at this point, there were 3 frenzy lightning wolves behind holding the fort, and the wolf packs only went into chaos for a while before raising their claws and attacking the village walls again. Fang Yuan shot a few more moonblades out before getting down the wooden ladder. With just this, his deep red primeval essence had already gone below half, needing replenishment. Seeing him coming down, a rank 2 Gu master quickly replaced his position and ascended the wooden ladder. Normally, Gu masters that had long-range attacks would ascend the wooden ladder or gather at the tower building's roof. Their emphasis was on the bold lightning wolf, as its threat was greater than any ordinary lightning wolf. Some bold lightning wolf had a Gu worm that assisted with jumping in their bodies, allowing them to leap into the village. Fang Yuan walked down the ladder and continued towards the back. Surrounding him, there was people walking around, similar to him, those that had expended their primeval essence and were recovering. Another group of Gu masters replaced their positions and entered the battlefield, providing their strength towards defending the clan. This was a battlefield. Strength below rank 2 peak stage was meager. Only rank 3 Gu masters were the important pillars, able to control the situation. Fang Yuan came to a bamboo building. This was a modified building and was heavily reinforced. He squeezed his way in, where many Gu masters were sitting inside, holding primeval stones and recovering their primeval essence. Some healing Gu masters moved among the crowd, some squatted on the ground, some bandaged injured Gu masters, and the first aid kits were placed at the side. Fang Yuan found a spot to sit down, and a healing Gu master immediately came over. He shook his head towards her, and she understood, approaching another Gu master instead. Such a rotational strategy, all the way till 10 o'clock at night. Fang Yuan had already entered battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf packs did not seem to reduce. In fact, they could see even more wolf packs, hurriedly arriving upon hearing the frenzy lightning wolf's call. It seems this wolf tide will sustain through the night, said a clan elder who stared outside the village, his face full of worry. At night, Gu master's vision was poorer, But on the other hand, the lightning wolves had superior vision and were unaffected by the darkness. This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it is already so intense. The situation is not optimistic. Another clan elder sighed. Gu Yaoji's face was sullen. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters. First-hand injury reports would be sent to her. On that thin piece of bamboo paper, it recorded the injuries and deaths of the day. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling solemn. The death toll was far greater than previous years. But she understood this was not due to the decline of quality of Gu masters, but because the wolf numbers were too great and too ferocious. 9-leaf vitality grass. How's the acquisition? Seeing the blood-red sun setting, Yaoji sighed, asking faintly. Her subordinate quickly reported. 3 people had not given up theirs yet, and Fang Yuan was among them. Yaoji listened and snorted, then asked, "Where is Yaolu?" Miss Yaolu is near the east door, leading the healing team. I've advised her many times, but she refuses to stay at the back, insisting on going to the front lines to battle. Saying so, he kneeled down in horror. Yaoji thought for a while before nodding, waving her hand to send off the subordinate. Near to her granddaughter, there was a clan elder. Xiong Jiao Man and the gang were also there, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that the front lines was the safest place. Although Yaoji doted on her granddaughter, she supported her courage as well. The ones in power have their considerations. These experiences will become Gu Yao Li's political advantage when she inherits the Medicine Hall. Chapter 150. I am only helping myself. The golden full moon hung in the sky, the drifting clouds casting a gloomy shade. There were desperate battles going on outside the village, and the bright moonlight was great news to the Gu masters in the dark night. Wolf corpses piled up in the traps and were already reaching the midpoint of the wall. This gave a good platform to move on for the charging lightning wolves. Some ordinary lightning wolves jumped, clawed, and even directly leaped across the wall. However, these lightning wolves usually fell or staggered due to the height disparity and were immediately disposed off by the standby Gu masters. At this time, Fang Yuan was standing on top of a tower, along with many other Gu masters. They were endlessly throwing out moon blades and other attacks at the wolf packs. In the whole battlefield, these towers were the most important source of damage. The combination of the Gu masters and the towers had eliminated a large number of bold lightning wolves. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate these wolves. Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, just a bit more. The clan's safety lies in our hands. The surroundings were a cacophony of noises. Some people were madly screaming, some were shouting revenge, some were shouting in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fang Yuan indifferently stood there, his hand tossing out moonblades occasionally, while continuing to observe the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility couldn't be compared to daytime after all. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were at the rear, unmoving, their figures indistinct. As long as they were unharmed, the lightning wolves were just cannon fodders, and even bold lightning wolves were only high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf unhurriedly took a step forward. It opened its large mouth and threw a thunderball. Rank 3 Thunderclap Gu. This thunderball was not big, it was only the size of a millstone. However, a large amount of eerie blue electricity was condensed in it, and its speed was strangely fast. Almost immediately, the thunderball fiercely collided with the tower Fang Yuan was on. The progress of the fierce battle had been in a deadlock. Many Gu masters were mindlessly fighting, and they were not able to react to the thunderball. Water Shield Gu, White Jade Gu. Fang Yuan was only able to put up his defense before white light covered his sight. Boom. The huge sound from the explosion nearly ruptured his eardrums. A formless force erupted out from the explosion and sent him flying. The devastating thunder destroyed the water shield within 2 breaths of time. The surplus electric current struck Fang Yuan, and even with the White Jade Gu's defense, he still felt bursts of numbness. Bang! He fell to the ground from a height of 3 to 4 meters. White Jade Gu was not the raiment Gu. It couldn't lessen the force on impact. Fang Yuan's back hurt all over. He quickly got up from the ground, his eyes repeatedly blinking as teardrops fell from it. After 3 breaths of time, he slowly recovered his sight. The tower that had been built with thick stones was half destroyed. There were many burnt black corpses scattered around on the ground. The thunderball attack had opened a huge hole on the outer wall, and an unending stream of wolf packs charged into the village like a tide. The frenzy lightning wolves finally entered the battlefield. 1000 Beast King level strength was extraordinary. The many Gu masters that were around Fang Yuan in the tower just a moment ago were completely dead, some left without intact corpses. Only Fang Yuan alone had survived. The jellyfish-like water shield Gu appeared very dull inside his aperture. If the water shield was continuously destroyed many times, the water shield Gu would also be damaged and could even perish. White Jade Gu was also in a similar state. Gu worms were strong and yet fragile. Take this Thunderclap Gu for example. Its thunderball was very powerful and fast, also difficult to resist. But it also had a weakness. It couldn't be used repeatedly and needed some time before the second thunderball could be shot out. Boom. But Fang Yuan had just stood up when another thunderball flew over. To think this Wolf King has 2 Thunderclap Gu on it. Fang Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly dodged. He tried not using the Water Shield Gu and only relied on the defense from the White Jade Gu. Beast, stop your insolence. At this critical timing, a figure appeared in midair, golden light bursting out from the figure as he resisted this thunderball. The elders had made their moves. However, one elder was still not enough. Soon, the elder was joined with 2 other elders. A frenzy lightning wolf needed at least 3 groups with great teamwork to join hands, or at least 3 rank 3 Gu masters to face it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps forward, emerging from the indistinguishable wolf packs as the surrounding wolves gave way. It gradually started from a slow run, and then got faster and faster, charging at the village wall with its head lowered. Seeing this scene, all the rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters fled in terror. Only those 3 elders still remained on their spots. Everyone tacitly vacated this part of the battlefield and left it to them. The intense battle between the 3 elders and this frenzy lightning wolf unfolded. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also charged towards the village, opening another 2 battlefields. 9 elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed into 3 great battlefields. Thunder and lightning burst out everywhere, destroying the bamboo buildings. Most of the Gu masters, or the lightning wolves who were caught in these 3 great battles, didn't have a good end. Lightning wolf packs were still charging towards the village, but Fang Yuan didn't fight anymore and moved to a corner of the battlefield, observing the 3 great battle stages from a distance. No doubt, the attacks from these wolf packs had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves. One has 2 Thunderclap Gu and has high offensive power. Another has Thunderwings Gu and can fly for a short moment, giving it very high flexibility in the battle. Another holds the Thunder Roar Gu and can kill its enemies with the sound waves. Fang Yuan slowly got the details on these 3 frenzy lightning wolves after observing for a moment. A Thousand Beast King usually has 3-4 rank 2 and a rank 3 wild Gu worm residing on it. The Gu masters could give proper response as long as they were clear on these Gu worms. Once the frenzy lightning wolves suffered targeted attacks, with their low wisdom, they wouldn't change their monotonous attack styles, and the battle outcome was certain. Sure enough, soon the several elders retreated and other elders replaced them. With the mutual coordination between them and superior tactics, they were soon able to occupy the upper hand. After a short moment of intense battle, they controlled the battle situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome is set. Just when Yao Ji puffed out a sigh, a roar sounded out from the eastern gate. A lightning wolf was growing bigger, from the size of a normal lightning wolf, as if air was blown inside it. It swelled up to a size of an elephant. There is actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many elders were alarmed at this scene. Their attention had all been on the 3 battle stages. As their entire battle formation was heavily emphasized on these 3 areas, the forces at the eastern gate was somewhat thin and weak. Not good. Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji suddenly turned pale, and she immediately shot out towards the eastern gate. To think there was still such an unforeseen event. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 aura restraint Gu. It used this disguise to mix in with the lightning wolf packs and deceive the Gu masters at the eastern gate. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The situation at the eastern gate was far from good. A frenzy lightning wolf suddenly appeared and directly smashed the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves flocked behind the bold lightning wolves, howling savagely as they charged into the village. Guyu Yao Lu was numb with fear as she saw the lightning wolf packs charging in like a tide. Fortunately, she had veterans like Xiong Jiao Man beside her. At this critical timing, Xiong Jiao Man took it upon herself to control the scene and ordered, "Quick, close the doors and the windows. We need to defend this place till the reinforcements arrive, and only then will we have a fighting chance." She had just finished speaking when, bang, the roof of the bamboo building collapsed under the attack of the frenzy lightning wolf. Guyu Yaola screamed. The abrupt twist in events had caused her to lose her composure. She was after all too young and only had rank 1 cultivation. She had stubbornly stayed here because she felt safe and had never thought she would fall into such a dangerous state. "Brute beast, stop at once!" Guyu Yao Ji shouted while frantically running. She helplessly looked as the frenzy lightning wolf rammed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in a dangerous situation, but even though she had the power, she couldn't help her because it was beyond her reach. At this dangerous moment, it was again Xiong Jiao Man who stepped forward. She willed in her mind, and her remaining brown bear charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf with a roar. The frenzy lightning wolf swatted with its right paw, sending this 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened its mouth and bit the brown bear's head to pieces. How could an ordinary wild beast resist 1,000 Beast King-level strength? Xiong Jiao Man took this time when the frenzy lightning wolf was tangled up with the brown bear to rush out with Gu Yu Yao Lu in tow, managing to pull apart a small distance. The frenzy lightning wolf roared. It naturally wasn't willing to see its prey run away like this. It leapt and crossed 12 meters at once, landing in front of Xiong Jiao Man. Suddenly, seeing this frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Gu Yu Yao Li's legs went soft. Xiong Jiao Man dragged her, but didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. She could only change her direction and run towards the outside of the village. The frenzy lightning wolf was just about to pounce on them when Gu Yu Yao Ji arrived and threw a light purple moonblade at the wolf's back. The moonblade quietly changed into a ball of miasma and bore into the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf immediately coughed twice. It was poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison Gu. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, and it raised its head and roared. Its fierce roar formed into an invisible force and smashed into the surroundings. Thunder Roar Gu used the vibration of the sound waves to kill, but this was not Thunder Roar Gu. It was the sound wave Gu which formed invisible pushing force. Xiong Jiao Man and Gu Yu Yao Lu were sent flying into different directions by this pushing force. Xiong Jiao Man struck a bamboo building. No more movements could be seen from her, whereas Gu Yu Yao Lu was sent flying past the broken eastern gate and out of the village. The fall stunned her, and as she tried getting up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite her. Ah! She gave a shrill scream, and at this critical juncture, a moonblade flew over and killed this lightning wolf. She hurriedly stood up and saw the benefactor who saved her. He was a young male Gu master. The lower half of his body had been buried under the collapsed wall. The male Gu master vaguely smiled at her with his blood-drenched face. The next moment, his throat was ripped open by the swarming lightning wolves. Tears flew down Gu Yu Yao Li's face, and she cried as she ran. This part of the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of Gu Yu Yao Li's identity and background, there were Gu masters who helped her out from time to time, but they were powerless to even protect themselves, much less help her out of this predicament. Gu Yu Yao Ji was also tangled up with the frenzy lightning wolf and couldn't attend to her. Gu Yu Yao Lu was perplexed and fully at a loss within. There were only the images of claws and teeth of the lightning wolves in front of her. In her frantic state, she suddenly heard a voice speak. "Move a step back." She subconsciously followed the voice and was able to luckily avoid a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right." That voice came again. Yao Li's consciousness was still blank, but her body had already made the move. There was a snapping sound of a wolf's mouth. She had escaped the bite by a hair's breadth. The voice arrived unceasingly, and the young girl meticulously followed them. There were mistakes made sometimes, but at those times a moonblade would fly over from seemingly nowhere and get her out of the trouble. Only when there were no more lightning wolves around her did Yao Lu discover that she was already safe. It was only when she had unconsciously drifted far away from the village and was in a remote forest. A human figure appeared in front of her. Her eyes immediately opened wide. Fang Yuan, you were the one who helped me?" "No, I am only helping myself." Fang Yuan grinned, revealing an evil intent.